have it in here, but I gotta find the exact timestamp.
A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
And we are live. Talking about politics. Another Saturday, another week. So, I'm a mess. That's why you don't see my face. I'm not at my best. That's why we have a very short show tonight. But I'm excited to talk about what happened this week. We mostly cover 2 interviews with Pierre Poilievre. One with Triggernometry, a European podcast, and the other interview we are covering is with a former mainstream media, or I should say legacy media, or government funded media, a former journalist that has now started his own podcast called The Bridge. And after that, we will talk about Carney in Australia. I cannot wait to get through that planning. Welcome to the stream. And how are you, Dragon?
I'm good. Just not under the weather. But one of my friends sound like he has throat cancer, but he got the croup. You have the cold. I've been
Yeah.
dealing with allergies, but details. It's interesting because you came across the trigonometry. That's who we're going to go over. He, Costine, God, the guy, I can't remember the guy's name for years, but like, he is very interesting. Him and his co-host. You edited it down, but I'll contend with whatever. But when he talked to Poilievre, I saw it because I was streaming the other day with a friend of mine. So going over on with my Greek friend, we know who the guy is. Now, depending on how much you cut out, I mean, I know you do it for segments. You don't like going over the TDS parts, but it's not as much as he has TDS versus he has a fear of empire building. Because
So, before we really get started with the
don't get started.
trigonometry,
You went over the with
I,
Poilievre.
I,
Yes.
I will basically tell everyone. So the trigonometry, I only kept roughly 30% of the interview, and I did cut out a lot of the TDS aspect to it because I cannot stand the TDS aspect to that interview. I think it's cringe. So that's why I did cut it. It's like, bruh, stop making it all about freaking Trump. Stop it, folks. Stop it. Anyway,
Well, see, I will say the thing about it is because what if, and I was thinking about this, and they maybe because bear in mind the whole interview is roughly an hour, but it was like 44 minutes, I think, is your clip.
and
But
that includes the other one.
he does have ads. The thing about trigonometry is they do have the JQ conspiracy or the tiny hat conspiracy stuff where they think a lot of nations are controlled by Israel. That probably doesn't concern because that's a separate thing. You may not want to get into that. But the problem with both Francis and them, like, okay, Francis has family in Venezuela. Now, that's he concerns about the empire building. The other half is they aren't. The question, I don't know how much, because the idea is they think that Israel dictates policy. Now, I myself disagree with their assumption because you got to bear in mind one of these guys, Francis, was raised in the UK. He's a comedian. The other guy came from the Eastern Bloc, basically. He
And
grew
with
up
that
in
being said,
bring it up.
we bring it up. Let's start with the first interview with trigonometry.
Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. You obviously you were very close.
Hold on, let me get introduced for people who don't know this. It's usually a very good podcast. The guy speaking right now is it's Constantine. I can't always remember his first name. He's been around the internet for a while. He is a He's very anti-neocon. He gained a lot of his fame for going against with James Lindsay on the woke right. The guy on the next to him is named Francis, a former British comedian, still does stuff, and they've done this. He made his fame by debating college students in a debate style in the UK and parts of Europe. Now, their downside is it's not TDS as much as they don't like the neocon warhawk politics. The thing about him with Trump and James Lindsay is that his whole concept, kind of they're both, is...
Dragon, are they
Yes.
gay?
No. The thing about when you talk about a lot of people, I'm old enough to remember, there's a section of my generations, because I'm 40, basically, you get the idea. When the Iraq War happened, it shattered people's myths of the world. And in my generation, there's these people who've always felt everything was violated because all these governments lied about WMDs in Iraq and all that mess. And both of these guys are, well, one guy's more of a product. Constant is more a product of it.
Elite and politician lying. What a shock here.
Basically,
I didn't know it could exist.
Basically, by the way, and it's like there's a whole thing, and again,
me too, I want that table, Michael. Me too. So we
here's
can go
the
back
thing.
to what you wanted to say as we go on, because I think
we'll start because the idea, Michael might know who these people are. They are very much. He gains a lot of traction right now because they believe in the concept of the woke right.
The woke right. Let's get into it.
Close to becoming the Prime Minister of Canada. That didn't happen in very interesting and challenging circumstances. We'll talk about that. But it's great to have you. And the first thing we actually want to do is just to hear your perspective very broadly on what you see happening in the Western world geopolitically today. There's obviously a huge realignment going on. What do you see? What do you think?
Well, listen, I think that the biggest phenomenon in the Western world over the last decade or two has been the total betrayal of the working class, the people who make stuff, fix stuff, move stuff, and build stuff. The younger people who are entering the job market and trying to start a life, who have seen their opportunities absolutely destroyed by massive government interventions that have concentrated wealth among a very small group of well-connected insiders. And that, I think, has caused enormous amounts of political instability. It has caused a resurgence of both socialism and of protectionism. And now is a time, I think, for us to push back against that betrayal and give people back control of their lives. And that is true right across the Western world. It's especially true in Canada. We need to restore home ownership, bring back sound money, allow people to actually benefit from their hard work, and basically restore meritocracy, which was the very principle, the driving principle of Western economics for 2.5 centuries. So I think that's really the big question of whether or not the Western world is going to reinstate meritocratic free enterprise, or whether it's going to continue to concentrate undeserved benefits through state capitalism and big government.
Well, and the cultural.
So I want to address what's going on. So right now, every party is in campaign mode, because there are high chances we will have a spring election. And now the idea of Pierre Poilievre opening statement there on that first question is his new platform, his goal in the new spring election, and how he will tackle society. And I think he was subtle about it because he needs to gain some of the people on the other side. But he was basically really pointing out how the liberals in Canada operate, how they think, how they cannot destroy the market, and how they cannot destroy the economy, and how they really give everything they can give to basically the elites, the insiders. It's not about meritocracy anymore. And the idea of Pierre Poilievre's first answer was saying, I know what's wrong, and here's what's wrong. And the idea to take back power is to stop with whatever the liberals are doing. So that's really the first very long answer, and I quite enjoy it. What did you think of Pierre Poilievre's first answer?
I wouldn't say So generally, when I see that, it's okay. The thing about both of these guys, and I've said this before, and if I don't say it, is they look again. The problem by being proxy to James Lindsay is a poison unto itself. But when you're talking about what has been happening with like potentially Canada and the world, they don't like one thing I've always had a complaint against, particularly this guy on screen right now, is he openly is he knows communism and socialism is a problem, but he hates how the Western governments have gone about it. He's argued
That's interesting.
He-
So now I will address Michael Doberman, and that will it be a very small segue into some of the Canadian politics. So basically, Max, I think when Doberman says Max and him could work together, I think you refer to Maxime Bernier, Michael Doberman. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I will assume you talked about Maxime Bernier. So basically, Maxime Bernier was a former Conservative Party member, and the guy decided he'd run into the leadership of the Conservative Party, like I believe like 2 or 3 years. Well, actually more than that. It was before O'Toole, but basically I think it was like 2018 or 2017 after Scheer lost the 2015 election, or actually after 2019. Yeah, so I don't know what's the timeline exactly, but not that long before Maxime Bernier left the Conservative, he was trying to be the leader of the Conservative. And what happened? People didn't name him. They named either Andrew Scheer or Erin O'Toole. I can't remember which one took Maxime Bernier's spot. So Maxime Bernier got pissed off. He was like, you know what? I will create a far right party because I want to create it out of spite because I want revenge on the Conservative. That's completely ridiculous. That's really stupid. That's like the best way to make sure we increase the chances of having a liberal government. Now, I have nothing against the far right. I think that could be an interesting concept, you know? But the big issue, it's freaking Canada. We are the most progressive ever. And right now, what it does, it only helps the far left and the like 4 other parties to have that 1 or 2% that the People's Party being the far right party, they siphon away the Conservative vote, and it's sad. It's sad because it's out of spite and because Maxime Bernier wasn't good enough to secure the leadership of the Conservative, so he basically created his own party. And the irony there, you mentioned the woke right, and based on what I see from Maxime Bernier, he is one of these woke right where you're never pure enough if you're not far right on every single issue. Like a lot of the complaints he has against the Conservative, it's because they are not.
No, woke
they
right.
are not.
No, sorry,
They are not. Let me finish.
Yeah.
The Conservative for Maxime Bernier are never right enough, and each shot he can take towards the Conservative, he takes it, and he never goes as hard on the left, which is again completely stupid. And the People's Party is a failed party. I'm sorry for all of the supporter. I get you. I understand you. But come back to reality. It's Canada. We will never have a far-right government, except if eventually we purge like BC and Quebec. But even like with BC and Quebec out, trust me, even there, the far-right don't fly high. Like the only 2 provinces I can genuinely see maybe embracing a far-right party would be like Alberta and Saskatchewan. But even there are a lot of progressive areas in both provinces. So again, the People's Party, it's cooked. It's only there to reinforce the Liberals by stripping away 1 or 2% from the Conservative. That's what I wanted to say. So If you want to add anything else, go for it.
So the
Or we will say
concept, so the concept, by the way, what I mean of the woke right is okay. When we say the woke, we think of what's been happening with modern culture. The issue itself, when he sided with the woke, he calls the people. He believes it's basically horseshoe theory, which loose for the Doberman would understand probably what I'm saying more, but it's going to be an interesting concept for you to kind of learn. It's the concept.
pause, Dragon. I will address that. So British Columbia would be a right-wing province if they kicked out all the Indian and Chinese. So Indian, I could see it because I feel like they are all scammers and like if they came like 20 years ago under Harper, they are legit. But any Indian that came with Trudeau, I'm sorry, folks, but go back home. You probably fraud the system. But anyway, so I think the Indian are most likely to vote liberal because they know the liberals are the crowd that do massive immigration. Now the Chinese, I don't know. I think a lot of the Chinese they can acknowledge and know exactly what's going on, and the liberals are just a pawn for the CCP. So I think a lot of the Chinese people are actually right wing just because they cannot stand the CCP, and they know the CCP really controls the Liberal Party of Canada. Like the Liberal Party of Canada, since Trudeau is just a puppet for the Communist Party of China. Let's be honest. Let's say it straight up. Like they let fentanyl go on. They open mass immigration to destroy social cohesion. They basically destroy our media to turn them into like propaganda arm. So really, like I know in the past the conservative also used the CCP to their own benefit and advantage. I know that for a fact. But in the last 10 years, I'd say it's more the liberals that really benefited from that. Now, I think one of the issues with BC outside of the Indian would probably some of the whites, because let's be honest, the whites, if they went at the college and all, these folks are brainwashed. That's what's going on. And as much as I think a lot of the fake Indian or a lot of the fraud crowd, as much as they vote liberals, I think more whites than them vote liberals, to be honest. And it's the same case for Quebec. Quebec, we have NPCs here. My family is full of NPCs. It's like a danger zone. I don't want to talk to any of them about politics. Like the other day, I was posting on Facebook a meme about like Carney being a puppet for Trump, and that offended one of my cousin. She was like, "You cannot say that." I'm like, "Sister, how is it insulting? It's freaking fact." Trump says something, Carney executes. Carney is afraid of freaking Trump. Anyway,
So let
we
me
have
let me
NPCs.
so let me say see the thing about when I talk about what the woke right is, the concept of it is. Do you remember how it's when I mention the term progressive? Progressives do not care from which it flows. They're like a call it like a uniparty. And this is the other thing he hints on in this interview. Not Poilievre, but this guy. This guy is very much, there's a bunch of uniparties that all want the same. Rhinos. See, technically in the US, we purged not a lot of our. So, like, it's. How do you put it? Woke right, they hate the concept of the woke right due to the fact they call it that because the puritanical side of conservatives will become as bad as the woke left, and they do not know the difference in their power. And this comes from a neocon era, Bush era policy where they feel that conservatives can go back to this horseshoe theory. And people like him lose sleep at night because of it. That's why when I say the woke right, because that's a separate topic altogether, because that's one thing about James Lindsay. Basically, they become the opposite of the authoritarian. See, they're progressives running both parties right now. That's when Trump mentions a deep state. Now, when you're talking about why potentially Canada is broken, let me propose an alternative theory. It's globalism versus nationalism as far as a state. Globalism, things about it is, globalism was very popular. It tied a lot of economies together. It made modern war almost impossible, global war impossible. Call it liberal democracies of sorts, style that has kept the world at peace. But they extended it to globalism. And now part of it is you'll see it in Canada more often. Because I've seen in 10 years in Canada, Canada not only took a far left swing, you guys lost your conservatives. You have four or five flavors of liberals. They're all the same party. They're all the same, except
The conservative actually oppose a lot of things the liberals have been doing.
But here's what I mean.
But they would be moderate if we compare it to the US.
See, you don't quite have a uniparty. The thing about it is,
otherwise we would have already C9 in place.
No, the liberal swing with yours was in the same generation, in the vein that caused a lot of the people to hate the neocons. Now, progressive politics, when you think of what progressive politics really is, it changes the culture and it makes it more. Because, e.g., you guys did harm reduction.
Yeah.
You guys were the first, and everybody else kind of modeled it after.
Yeah, and by the way, you said Canada is broken. I agree with you, and I will also add this because I'm here. I know what's going on. I think a big issue is Quebec. Quebec is one of the most educated places, but because we freaking speak French and we have NPCs and freaking drones, well, they don't think critically. They are brainwashed by the media that's paid by the liberals. So a lot of the opinion the Quebecer have is right from the legacy media, right from the scholars that are telling you socialism is good, communism is good, far right is bad. So we have a big block, because Quebec is a big block of voters that are simply brainwashed. It's as simple as that. And I'd say Ontario are far more based simply because they access to more intel. Like, they speak English mostly. Like, the rest of Canada also speak English. So really, Quebec is one of the biggest reason why Canada doesn't work and doesn't function, because most of the Quebecer, I know what I'm talking about. They all vote the different flavors of left. Like, to give you an idea, I will repeat what I already said several times. I did the count. There are 78 seats. So that's 78 areas in Quebec that are in total. So that's the number of members of parliament we can elect in Quebec. And among these 78, we got 11 conservative. And the 67 left are all voting the different flavor of left. And it's because of the media. It's because of the media.
If you really want to call it, because this is one thing. Like, this guy himself, he tries to be a centrist, but he's not really a conservative. Like, if he was in the United States, we don't think of him. I never will think of him as 100% conservative. This guy particularly.
Yeah.
He basically is the person that Bush era politics, the Cold War boomers, ruined my generation and gave us the Iraq War. And he himself, even though despite growing up in Eastern Europe, seriously, doesn't understand he basically has sided, and I mean, loose for the Doberman. We both come from similar sides. Like, I come from the Arch and Sargon side, so we have seen this change. The thing about this is, I don't like the phrasing of how he did it, because it's globalism versus nationalism. There's also a shift in culture. I saw Canada shift into the social care. You stop teaching your history.
Yeah, and they started rewriting it because it's easier to control people that don't know their history.
Well,
anyway, I think we've been talking a lot.
No, but here's one thing I'll mention too. You also did. I'm surprised he didn't mention the fact of. Did any of the parties face any repercussions for the falsehood they did about the Indian graveyards and how everyone killed your first peoples and the Catholic Church buried them underneath schools and all those graveyards were proven non-existent?
I think it was just province specific. I don't think it was country wise. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but I think it was mostly located in one or two provinces. And I don't think it did impact the entire country.
So I will say this. Here's the funny thing about what happened to a lot of it. And I'll be curious when he gets into it. Like, if he gets into the parts. Because a lot of what happened in Canada is not... Like, when you talk about the immigration system, most of your immigration, I think, recently, probably within the bulk, has been Indians.
Yeah, and again, they want to flood it. And before we play, there was a funny interview with one of the Indian official at CBC, our brainwash media, where he was straight up saying, "You guys want people, and we want your mineral." And I'm like, bruh, that's on the CBC, folks. The NPC should wake up with that line. I was laughing my butt off.
And I'll say this too. Here's the funny thing when the G7 and the people talk about trade with India. India is really a third world country, not a first world country.
I know, and
it's not that
freaking Canadian, and now Carney pretends.
No, just let me say this. The funny thing is, when you trade with Canada, part of the thing that happened with the United States, and this is something that's come out from, there's one guy from Silicon Valley. It's one of the big ones. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. He basically was the AI czar for Trump for a bit, but like he got himself involved in Palantir, but he has a bunch of AI theories too. But this guy himself basically said they were a period, Silicon Valley and a bunch of other industries brought in foreigners because it was semi-easier. Now,
yeah, and that artificially boosts GDP. Anyway, let's play more because we need to progress with
level
that.
As well. A lot of things seem to have happened. I mean, you talk about free enterprise, but what about just people being free to speak their mind, to make their own decisions? One of the things that we were frankly truly horrified by, even given that COVID restrictions in this country were pretty stringent, is some of the things that happened, people who were protesting against things in Canada having their bank accounts taken away. We had supporters of our show writing in going like, please, can you cover this? Is there something about Canada that make the Canadian psyche that made you guys more susceptible to this? Is it just you had a particular leader at that time who was more authoritative? Like, what was that about?
It was the government itself. It wasn't broadly the people. The truckers in question, they were just looking to be heard. Most of these people had never protested anything in their lives. Through the early COVID days, they were
Forget it. This is the question. I'm glad you kept this in. It wasn't the trucker. Because
we just finished that. So all we proceed, we answered the entire question and then we talk about it.
Fine. Okay.
So we will rewind because I want the question and then the answer, and then after he gave the answer before the next question, we will pause. This is all we will be doing.
Level as well. A lot of things seem to have happened. I mean, you talk about free enterprise, but what about just people being free to speak their mind, to make their own decisions? One of the things that we were frankly truly horrified by, even given that COVID restrictions in this country were pretty stringent, is some of the things that happened, people who were protesting against things in Canada having their bank accounts taken away. We had supporters of our show writing in going like, please, can you cover this? Is there something about Canada that make the Canadian psyche that made you guys more susceptible to this? Is it just you had a particular leader at that time who was more authoritative? Like, what was that about?
It was the government itself. It wasn't broadly the people. The truckers in question, they were just looking to be heard. Most of these people had never protested anything in their lives. Through the early COVID days, they were considered the heroes because they were literally driving on lonely highways across international borders, often for weeks away from their families in total isolation, bringing us the things to our homes that we could not live without. And then when the time came for them to be heard, the government robbed them of their liberties. And by the way, this is no longer a controversial view. I think the federal court now has ruled that the use of the Emergency Act to crack down on the protest was a violation of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
As of this year,
so it has even been accepted by the judiciary that was wrong. And it's a reminder of why we need to, the government has to treat itself as the servant and not the master. And we need to give a bigger voice to the working people of our country who, in this case, were simply looking for the right to speak, to the freedom of mobility and bodily autonomy.
And you say...
So we pause here because we got the full answer after the question. Now, I will say this. The most irritating, the most frustrating part, we had in question period, I can't remember when was that, either February or January, Andrew Lawton, an amazing MP in the Conservative Party, he asked in question period an amazing question. It was like following the Supreme Court decision to make the use of Emergency Act unlawful and basically trampling all over the Charter of Right of the truckers. Well, what's the stance of the current, or rewind, what's the stance? Will you condemn the action of Justin Trudeau when he evoked the Emergency Act? And the big worry, the big issue I had was when Stephen McKinnon stood by it and said, we would do it all over again. And it's like tyranny at that point. If you don't want your people to voice their opinion, if you don't want your people to protest the government for very valid reason, because you're trampling all over the Charter of Right, then you're no longer democracy. I'm sorry, but the liberals, this is what they have become. Tyrants. They want to freeze bank account if you speak bad about them. And this is why one of the first few freaking bills they pushed is the censorship bills. But then we got all of the NPCs in Quebec. And I'm glad most of my family don't even speak English because I think they will be furious to hear my stance right now. But I think you guys are the most brainwashed because a lot of them actually support the government doing that. They actually tell, oh, it's okay if the government decides for more censorship. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The brain rot goes so deep. And I speak mostly about Quebec because my family is from there. And that's the province I understand the most. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if BC has their own NPCs and their own drones, just like Quebec. But Quebec, I love Quebec, but sometimes the people disappoint me here. So any thoughts on that, Dragon?
So here's the thing, and this is something I wish he touched upon more. Because, okay, I remember talking to other Canadians about prior to the truckers. I would said Canada started slipping prior to that. Because I would have said you were the first nation to really start in this hemisphere to show after, well, I mean, granted, if you said the election of Obama probably brought in the socialists and other neoliberals into power, which their regime started following around us, basically, if this makes sense. You have a lot of these people. Canada was already going downhill. Like, you were going towards what was the WEF policies.
To be honest, not yet. That's exaggerated. So 2008, we speak about Stephen Harper era. That's
No,
true
but it
for
took
Trudeau.
about till 2010. I'm getting to the date.
2010, it's still Harper.
You're still talking. You're
I
still
I I think
12.
Harper, to be honest, was center right, but it was tackling a lot of the left leading stuff. And
When would you say the liberals started gaining ground?
after 2011, I'd say 20. Well, actually, 2011, it's like the working class did vote NDP a lot, and that's considered our far left party. So, but here's the thing: in that days, the NDP wasn't the environment freak they are now. They were
No, they
really
weren't as bad.
they were not like as communist or social, like they were socialists, but they were not communists quite yet. Now, based on what I've heard from a lot of the candidates at the leadership, they will embrace full on communism and socialism. But back then, like 2011, it wasn't that bad. I'd say 2011, we kind of started shifting slowly toward the left, but we were not far left yet. We were like center left, I'd say. And it's really when Harper left and Trudeau came in that we had a full swing toward the left, and we really started being like far left. I'd even say like the last year of Harper, when he started being like more flexible with immigration, because he was like he was saying, oh, it could become an election issue because he wanted to get reelected for a third time. He was like, you know what, I will embrace what the liberals ask, and I will open the floodgate to more immigration. But that's really like in the last year, because Harper was hoping to get some of the liberal voters by accepting more immigrants, and turns out it didn't work because he lost power and Trudeau came in. But
So
that was the process behind it.
here's a funny thing. In the U.S., if you forgot, halfway the last 2 years of Bush's term, he was a lame duck. That's when Pelosi and their regime gained power here. In Canada, you might have seen that shift around during definitely the Obama years. Now, the weird part is, I'm wondering if you guys ever noticed it, because we noticed this in America. We had our Tea Party people halfway around this time start to fight back against a little bit. Now, did they say what they see about them? They kind of became more of a thorn for the establishment Republicans. But up there, you could definitely see you guys were going that route. We saw that. Now, the trick about this is, I'll flash forward, you saw the seeds of this. Now, let's say years later, the truckers and WEF policies have been in place. You have
The WEF policies really started with Trudeau.
They started
And
with Trudeau,
late
where they
stage
were prior.
Harper. Late stage Harper, but that was mostly the immigration aspect.
So what years?
2014. I'd say 2014 is when we started slipping toward the far left.
So let me set the stage. This is something why devs in the infamous trucker video probably will never happen. Because your first ruling of your Supreme Court, you're the one that talked about, oh, we're going to protect the Charter of Rights. The reason why we all said this in Arch's community, we said this was the death knell of modern Canada.
Yeah,
you guys were now slipping. We said this because, and Dev, we kept going to Dev, like, are you going to acknowledge Canada's falling to socialism and communism and these people? And Dev was notoriously said, I'm going to make the trucker video. I'm going to make it. Your court literally told Trudeau the first time the Emergencies Act was authorizable. And then that's when they started seizing crypto.
Well, that's also because they did a vote on it. So what's going on to enact something like that? You need the votes. And unfortunately, at that point, the NDP had a deal with the Liberals, and they were basically telling you, yeah, we will help you. Like, even if the Liberals had a minority, because they had the support of the NDP, it's like they had a majority. So as much as the Conservatives tried to fight back, they didn't add enough seats. They didn't have enough power to fight back.
Were they
Um,
already out of power? Because the idea is your court, when the court was brought up, it violates the charter. It violated that. They said the charter, your court said it's fine. Now, in 26, of course, years later, that which is true. It led to Trudeau falling, but your people were already, because I remember dealing with a couple of Canadians I dealt with. They were like, yeah, those truckers shouldn't be blocking the city. They're dirty. They're bad people, right?
yeah,
And I'm like, this is the last gasp of freedom for you guys.
and I will also say this: most of these people are NPCs and drone that were watching CBC and CTV and Global News and that kind of network. Because on the network, what you would get 24/7 during the trucker is like misinformation, disinformation of like, oh, the truckers are the worst human beings. Like most of the people that didn't like the trucker actually didn't hang out with the truckers. First of all, like they were like these Ontario people, these Montreal people, these Quebec people that don't have a clue of how the manifestation, the protest really occurred. There was all of these sheeps that watches the legacy media. They just took the word of whoever was saying that. So basically, what was going on, Trudeau and his bunch of communists, they were like, these people are white supremacists, they're bad people, and they're that, they're this. And then what CBC would do, what CTV would do, what Global would do, they would all say, oh, Trudeau said this, therefore it's the truth, that's what's going on. So it was like basically a bouncing echo thing where the media supported the narrative of the government. And this is when there's something really broken about the country. When your media job should be to hold accountable the government. But when your media repeats the talking point of the media, or I should say the government, this is when there's something deeply wrong with it. This is what happened with the trucker. And when you watch the clips, when you did hang out with these truckers, I got a friend years later that told me, yeah, I was part of the trucker. That was a party. That wasn't like the way the media depicted that. So again, it was a disinformation at the highest point. It was the most dishonest coverage of something politically driven. And what the Freedom Convoy stood for? Freedom. They said it. Like, enough of the vaccine, enough of the mandates, enough of the lockdowns, enough of that. And these are the truckers, the ones that pushed our food from one place to another in Canada. They are our heroes in time of needs. So when they would protest like that, we should take them seriously and not discard them just because they fought the government. And then
let me say
the
this.
NPCs
Yes.
are the issues. The NPCs that just repeat what the media told them was the issues. And remember, I told you about that guy that used to be my friend that I lost because he has TDS. That guy hated the guts out of the truckers. And that's a freaking boomer that's like 24/7 in front of freaking CBC. So, of course, he will hate the truckers. And at that point, our friendship was like on shaky ground. And at that point, he told me, are we still friends? I'm like, yes, of course. Even if we disagree on the trucker convoy, I won't discard our friendship. But then Trump happened years after, and he's the one that was like, oh, yeah, I no longer want to be friends. Amazing. Anyway, this is the kind of sheep we have.
So the thing is, when I bring this up is, yeah, maybe did they reverse themselves after and said it was an inexcusable abuse of power? Because that's like saying in the U.S., do you know, like when our cities were burning in like Portland and stuff like that? And yeah, you can't really just bring federal troops, even in the U.S., into it. And we were like, that's just unusual that and we looked at that as a culture. Americans were like, so people just allowed this. And you're talking not Poilievre should focus on a little bit of that culture shift. It was a lot of lies. It was a lot of media coverage, because you got to look at it like us. We also later had January 8th. Like, we had like those people that the media tried to demonize. And the thing about the truckers, we were like, and we started seeing down here, because your government has that separate. They seized the bank accounts of the guys. They did it as a test bed to basically get policies that they could not only seize their bank accounts, block people from doing credit cards. I remember stories about this. And
Even
then,
people that were just mere supporters, they helped with the convoy by sending a check or by transferring money. They were not even part of the protest. They just helped from the outside. They even got their account frozen. Their account was froze. It's ridiculous.
and
Anyway,
this, yeah, the,
I also want to address that before I forget. So way back then, that's like 2022 ish. I used to be center left, and I at the early stage of the pandemic, I was kind of trusting the government, but then at some point when it was like a full year of that, I was like, there's something effy about it. Like there's something weird, and I started watching Jordan Peterson at some point, and I was like, the guy's damn right. And then that's when I started shifting. I became more of a centrist, and then the trucker happened, and that was when I snapped and I really turned center right. And I still consider myself center right. I mean, my wife is a freaking folks. Like, if someone comes to me and say, "Oh, I'm a white supremacist," it's like, sure, I will have mixed kid, bro. Keep talking. Um. Anyway.
this is what, before we continue, this is the thing that I noticed, and they're like, but the rest of the world forgot that there was a period of Canada. Let's say you started seeing, we started in the US, started noticing not all of it. What's the main province? Like Ontario and the bigger ones that usually where we see you guys started your major city, like I think it was like in Ontario, was becoming a brown city. White people were,
Toronto,
they were
and
becoming a
Ottawa.
minority.
Yeah.
Like that, your nation as of this year, you're getting more Indians, Africans, and other brown people than you are getting white people. Your own population is almost, the white population up there is relegating themselves. It's like
And not only that, I will say like there are pockets in Quebec, mostly the pockets that are actually conservative. So the 11 or so region in Quebec that actually vote conservative, they are more like these Christian, these people that value family, and they get along well with their neighbors, and they're the ones that actually make white babies. But then you go into cities and it's all like single mothers, single dads, or sometimes we do have like far left couple, but like they don't realize it. They used to be like center left, and now they're far left, but they don't realize the shift they had because they just went deeper
and
into it. But like most of the Quebec population don't reproduce. We don't make babies anymore, and the reason is we fully embrace the far left that wants to depopulate. And there's also that broken man and woman relationship that happened in the States and a lot of the Europe countries. We do have that full swing. Like if you thought the woman choosing the bear over the man was bad, it's worse in Canada. Like I got that friend. Well, she's actually the mother of my childhood friend. I'd say she's actually center left, but she's the one that will defend the most the bear over the man, and it's because she was essayed in the past. I see a pattern. Anyway, what I wanted to say is we need new blood, and I think by design society has divided men and women, especially in Canada, especially in Quebec, and that's a big issue. Like a lot of the people I went high school with are still single. They will never have kids. They don't want kids. A lot of my co-workers, they don't want kids. And yeah, that's what's going on in Canada. There's that
There was
death culture.
you guys were already there because a lot of what you start to see as our like neoliberals that are here, those were the ones kind of happening in the United States. Because the thing is, when I think it's the truckers, because it's like Dev will never acknowledge the trucker video. He will never acknowledge he really supported. Like I remember seeing with Dev after the truckers stuff, or that's short and fat otaku, he basically said, "We're like Dev. You're okay with the boot coming down on your throat." Arch gave him shit. Sargon gave him shit. V gave him shit. And we were like, we just watched Dev just show that he was a statist. And then it was even not even his TDS was that bad. Then he started winding up and repeating anything. And it's really one of those strange things I started seeing. Like your whole population, it's not even your whole government. Your whole population was already willing to sign over rights.
Yeah. So I'll also tell you this before we play. There's two things I want to add. The first one, it's sad, but I know what's going on. I start to understand that pocket of the population. So we got a lot of the Christian slash African Asian. They fully embrace DI at some extent where they will vote for a black MP or member of parliament in their riding, even if like it's the bloc or even if it's like the NDP. Like they fully embrace like identity. Like they are proud of their color and they will vote for someone that's their color. And you know what's going on? The liberals, they fully embrace that. So they get seats from voters that don't look at policies, they only look at the color of your skin. And it's ridiculous because when you talk to these people, they are actually right-leaning folks. They are just captured by the color of the skin. So I think the conservative, they should fully embrace more black candidate. I'm sorry, folks, but that's what you need to do because a lot of these pockets, again, they are right-leaning, but because they see a brown person and they see a liberal, they're like, oh, that's the crowd that let me in. They're the cool crowd, but like they disagree with every politics, but they don't look past the color, and that's the sad truth. And
How
I know
much would
what I'm
you say?
talking
How
about. I
much
know
would
what I'm
you
talking.
say? Because how much would you say of the Christian population fell, or belief fell in that generation in the last 10 years? Churchgoers and
Most Christian are actually Asian and black. Like the whites, especially in Quebec. Good luck finding a Christian
they're
white.
basically atheists. Okay,
Yeah,
so
most of the whites, like outside, when you have a few like exceptions that are spread out, like especially in the conservative writing, I think you have more chance than in the liberal writing. But if it's a city writing like Montreal, like Quebec, forget it. It's all atheist. I look at my family. We had roots of like some Christianity, you see, but that was on the generation of my grandma. So that means that's the boomer generation. And I think we had a lot of Christian back then. But what happened in the 70s and the 80s in Quebec is the Quiet Revolution. And what it did, it kicked out the Christian church out of power because they have so much power in Quebec. And we were like, enough with that BS. Let's trust more the government. And this is when we really shifted and we really changed. I think they were really good thing with the Quiet Revolution, but the backlash and the backside, the bad part of it is we replaced religion with government. And that's a big issue because now what we fought to get rid of, we just misplaced. We just moved it
see, the
elsewhere.
irony is that's what the liberals have been doing to a lot of the population, the Democrats and the far left have been doing to the population of the United States. You're getting the younger generations. Like even after Charlie Kirk being killed, everyone's like there was people going back to church. Like
Yeah.
U.S. is
We don't have that shift here. Again,
and
churches are filled with brown people.
now here's the other part. You look at the immigration of Muslims and Indian people coming up there for whatever tech jobs you guys had, because 10 years ago, you were a major tech hub for people.
And 10 years ago, what, it was the early days of Trudeau. Anyway, let's play more of that now.
You know, it wasn't the people, but we have to be honest, Pierre. I mean, Trudeau did get re-elected.
Not after that. No, he was
He
basically.
can't get reelected once or
Usually,
twice.
look, I will correct this already. The big thing is usually I say we go through, but now I want to pause it because I want to course correct. So the election, what happened? 2015 was when Trudeau came to power. 2019, he got reelected. 2021, he got reelected. So he got elected 3 times. But all of these 3 times were before the trucker convoy. Because the trucker convoy was 2022. And what happened? His numbers were down the toilet after the trucker convoy. Despite the disinformation, the disgusting campaign against freedom.
How many
Trudeau was in a decline.
referendums? Sorry, how many referendum elections did he have or recalls? Because there was one or twice, and he still won the recall.
Again, that's what I'm telling you. So he won in 2015, he won in 2019, he won in 2021. And if he didn't step down in 2024, he would have lost because the Conservatives were like 20 points ahead and everyone hated Trudeau. And surprisingly enough, even the media was against the guy. So even when your state-funded media is against Trudeau, like, you can't get reelected. And that's why he was kind of forced out of his party because he wanted to hold on to power, but like his crowd is like, keep doing that, but we will run our party through the ground. And like there were shenanigans with Carney and like Chrystia Freeland, and they were effective enough to like oust out Trudeau. But again, the 3 times he got elected were before the truckers convoy. So from the get-go, you can tell the interview is not from Canadian people that really follow closely. Like,
No, that's what I didn't like about this part. This part I disagreed with because I'm like, I remember a lot of stuff, and we were like, how would you guys like? Basically, we saw a lot of the policies.
Trudeau was cooked. Like in 2021, he got elected, but I think one of the big factor of the 2021 is the slow decline of the NDP, and most of the NDP crowd went to the Liberals. And the other issue is Erin O'Toole. So Erin O'Toole was the leader in 2021, and he was just before Pierre Poilievre. And the big issue with Erin O'Toole, he wasn't conservative enough. Like, he was center-left, and he was complacent. It was very easy, and basically he sided with the government against the trucker. And I think that was a big nail on the coffin of Erin O'Toole, because not only wasn't right enough, but it was also siding with the government. So yes, he secured more seats than Andrew Scheer, but I think it's mostly because he was able to secure some of the more moderate or some of the I'm tired of Justin Trudeau crowd. Because I think by 2021, there was a faction of people, not enough to throw him out of power, but there was enough people that were tired of Trudeau already. And that's what
They were
happened.
going to replace him. That's when WEF still had a lot of power. I remember they were going to replace him with who was the woman underneath him?
Chrystia Freeland.
And then she didn't prove well enough, I guess.
She was incompetent. Like, she lost in the leadership race against Carney, which is not surprising.
And Carney's just a status quo, because
Yeah.
this is why I disagreed when they got to this part of the interview, because I'm like,
That's
Because
not what happened.
the topic itself was, you'll hear them talk about state power and why people just sided with the state. Does that make sense?
They didn't properly say. Lots of them did, but again, they like the information. They are very outsiders that have that outsider perspective. So let's replay this now that we corrected the misinformation. Let's play this.
The right to speak, the freedom of mobility, and bodily autonomy.
And you say, it wasn't the people, but we have to be honest, Pierre. I mean, Trudeau did get re-elected.
Not after that. No, he was basically, he had to leave office, extremely unpopular. So he did not get reelected after the use of the Emergency Act against the truckers.
Oh, right, but he did.
Yeah.
But I was saying that he did get reelected shortly after the COVID measures and everything like that.
No,
so it's not as if it was totally against the will of the people, is my point.
Yeah, I wouldn't attribute it to that. The Canadian people value their freedoms, and I was very outspoken in favor of individual freedom, not just on the issue of the pandemic, but more broadly on economics, and won a lot of support, so much so that the Liberal Party later then claimed that it was going to adopt many of my policies. So I think the agenda of giving people more freedom, economic freedom through lower taxes, unlocking home ownership and energy and resource development, or personal freedom by letting people speak their minds and have freedom of speech, even when it's politically incorrect. Actually, that agenda is very popular in Canada and around the world, and that's why I've stayed true to it.
Because it's been
that's not why I've stayed true to it. It's one of the. It makes it easier for me to stay true to it. Sorry.
Fair enough, but it's been very disheartening and actually quite upsetting to watch what Canada has become and the trajectory it's gone on. Because as somebody who's from the UK, I've seen the exact same trajectory we're on, and I look at Europe and the same.
See, he is from the UK. The thing about this part is he's talking about the decline, but the thing is Francis is half Venezuelan. He's talking about the decline of how the Liberals gained power in the UK, and we've seen that over it. It started with the whole PC culture way back when, and then in Canada, it's kind of like, call it WEF policies, but also call it a lot of an entire generation who was coerced by liberals.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is interesting because I believe there was a lot of people that believed the truckers were bad. Like, I still believe your truckers are handled like the January 6th people are. They were kept in prison for a while, too.
Yeah.
Thing is happening in Europe, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, why is this? Why are we on this trajectory when, to even the most basic of laymen, it seems like we're heading on a path of self-destruction?
If you look at it, what it really comes down to is this: it's freedom or force. There's a movement to concentrate power, control, money in the hands of bureaucrats, technocrats, and other insiders. Using the state as their mechanism. And that has led to the mass impoverishment of the people across the Western world and an enormous gap between rich and poor. By the way, this is not happening because of free enterprise. It's happening because of the massive interventions of the state to take from the hardworking many and concentrate it in the hands of the few. On the other hand, there's another alternative, which is to give people back more economic, personal, and political freedom through a smaller state and more powerful individuals, families, and communities, and that's the side I'm on.
Well, you're focusing on the narrow economic part of it, but I think what Francis is alluding to is there's
the same thing, though.
Well, is it though? Because there's a cultural and ideological dimension to this as well. Because, say, the policy of net zero, which is just economic suicide, it's the same thing. Exactly
the same thing, because it's being used as a pretext to concentrate money and power in the hands of the state. It is just the latest of the many pretexts that are used to justify taking away everybody's money and giving it to a treasured, privileged few, green grifters. The corporatism of saying, well, we're going to tax all of the energy and we're going to block the resources, and then we're going to take the money and give it to the government, who's going to dole it out to all of these corporate insiders who claim that they are doing something for the environment. When in fact, if you look very carefully, it's all BS. In fact, they have no problem directing much of that money to China, which is opening 2 coal-fired plants a week. So it has nothing to do with the environment. It is entirely a pretext to take from the working classes and give to a small group of insiders through the mechanism of the state. So whether you're talking about the net zero fraud or massive government redistribution schemes, or just an overall growth in the bureaucracy. It is all, or even on the speech side, it's all about concentrating power and money in the hands of fewer and fewer people while taking away the opportunities of the people who actually do the work.
So I will pause here, and I will share some of that Quebec perspective. A lot of Quebecers, unfortunately, they like the nanny state. They like the state to take care of them, take care of the environment. We are not smart enough to do our own decisions. This is deep inside Quebecers. And I said it earlier, it's a big voting bloc. It's 18% of the votes in the seats count. It's 18% of the power in Parliament in Canada. 18. It's like almost 1/5. It has more power than 2 or 3 other provinces together. If we talk about Saskatchewan, Alberta, like even Saskatchewan and Alberta together, they don't arrive at the same number of seats. They have lesser seats. We need like BC and Alberta together to offset the number of seats in Quebec. So because Quebec like the nanny state, this is what we are getting. We are getting a nanny state.
Sorry, it's usually when a state does a lot of benefits, social benefits. Like, you can't really repeal social reform. It's kind of like in the U.S., we're stuck with basically Obamacare, Affordable Health Care Act, without a replacement because it's been pushed, if that makes sense. Up there, it's called social entitlements. Once a society really embraces the idea of social entitlements and they get used to it, they're used to that. It sounds weird. Literally, the irony is, it's not, you call it like a nanny state, but it's more than that. It's kind of like, oh, you can't really work because you have depression. We know people like that. The issue itself is they promise those benefits to the poor. You get free daycare, you get free food stamps. Now, in reality,
but we pay it for our tax, and this is what they don't say.
Oh, no. Right, yes. And that's what I was about to get to.
So, again, Quebec, nanny state, we subsidize everything. In Quebec, there's no free market. And that's why Pierre Poilievre is unpopular, because Quebec doesn't like the idea of free market. Like, we got 2 big companies for, like, internet and phone, and we got a lot of other companies that take shares and that create their own office and all, but we had like Videotron and Bell in Quebec. I suppose that. And our electricity is subsidized by the government. It's crazy. Like, I think Ontario is also similar with Doug Ford in charge, because he's not a true conservative. He is like a liberal in disguise. But again, Quebec is the most subsidized province.
Would you actually say that there was a lot of like in the U.S., we kind of have what is called I'd say it's like the corporate liberal structure. Like, okay, we have Silicon Valley here that largely started pulling a lot of strings. But like you talk about like a lot of these politicians, instead of being lawyers for you guys, they all have housing. They all have these businesses. They all have these like corporate structures that they have been propping up.
Quebec is also the most taxed province. And our ways are awful as well.
Okay, when did the cost of living, far as rent and stuff, start shooting up? What years?
2015.
That's when the affordable, like, you started seeing home ownership drop and all that?
Yeah, because what happened with that, Trudeau came in and he flooded the country with immigration, and the price of houses skyrocket. And we also, at that time, had a Vancouver mayor that was really shitty at his job, that really made rent.
Are you talking about the one on crack?
Yeah.
That was fat crack addict, or like, God, aren't you supposed to be thin? Sorry.
But yeah, that's 2015 because in the Harper era, we had access to housing much easier and it was cheaper. It was affordable back then. And that's also why a lot of old people, they don't realize it's because of the conservative they had such a great life. Anyway, let's play more of that now.
I was going to say, when I was researching for this interview, I was looking at the immigration rates in Canada. It's staggering, just as it is in the UK, just as it is in Germany and other countries. It seems
phenomenon, though, the same phenomenon. Because here again, what happened? A corporate elite was able to drive down wages and drive up rent. Why? They brought in low-wage temporary foreign workers, and they brought in enormous numbers of so-called students. Many of them weren't actually studying, but they ultimately provided a source of low-wage labor and created a major demand for a fixed supply of housing. So the rent went up and the wages went down, and those multinationals that benefited from it, they concentrated even more wealth, while the working classes ultimately got shot out of jobs and homes. So again, it's the same phenomenon, whether you're looking at mass immigration, censorship policies, these net zero schemes, blocking home building, very high taxes, and as the French would call it, dirigiste economics, where the government decides who gets what. All of it has concentrated wealth and power in fewer and fewer hands. And that is why our working class people are understandably and legitimately upset with the state of things. And we have to provide them with a hopeful opportunity and a hopeful way forward that involves opportunity to own homes, have affordable energy, affordable food, start families, raise kids, and live their lives. And then that's the hopeful vision that I'm trying to bring Canadians.
So basically, based on that statement, that response, I think a lot of the big platform points for Pierre Poilievre in the next election will be, let's cut down on immigration so we can get our system under control. Let's bring back the immigration system to the early days of Harper. Because again, in the early days of Harper, we had an amazing immigration system. And I'd even say, as much as I don't agree with Jean Chrétien, he was the big liberal guy between Brian Mulroney and Harper. As much as I don't agree with the guy had strong immigration policies, which wasn't the case with Trudeau. But again, I think...
When did you guys...
Let me finish. I think Pierre Poilievre is trying to say, we will cut down on immigration, not because we are racist, but because it's part of the issues in Canada. We have lower wage because too many cheap workers. We have low housing because it's not affordable. There's too much demand for the supply. That's what's going on.
So when did your policy start? When did the people start opening the sprockets for the people to get in? Like
that was 2014. That was the last year of Harper, because again, he was hoping to get some votes that way because he felt like immigration would be an issue at some point. But the last year under Harper was when things started falling down in terms of immigration.
When did the Indians and the Muslims start flooding into your country?
2015 with Trudeau, but it slowly started with Harper at the end of his mandate.
Okay. And when did they start? That's when they started the open border shift.
Yeah, that's Trudeau. That's all Trudeau.
Okay, so your deal, all right? Because you're like, it's like we still deal with Obama era policies.
Yeah, and again, that's 2015, late 2014.
Poised to be in the position.
Because one of the difficulties that you have in Canada is, to put it bluntly, you've got a brain drain where your brightest and best are consistently leaving for America, where you are essentially stifling growth, entrepreneurialism, and you look at what's happening with America and you see Canada dwindling almost, don't you?
Well, look, it doesn't have to be that way. In 2015, the ultra-liberal New York Times wrote that Canada had the best and the strongest middle class in the world. And people were actually leaving the U.S. to go to Canada. That was 10 years ago. So Wilfrid Laurier, who was our first liberal and our first francophone prime minister, actually said that Canada always had to have lower taxes than the United States because they would have this enormous economic gravitation. The only way to overcome that would be to have lower taxes, faster permits, and more economic freedom. And by the way, for most of the early part of this century, we ranked as more economically free country than the U.S. based on the rankings of numerous think tanks. So we can do that again. We need to repeal all the laws that block our resources in, so that we should have the fastest permits anywhere in the OECD. We should have a policy of generating energy, home building, and food production at a faster rate of growth than the growth in our money supply. And then you will find that we will become the most affordable country in the world. We should be the dirt cheap place to live, because we've got the most dirt to build homes on, to grow food on, and to dig resources from, right? And for 41 million people to share in that enormous endowment, we should be the richest and the most affordable, and we will be when we unlock that potential.
Because
so now the election platform right now is, let's remember the past, because again, the liberals, especially Carney, wants to rewrite the past, but Pierre Poilievre is like, we had great years. Let's bring back that promise. We used to be one of the best places to live at. We had a strong middle class. And again, that was Harper era stuff. And he wants to hammer home that his conservative government will try to bring that prosperity. And the other thing is attacking the liberals in a very subtle way again. He's saying, yeah, the liberals are locking our resources, which is true because they are net zero freak. So we need strong resources. And in that segment, Pierre Poilievre also showed he knows our history with Wilfrid Laurier. And he wants to remember the good old days. And again, maybe he will draw in those liberals voter by showing he knows his history. And that emphasis on the French language was a nudge toward Quebec saying, look, I value French. Because again, Carney doesn't value that. Carney is a globalist. And Pierre Poilievre is the polar opposite of it. At least on what he's trying to platform. So it's fascinating how he is so different. Finger crossed, in the next election, Canada is ready for change. So let's play more of that interview.
when you talk to young people from Canada, they talk about the property situation being even worse than it is in the UK.
That's hard to imagine.
We have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, which is incredible because we have 10 times more land per person than the second closest country, being the US, right? And so why is that? And the answer is that about, depending on where you are in the country, somewhere between a third and 60% of the cost of a new home is government. Taxes, fees, charges, delays, lobbyists, consultants, lawyers that you have to hire to go into building a home. Twice as much money goes to guys in suits to build a Canadian home than goes to guys who swing hammers and lay concrete.
And I'd say BC is
the consequence is that the carpenters who build our homes can't afford to buy them. So we need to get government cost out of housing. And I've proposed zero taxation on home building and massive, powerful incentives and penalties for bad behavior by municipalities that block home building. So you unblock home building and you could have very, very affordable homes everyone could afford to own in Canada if we did that.
Because when I look at Canada, again, I've made this point before, it reminds me of the UK, and I think to myself, this is economically unsustainable, particularly when it comes to your young people. You've got wonderful universities, world-class institutions, but you get your brightest and best who go there, they get trained in engineering, etc. They look around, they see there's no opportunities, they can't buy a house, so they leave for America, and they literally double, if not triple their salaries, and frequently they pay far lower taxes as a result.
And that's exactly what I want to reverse. We have to cut income taxes so that the brilliant kids that come out of Waterloo and Kitchener in engineering can stay in Canada and earn an incredible living or own an affordable house. And we know we can do it. We have so many advantages over the Americans geographically, the landmass we have, the population that we have. We should be the richest and most affordable country in the world, and we can be.
Pierre, and moving to
So now parts of the platform is I will tackle the housing crisis. I will tackle the taxes people pay that are the reason why they leave. And again, Quebec, we choke on taxes. It's crazy. My mom is making like 75K, and she has 2 kids, and she has like aids from the government, and she is at the she's at the margin of poverty. It's crazy. It's crazy to think that way because that shouldn't be like that. It wasn't like that years ago. And again, he doesn't mention that here because that's not in emphasis, but parts of the taxes he will most likely cut is also on food with the industrial carbon tax that the liberals placed. But he kind of mentioned it in previous questions. So that's the platform of Pierre Poilievre right now. Cut the tax, give hope, let's fight for the youth so they can have the Canadian promise, because we can do that. We used to do that. That's the platform right now. Full display.
Politics a little bit. Do you
That being the case, I think we can acknowledge that what happened in Venezuela is very, very different to what is happening in Iran. And what people never really address is that when you get an authoritarian government come into power, as we saw with Venezuela
like
and
this
before that
answer
Iran, what they do is they put in
from him.
and they establish autocratic methods of control.
Right.
So in Venezuela, you get the colectivos. In Iran, you get the Islamic Republican Guard, numbering, I was reading, about 150,000 people. It's not just as easy as removing the Ayatollah. What do you do with the Republican Guard? They're not going to lay down their arms. This is a very, very serious problem.
The IRGC is the single biggest terrorist organization in the world, and then it has a whole series of spawns that it controls remotely. So you're absolutely right. The IRGC, I believe, will have to be dismantled, and they will have to find a new way to set up a security apparatus that reflects a hopefully democratically elected government. But you're quite right. The IRGC will be a very big problem, and
Okay, you cut off the fact. If I didn't explain Francis was half Venezuelan, he asked about why was the regime change when Trump and then did the regime change. Now, flash forward in Venezuela, we put into charge the socialist woman under Maduro. Now, as of recently, the lady will not, the one that won the Nobel Peace Prize, which is the opposition leader, she won't return to Venezuela because she doesn't think she'll be safe. Now,
Makes sense.
this was also in wake of us taking out the Ayatollah, because did you cut off the part where the first they were talking about Canada being the 51st state? We'll find out.
Probably because that leads into TDS, but I will also address that. It's very interesting how Pierre Poilievre has clear stance on things, and it's a polar opposite. That's a contrast to what we will get with Carney, that flip-flops on Iran, and he just follows the vote. Well, Pierre Poilievre is a man of principle, and he says it and shows it right now. He is for democracy.
So if it's not in here, I'll go over it afterwards.
Yeah.
Because his answer was really good. He says it was a joke and was never going to happen. It gives a very different answer.
they need to be destroyed. Frankly, we should have banned them a long time ago in Canada. They are active in Canada. They have something like 700
Yes, the
agents on the
IRGC.
ground. And that's
Sorry to
very.
interrupt. What do you mean they're active in Canada?
There's according to intelligence, they have 700 agents on the ground in Canada. They have former IRGC members have moved to Canada and taken the plunder with them so that they can harass the Persian and Jewish populations in our country. They some of the insane anti-Semitic riots and attacks that we saw against synagogues, etc., I believe in Canada were actually instigated by IRGC by inflaming the population and getting people to carry out these terrible rampages in our streets. So this is a terrible organization that is not just a threat to the Iranian people, but is active around the world. And it is hopefully with the ousting of the regime, we can break that organization as well.
Look, I want that, and we all want a free Iran, a democratic Iran. The problem comes when you remove the leader, you still have the IRGC, and you think to yourself, well, how are they going to get rid of it? Because Trump said in his speech that this is a chance for the Iranian people to overthrow the regime. And you think to yourself, what, you want the Iranian people to go out against 150,000 trained military? I mean, that has a potential to be a bloodbath.
Well, it's already a bloodbath. It was a bloodbath before the president and Israel removed the regime. They were slaughtering the population in the street, and they have been doing that now for years. And the population has been rising up and getting crushed over and over again. So I think what he means now is, well, now the regime that was crushing the population has been removed. The population has to come together and secure a democratic government.
And coming back to
So I pause here because I will address the liberals and the reason why Carney flip-flops. Trump this, Trump that. a lot of the liberals have TDS. Actually, most of them have TDS. Most of my family is TDS. Even my grandma, that talks a lot with me, that's kind of influenced a little bit by what I say, has some kind of TDS. But since we started truly talking politics, because she's open-minded, her TDS has grown a bit smaller. But that's to tell you, like, she is a more believer in Poilievre than the rest of my family. And even her, she has a small TDS. So again, TDS is rampant, and that's why Carney, he cannot never have any wins if he sides with Trump because of the TDS crowd. Even if it's the common sense, and it's kind of ridiculous because some of the TDS actually support tyrants that are taking lives of protesters. This is how bad it has gotten in Canada. It's crazy that someone can stand up and say, oh, the Iranian regime is okay. It's not okay. If you take the lives of your people, you should get overthrown. As simple as that.
So the thing about Francis is very much the whole he's very much in the damn crowd of Trump being an imperialistic power. And that's when I said earlier, if you don't know anything about Francis and what, like, this guy here tries to claim he doesn't have the TDS issue, but he does. He basically does the whole thing of, yeah, progressives want to do regime change and things, right? But look, this guy himself, take it for what it is. Francis is literally doing the concern troll thing because he was losing his shit when they're like, oh, U.S. took Venezuela. You thought we were going to make Venezuela a fucking colony of ours after we took out Maduro. They're like, how could Trump just take out a leader? And he got shit on by his own chat.
That's hilarious. Anyway, let's play more.
To the conversation we were having earlier, and you were very persuasive, actually, I thought, in articulating the idea that almost all the problems that we often focus on are the product of the concentration of power and assets and wealth in the hands of a small number of people who structure society for that purpose. But there's another dimension culturally, which is the kind of self-denigration that has become very popular in the West and is frankly being taught in our schools and colleges and universities en masse now, where young people, young Canadians, young British people are effectively taught a version of their history that inevitably leads to them hating their own country. Do you see that happening, and what can you do about it?
Well, by the way, I think that's also part of the same phenomenon I described earlier, which is that those who want to have more power, what do? You erase history, because then you have a blank slate to write on. You can create something out of nothing. You can say everything, all of the foundations that created our civilization, we've wiped them away, and now I pull out my magic marker and I paint a brand new civilization, which is, if you look at all the literature about dystopia, whether Huxley or Orwell, it involves eliminating the past. But the only way to preserve freedom is to anchor it in history. Our history, for example, goes back to a field about an hour from here in Runnymede, the Magna Carta, the great English liberties that we inherited as Canadians. That is an 800-year-old tradition, an imperfect one. One that started off with a very small group securing their freedom by imposing liberty under the law, but then expanded over 8 centuries to the imperfect state it is today. But without that 800-year tradition, you don't have freedom. So on the other side are those who want to erase all of that so that they can impose their agenda. And
my point is, we've got 2 generations at least. I mean, my generation probably.
I pause here because I want to address that. It's also very different from the liberals, because again, that goes back to them saying we did the right thing with the convoy, and that goes back to say the liberals are about censorship in this current parliament, and this is what's going on. That's why I mentioned Orwell. It's Orwellian, and
Huxley is Brave New World, by the way.
Yeah, and basically Carney is all about control. All about, let's take away your freedoms. You don't have any freedoms anymore. It's a dystopia that Carney wants to implement. While Pierre Poilievre is like, we need to anchor our past with our freedom. We need to link the both. And the platform right now that I'm sharing is a freedom of the individual, a freedom of market, a freedom in every aspect. And therefore, we are the polar opposite of what the liberals have been doing for now 10 years. This is the platform, and this is the very rich answer Pierre Poilievre just delivered. So, again, a lot of these scholars, they actually believe in Orwell because they are kind of stupid, but hey, that's the brainwash in Canada. That's what's going on. And Pierre Poilievre has a clear stand on freedom. He wants people to have freedom. And I like it. I support that. We need more of that. He is a true leader. So let's play more.
Age, our generation, I remember it started to creep through already. Then you look at the generation below us. So you just, I mean, if they went to university, I don't know if you've ever seen that meme of like the people before and after certain drugs, like before weed, after weed, before heroin, after, and then the last one is before college, after college. Yeah. And before college, it's a normal person, and after it's, you know, nose piercings and weird and all of that kind of stuff, right? So that's been the effect. That is the country, if you ever become prime minister, you will inherit, in which young people some young people have been brainwashed into this ideology. I know Jordan's obviously done a lot to try and push back against it.
Yes.
Great Canadian.
Jordan Peterson. Truly a great Canadian.
Yeah, he is a great man. But the fact that he had to is evidence of where your society is. Is that a fair assessment?
No? I think that our young people today are more conservative, more hardworking, and have more common sense than maybe any generation since the Second World War.
Lucky you.
We have the young people in Canada, the ones I meet, they want to start families, own homes, and take responsibility.
Yeah, but the ones you meet, you're a conservative.
No, the ones I meet when I go to a coffee shop and I talk to the barista, or I go to a restaurant and talk to the waitress. I'm not talking about at conservative rallies. I'm talking about it on shop floors and in retail outlets across the country where I meet young people, and they're the ones being held back. We won, by the way, the youth vote. In fact, we have our election body, Elections Canada, runs elections in the high schools. They are mock elections, but all of them participate. Now, some people say, oh, this is trivial stuff. We're talking about like every high school student. We won the high school vote. They voted conservative. Wow. And this is the first time that the high schoolers voted differently than their parents in the general election. And it's on election day. So young people today in Canada, I believe, are grounded in a desire to work hard, to unleash their ambitions. And so I'm actually very optimistic about our upcoming generation.
Well, if I thought that was the case here, I'd also...
And again, that reinforced, that acknowledge the biggest voting base, even in the polls right now, the biggest voting base for the Conservative are the youth vote. And the biggest reason why the Liberals won the last election is because young people, they don't go to vote. And these boomers their lives are ending, that only thinks about securing their houses, well, they vote Liberals. Because they don't care about the housing market, they don't care about immigration, they don't care about wages. A lot of them retired. But this is what's going on. So again, Pierre Poilievre at that point was saying our voting base are the youth, the young people. And I'm not surprised. Outside of like big cities like Montreal or Quebec or Toronto or Ontario, speak to most young people. They are conservative. In some of my circle on the social medias, most of them are in the age bracket between 18 and 34. I got a friend that's like in his late 40s that's also a conservative, but most of them in the 18 to 34 voted conservative. Most of them. There's a few exceptions, but all of these exceptions are in Montreal. But again, the moment you move away from Montreal, the moment you move away from Quebec, the young voted conservative. This is what's going on. It's young versus old. Because I think the young, they realize there's something broken and it won't change by electing the same crowd. That's what's going on.
Be optimistic, but it's not.
It's not. Okay, I don't know a lot of British youth, but
no, you guys are very lucky if that's the case. Yeah. Thing though, and I think you're totally right. Like the upside is unlimited in healthcare and in all sorts of things. There is a thing though, like they've started to do some experiments where they give the AI some information and they say, well, the CEO is having an affair, right? And then the CEO gives an order to shut down the AI for unrelated reason. The AI will blackmail the CEO to not be shut down.
That's AI.
Right? In other
Why are
words,
you
it
bringing
has a
that
survival
up?
instinct.
Wow.
And if something has a survival instinct, that means by definition, its primary interest is not human beings. Its primary interest is survival. There is an existential risk to humanity. It might be very small, but is that something you've thought about at all? I hope more politicians do think about this.
Listen, I've never been blackmailed by AI, so
That's an odd question.
Well, get
That's
ready.
an
It's coming.
experiment.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, these are the kinds of things we have to think about, and what happens if and when they take a life of their own. But I don't have the ability to extrapolate that far into the future. But you've given me something to think about.
Fair enough. No, it's just a new thing, but I think it's going to happen so much faster than people think.
So the reason why I clipped that is because people will tend to disregard it because it's so different from the rest of the interview. But I wanted to highlight that moment because we had an authentic response. Pierre Poilievre didn't give a word salad to tell you something, just said, I don't know about that, so I cannot really talk about it. So that was a blunt, honest moment. And guess what? That kind of authenticity is nowhere to be found with Carney or any of the liberals. It's all about big things. It's all about lies, big speech. It's all about pretending to know everything. And did Pierre Poilievre play that game? No. So I think it's also a big change from the Pierre Poilievre we used to have because he would follow what's trendy. And what was trendy? You know everything. You're the best. Here we just had a truthful moment of him learning something. And I like it. I like it. So that's why I wanted to highlight that. It's because it just shows authenticity, something we lack in Canada. And we need that kind of leadership to be taken seriously from the world stage and all of that jam. So before I play, I will address that comment. So virtually every one of my daughter's friends are far right and NDP and Libs. The 50 to 25 know the problems with Canada more than I did at their age. And you're right, Doberman. You're right. And I will share my experience. As I was growing up, I think I was quite center-left. I was never far-left because I always thought environment stuff was kind of stupid and too abstract. And I always thought it was a distraction more than anything else. But I was always center-left. But when I was 15 years old, I was tapped out. I wasn't following politics at all. And even when I started college, I wasn't following politics. And again, 2015, I will be blunt and honest. I was still at school at that point. I was also working part-time. But I didn't realize socialist what it does because I never really had a big check that was really gutted. So I didn't realize that. And back then, I was like, you know what? The NDP looks cool. Let's redistribute the wealth. But I was naive, and I was brainwashed that was center-left back then because I was at school, and school are brainwash institute. So 2015, I actually voted for freaking Jagmeet Singh because I always hated the liberals. So I was like, you know what? I vote Jagmeet Singh. And throughout the years, I realized, damn, I pay too much tax. Maybe it's because of the liberals and the NDP. And 2019, I voted for the first time conservative because I really liked Andrew Scheer, and I was a bit more in tune with what was going on in politics. But like 2019, I was in my 20s, early 20s. So that's when I started being awake. So again, 15 years old me, I had no clue what was going on. So it's fun to hear your bits of information there. The information age is the death of leftists. You know what?
No,
That's
I
true.
disagree with that, though. Nope. Lucifer, we both know this better. We've been in the same circles. No, they controlled a lot of the media for the longest time. You can give kids the ability to understand information,
But we have
But the
independent media.
but
That's
the TikTok generation still largely goes towards Democrats and goes towards liberals and progressives.
in
Because
the USA.
I will be honest, it's probably global.
I don't think it's like that in
Because your media
in Canada.
literacy-
Like my brother is 16, and he's always on TikTok, and he is actually conservative. And I was shocked. I was like, "Bruh, you know more about what's going on than when I was your age." I was kind of shocked.
Well, there's not a lot of conservatives on TikTok, though. I will be honest.
Yeah, but anyway, let's play more of that.
And I hope politicians start to think about it a little bit more.
Because one of the challenges I think politicians face, and we saw that when with Zuckerberg when he was being interrogated by US politicians, is that you were listening to the US politicians interrogate Zuckerberg, and you go, "Oh, you don't understand tech." And the concern for a lot of people is the knowledge is concentrated in the hands of a very small amount of the population, and really we need politicians who are across this just as much as the tech industry, if not more, really.
I agree, because otherwise it's a black box, and for all but those who control it. And so we have to diffuse the knowledge, and we have to know more about what it's going to do.
Yeah, well, you will need to. But coming back to this central theme of our conversation, which I think you've articulated, as I say, very powerfully, how do you wrestle control back from the people who've established this gigantic bureaucracy, who have all the corporate structures that benefit them? How do you actually get to the point where that is no longer the case, and your country, our country, is no longer about serving the interest of a very small group of people at the top?
Well, you have to activate everybody else. You have to get you have to provide hope to everyone else that life can be so much better than it is right now for them. And that's why we've focused in our party in the last several months, particularly on a hopeful message, because we don't want is people to become despondent and detached from the political process. You know, if they don't show up, then they will be governed only by those who do. So I've asked myself, how do I go and get the mill worker in Thunder Bay to become politically active so that he can own a home and double his pay and, you know, continue to enjoy his hunting rifles and his pickup truck and the things that make his life great. That's one of the political challenges for those of us who are trying to give power back to the people, is to get the people engaged to take it.
But isn't also the challenge going to be that you've got to change a culture? Because I think it was around 40% of Canadians are employed in government jobs. And I was talking to a friend of mine, he was saying, look, for a lot of Canadians, that's the dream, because you get a cushy government job, you're not going to have to work as hard, and that means, you know, that you've got life on easy street. Now, maybe that's an unfair way of putting it, but I've heard that from more than one person, to be fair.
I think he's honest, and I can see that being Ontario or Quebec, because that's true. Quebec has crazy number of like government jobs or public servants, so he's making a very fair points there. I can see that. So let's hear about the answer.
I don't know if I would say that's true. In Canada today, the problem I see is that people are working extremely hard. They're running nonstop, but there's so many obstacles in their way. If you're a young person, you want to buy a home. Well, they're not building them. You know, we build fewer homes today than we did in the 1970s. Why is that? Not because we don't have carpenters who want to swing hammers. It's because you can't get a permit to build a home. Go to Western Canada. The people who are unemployed in Western Canada in the trades, it's not because they don't want to work. It's because the government has blocked them from working in the energy sector. So, you know, I don't see the population as being a problem at all in Canada. I think the problem in most Western countries that are in this challenge is governments. It's not the people.
I don't know how much you followed this in other countries, and I wonder if it is an issue in...
The party has remained unfractured. We are one party. We haven't fractured into numerous parties. And our focus has been on giving people, driving their political energies towards a hopeful future rather than just being upset about the status quo. And very simply, the antidote to anger is hope. Because if you say to people, yes, you're not happy with where you are, but this is where we could be. And wouldn't this be wonderful? Wouldn't it be great if you could own a home, raise a family, chart your own course, live a great life, launch a business? And I've tried to keep people focused on that optimistic, forward-looking possibility. And I think that is the antidote to the problem you described.
Yeah, and I thought your apple eating video was perfect illustration of people trying to drag you into the negative.
Oh my God, that was strange. When my staff were there witnessing this, no one thought that this was a moment of any kind.
Really?
No, like we buried it like 7 minutes into a 15-minute video that we thought no one was going to watch, with me just sort of wandering around talking to people in an orchard, and somehow this thing blew up. So it was when people came to me weeks later and said they had seen a video of me eating an apple, I didn't even remember what they were talking about. But it's funny how social media
Oh no,
behaves.
that was a great moment in internet history. Pierre, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
We're going to ask you some questions from our supporters.
Sure.
Many Canadians have written in with their questions.
Sure.
Before we do, though, the last question we ask all our guests is, what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be as a society, as a culture?
What's your stance on the Alberta independence movement, and how do you feel about Quebec?
One thing we're not talking about, I think, is the biggest cause of economic injustice, which is monetary inflation. I think it has been the single biggest wealth transfer away from the working class. And it has been a phenomenon in all of the Western world, with the possible exception of Switzerland. And it is, we're creating cash at 6 times the rate that we're building homes. And that is inflating the cost of everything. It's taking from wage earners and savers and concentrating money in the hands of a very small group of insiders.
And is that why it's happening, you think?
It is exactly why it's happening. Yes, it's very simple. If you mentioned apples, right? If you had an economy with 10 apples and $10, it's $1 an apple. If you double the number of dollars to 20, but you still only have 10 apples, it's now $2 an apple.
No, what I mean is the reason it's happening is that for the same reason you've said everything else, is it benefits a small number of people?
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think that it's so, if you're a politician and you want to spend money you don't have, what's the easiest way to do it? Is it to raise everyone's taxes? Go out and say, well, we're going to, politician says they're going to raise the sales tax by 3 points, or why not just print the money? It has the exact same effect, but no one realizes because it's way too complicated for even people who are extremely intelligent to understand. And so that is the original cause. But then there are all these secondary beneficiaries at the top, and then the great masses of victims at the bottom who pay for it.
By the way, Michael, I did segmented that full interview into parts that I considered were very important. And you're welcome, my friend. And if you look at the description of the stream, you will find the link of the full interview if you want to see more. Now, I did pause here because I want to address something. As much as I like Pierre Poilievre's response right now, I think it's a good response. I think the only improvement I could see is him bringing back the emphasis on the separatists in Quebec and Alberta. Because by experience, I know Pierre Poilievre understands why Quebec and Alberta wants to separate. He understands far better than Carney because he lives in Canada. He understands Canadian. Carney doesn't. So I think he had a missed opportunity to talk about the separation movement. So basically, Quebec wants to separate because they want to preserve French. Quebec wants to separate because even them are very flooded by immigration and they don't like it. That's the only stance Quebec has that's right-leaning. Anything else is far left with Quebec, but immigration is something Quebec takes seriously. So they want a better immigration. So again, I think the Quebec folks, they are brainwashed because most of Quebec here voted Liberals in the last election. And they don't realize it's the Liberals that flooded the market with immigrants. And again, if you go in Montreal or Quebec, we are all pro-immigration because it's far left. But the moment you leave the big cities in Quebec is the moment you realize most people, they want smart and integrated immigration, not whatever Trudeau and Carney are doing for now 11 years. Now, Alberta, it's obvious Ottawa has been telling them what to do and they've been blocking their resources, and yet Alberta still needs to pay crazy equalization payment. So equalization payment is basically money from resource-rich province to resource-poor or underused province. So a lot of Alberta money goes to Ontario, Quebec, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, even BC. But yeah, that's why Alberta is pissed, because they cannot prosper in Canada. The Liberals don't want them to prosper. And the other idea is Alberta is the most conservative in the bunch. They have 37 seats, and 35 of these 37 are conservative. And the other two, there's one NDP, one Liberals. So again, Alberta wants to separate to keep control over the immigration. Alberta wants to separate because they want to be master of their own destiny, something Ottawa doesn't like. And again, Carney will never address that. Carney probably knows it because he's a smart guy, but he doesn't care because he's not a Canadian. Just like what you said, Michael, it's true. He just pretends to be. That's true. Brenton cannot become the rest of Canada. I agree. I will be honest, Quebec is kind of lucky. Even if we are flooded with immigration, because of our specific laws, it's mostly French-speaking people. It has changed over the years, but it's mostly French-speaking people. So most of the African and Asian, they actually end up in Quebec. So when you look at Ontario, it's mostly Indian. When you look at Quebec, it's mostly black folks with a small percent of Indian. If Alberta becomes a country, I will sell my own and move back. I'm with you, Michael. If they separate, that's the country of the free, and this is where I will be going to leave or live with my wife. My wife and I see us living in a free Alberta. And I've seen a lot of people are saying, oh, don't wait, fight with us. It's like, bruh, I want you to separate, but I think it's a lost cause because a lot of Albertans, they want to stay in Canada even if they don't like how Canada treats them. They are proud Canadian despite all of that. So I think you will fail the referendum. It's sad, but I think that's what's going on. And that's why I don't want to move there only to be disappointed. Because if Alberta stays, it's pointless to move there. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. If they stay, they will be victims of the same laws. But I'm with you, man. I move there if Alberta separates.
And I think it is the single biggest wealth transfer in modern history. And almost no one notices it because it is a sleight of hand. It is an optical illusion that is very difficult to detect.
Well, it's become a lot easier to detect now when countries like the UK and the US are running debt at high levels on their GDP. Do you think that music is going to stop at some point?
It has to, because one of two things will happen. Either they'll start printing and cause inflation crises that provoke enormous upheaval, or they will, that they don't print, then their bond yields will start to rise to points that they can't actually make their payments. One of those two things is going to happen if they don't get their spending under control.
So you have an inflationary crisis or you have a fiscal crisis. Right?
Exactly, one of the two, and they've chosen inflation over a fiscal crisis now, and that is why the money printing has been so rampant. The deficits are enormous, and the only way to deal with them, the only easy way for politicians to deal with them is to print money and rob people's buying power, but eventually people will get fed up, and they won't be able to do that, and the music will stop.
So how do you, if you become prime minister, how do you actually deal with this? Because if you've got an economy and a society that's basically got used to the fact that you print money that you don't have to spend on things you can't afford, you are then, evil dad who comes in and says, no, we can't spend money on this, no more candy for you, no more this for you. You're going to be there for one term.
Well, the people aren't getting this so-called candy. They're the ones paying for it, right? As Jefferson said, the government is taking from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. The people are paying the price. This is why people can't eat food, can't eat beef anymore. That's why you used to be able to own a house and pay off a mortgage in 7 years on a single income. A welder could buy a house, raise 4 kids, and pay off his mortgage in 7 years. And now a lawyer and an accountant can't buy a house in 20 years, even get the down payment. So there's no candy for the people. It's only been a candy for a small group at the top. And how do you stop it? You need to shrink the size and cost of government so that there's no longer a need to print money. That means cutting bureaucracy, consultants, corporate welfare, handouts to phony refugees, foreign aid. We have to cut all those things. And yes, it will take backbone to do it, but I have that backbone.
Argentina has been doing that. And it takes years. I think now it's like the 3rd year.
But Argentina started to have problems recently, though, mostly.
Yeah.
The thing about printing money, okay, it's called being good on your debts. Now, if your debt to GDP ratio becomes so bad that you cannot service your debt, that's when you start becoming bad. That was a lot of problem with the policies of the IMF funds as well as the World Economic Forum policy, they would lend it. Let's assume your GDP is not meeting it. US, yes, we're hurting it, but like we want to take us off the world off the petrodollar. That's basically the dollar standard, basically. This thing, it works because we're still good for our debt. Now, if you're like Japan that has lied about their debt bubble, but when their stuff bursts, it's pretty bad. That's why that current prime minister is trying to change that. Now, Canada, your stuff is not making it. You guys have a staggering amount of debt to GDP, which is breaking. US has it. We're not really printing our way out of it. Versus, yes, Trump is not cutting government spending, if that makes sense. Budgets are still going up, but this is the issue itself. You got to spend within your means. Basically, we're working on a continuing resolution. We're almost amidst another shutdown. Democrats already said children lost SNAP because of it. Because this is the thing about it. That was because of the fact that it was being extended by people because it was a government benefit. But they go, we're going to defund DHS, which is doing ICE. Long story short is, yes, if you're good for your debt, but once your debt to GDP ratio is like 30%, and you're so much what you're making goes to service your debt, that's when your nation becomes bad.
Interesting. So let's play more of that.
Follow us to triggerpod.co.uk where we ask Pierre your questions. Trump's running commentary obviously angered a lot of Canadians. How much anti-American sentiment do you think will subside when he goes?
So before we get into the bridge interview, I'll ask you, do you want to address any other question that
found the ones? I
over?
think the thing on the AI, I don't think that's as important.
But again, if I brought this up, it's to show the different side of Pierre and to show how different he is from Carney.
Okay, now here's the thing about the AI thing. The AI stuff is not necessarily if you don't know anything, and Lucifer, I'm surprised you didn't know anything about trigonometry. I have a love-hate relationship with these people because these types are.
I think trigonometry has good takes and bad takes.
Francis clearly has saying he doesn't have any. The thing about Caston, or you call him Kissin, well, KIS, I believe is his first name, because I can never remember it. He is an interesting individual. He himself, not that he has TDS, he has a lot of stuff like he hates the way. Like when he talks about, I don't know if you cut it down, when he talked about the effect of regime change under the Bush years.
Yes, I did cut it.
He basically said that is the anti-neocon philosophy that spawned a lot of liberals and eventually got into a lot of progressives. Because it's like, oh, you don't want to be a war hawk, right? But when he asked him, he goes, his wife was chuckling because isn't his wife like half Venezuelan or something?
Yeah.
And clearly it's like, you're doing something correct. And it's not like because a lot according to him is we're just toppling a leadership every month. No. If you haven't seen what's happened with Iran as an example, we took out the Ayatollah and some of their leaders. They're instantly having arms and a military launching ready-made missiles from all around the things. They're attacking the UAE. They're launching into Syria. They're launching stuff into Turkey. We went after them because they were a security threat.
Yeah, and they were about to get nuclear.
Well, no, they weren't close enough, I think, to nuclear. People have forgotten that they were about to, like, they're just basically launching little mini wars now that, and the thing goes, why don't we take out the IRGC? We didn't take out the IRGC because, I mean, granted, if we took out the IRGC headquarters, you do own that revolution. You own it. The problem itself, back in 2008, Obama could have backed free elections.
Yeah, by the way, just before we get into the bridge interview, I will say one last thing to tell how brainwashed Canadians are. I heard stories of Canadians that have TDS that strongly believe the USA will invade us. And what they were doing, they were asking some of the conservative folks, can you teach me how to use a gun so I can defend my property?
By the way, Lucifer, we don't want Cuba. The thing about this,
but did you heard what I said?
Yes, I did.
It's crazy.
You know, like, here's the thing
crazy.
about here's the thing when you're talking about like what we were doing. Like, I've seen people say we're gonna do all this stuff with, like, see, with Venezuela as an example, we're going to reinvest against our own thing. I'm saying we're going to do this for ourselves and the world. We're going to reinvest to rebuild their oil infrastructure that they trashed, basically the cartels and everybody else who's controlled that nation. About $1 billion plus. Yes, the oil companies are going to do it so you can get crude out of the country and give them an economy. But when we did that change, we just took out Maduro. I had to explain something why we took out Maduro. Maduro was being a puppet of China. He was being...
Iran is also a puppet of China.
Well, here's the funny thing about Iran. Iran, you would think Iran's oil was going both to China and Russia. Now, Russia is still dealing with...
And then Russia fueled the Ukraine war, and yet we got these leftists that are pro-Ukraine that are like also pro-Iran, even if Iran helped Russia.
See, the thing about a lot of when he talks about the intervention, now Canada, right, you're not really doing anything on that front. And people think as well that, I don't know if it was a gotcha on Poilievre. The issue itself is they want to say that Trump is an imperial expansionist. No. The trick about this is, yes, it is bold to take out the Ayatollah, but there's more reasons why we did it.
Yeah.
I went into it.
I think security is the biggest factor.
It's not the nukes. It's as much as the fact alone, if you notice it, China hasn't really come after us or said anything.
They're not powerful enough. That's why.
No, it's not. No, they are powerful enough. Here's the trick. If you're going, because if you want to joke, they went to the UN saying we were bullying them, the human rights people. And we're like, oh, yeah, no, you were throwing gays from buildings. You were killing women and children. Just prior to this, during the Olympics, you were killing protesters. Because, see, back in 2008, Obama, or back then, he could have backed a revolution or the Green Party back then that could have got free elections. He chose not to. Trump decided to go ahead. But we are just letting that country stay as is. We're not putting boots on the ground. We're waiting to see what happens. Because it's going to get... The problem with the IRGC, even Poilievre said, they're in Canada, they're in the US, they're in Europe. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard are not just a paramilitary arm. They are a global sponsor of terrorists. They give weapons to Hamas. They give weapons to all known terrorists. You could say the US does this too. But they are a known funder of them.
So, I guess now this is the segue. So,
yes.
The bridge. I found that interview by accident because, again, I like Pierre Poilievre a lot. I think he's probably the best conservative we had since Brian Mulroney. And I don't even know that much Brian Mulroney. I just know his impact with the free Kuzma and the USMCA shenanigans. It's because of Brian Mulroney, and I also know like it was the last prime minister we had that was pro-life when we could still run on that kind of stuff in Canada. But anyway, I think Pierre Poilievre is amazing, and I found that interview by accident. And basically, Peters from Peters Manbridge, the host of that interview right now on the right side, bald guy with gray hairs. He is basically a former CBC Global News political entertainer, because I don't think he's a journalist, and even in his philosophy and his way of framing stuff, he is another of these far left lunatic that will stand by the liberals and that will fuel the propaganda. So that's the guy. And just like the triggernometry, I did cut off a lot of things. I will basically tell what I did cut off on that one. So what I did cut off is mostly the rinse and repeat narrative that the that Pierre Poilievre caucus is fractured and there's issues with the leadership, and did he reflect on anything? Um, each time a journalist or a political commentary guy or girl bring this up, it's obvious they don't think for themselves. They just spread the narrative. And maybe some of them do think that, but they think it because they heard it so many times from others. It's not like someone that came to that conclusion because they are smart and because that's their conclusion. It's really because that's a popular narrative that just floats around.
Um,
It's easy to throw around. So I did caught up a lot of part about Pierre Poilievre leadership.
there is a thing, and this has been happening. It's not just nationalist, a resurgence of nationalism. See, one of one of the biggest threats people have said to the world is not socialistic governments or fascist governments as much as illiberal governments. Now, the big deal about a lot of stuff you'll find is you're finding out, like what's with Carney. Carney himself, what did he say at Davos? He said
Let's team
that
up with the small and
he was talking about not establishing what, if you know anything about the liberal world order as it stood, it's been in
yeah.
place for years. He's talking about the other ones and the other. He is literally talking about doing the global apocalypse of changing.
Yeah.
Like
So yeah, to get back to this, so I
Yes.
cut off a lot of the leadership questions because they are redundant. Everyone has brought this up, and I think Pierre Poilievre navigates these questions very well. And I think it's kind of pointless to really go through that kind of question. So I did want to mention that because again, the full interview is it's far longer, and that one, because it was shorter than the trigonometry, I'd say I probably kept 50%, but again, the 50% that's missing, it's like what I consider irrelevant. But even if I consider it irrelevant, if you like the interviews with Pierre Poilievre, I suggest all of you to really go watch that and spread the message, because I think by going at trigonometry and by going at the bridge, I think Pierre Poilievre tries to reach out to potentially people that don't necessarily vote conservative. And if they really want to get to know Pierre, I think these two interviews we covered tonight are great, with great questions and great moments and great response. I think Pierre Poilievre is amazing. And again, I said it several times. I am a conservative voter since 2019. I voted Scheer, and if it wasn't a nightmare to vote during COVID in 2021, I would have probably voted Erin O'Toole even if I didn't like the guy and I thought it was a very weak uh, leader, if you can call it that way. I think I would still have voted conservative, but 2025, obviously, I voted conservative because I'm a proud conservative. So it's a big bias I have, but let's get out of the way and let's bring the bridge interview. And just like the trigonometry, we will wait until the full answer after the question is given to really commentate and speak about what was said. So let's get into it.
Mr. Poilievre, I appreciate you being here today. It's good to talk to you, and it was a big day for you, a big speech. We're literally doing this a few minutes after you gave your speech on your vision for the future of Canada-U.S. relations. There's a lot in the speech. I encourage Canadians to read it. I just want to talk to you about one area of it, really. It's kind of in general terms. What separates your vision for the future of Canada-U.S. relations with Mark Carney's vision?
Well, there's a couple things. One, I believe that we need to be stronger at home so that we have a leverage abroad. So what does that mean? We're dealing with a president, but ultimately a country that respects leverage, and we need to maximize what leverage we have going into any review discussion on CUSMA. So what do we have as leverage? There's the obvious, we're the second biggest customer for the Americans, but there's much more that makes us unique. One, we represent the biggest share of airspace in the hemisphere. We have 10 of the 12 NATO-defined critical minerals that would be necessary if, God forbid, the world went back to war. We have the fourth biggest supply of energy, and we have the capacity to rebuild our military to the mutual prosperity of both of our countries. Now, how do we leverage that? Well, we need to unlock our resources. I would repeal all the anti-development laws that the government has built up so that we can rapidly mine these minerals. And then I would set up a strategic mineral and energy reserve, access to which for the Americans would be dependent on their providing us tariff-free trade over our border. Second, I would say to the Americans that we are going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars buying armaments and military technology over the next several decades, and the amount we spend south of the border will be contingent on tariff-free access to the United States. And finally, we need to, by unblocking our way to the coasts, we give ourselves the ability to sell our oil and gas and other resources overseas, which gives us optionality so that the Americans are no longer a captive. We're no longer a captive supplier to the Americans. All those things will give us a leverage, and I would use that leverage to negotiate my singular objective, which is that we have tariff-free access to the States while remaining a sovereign economy and country.
And you think that leverage could do that?
So, let's get into that answer. So, it's really a plan. Let's use our resources as leverage. The USA want oil. The USA want minerals. The USA want this and that. We all have it. But the liberals regime, they don't want to use it. Because then that means free market. Then that means they lose control over where's the wealth is being transferred to. And the liberals, they don't like it. It's been a long time since the liberal was actually a liberal. Now the liberals are socialists. Now the liberals want control over every aspect of everyone's life. So I think the big difference between Pierre Poilievre and Carney, and that's the best way to summarize, is Pierre Poilievre wants to deal with the USA, while Mark Carney doesn't want to, because its base hates the USA. And not only that, but it's also very good at the polls. And I think there's also something that's not really looked at, but maybe it's something to think about. I think they are in a pacing contest where Mark Carney thinks of himself more than he thinks of Donald Trump. Even if in front of the camera, he pretends to respect the guy. I think in Carney minds, because Carney is one of the banker, one of the elitists, he is superior to Trump. And out of spite, he doesn't want to deal with Trump because Trump represents what he hates, a populist government, someone that wants the people to have the power. Well, the banker, Carney, as much as we will say, oh, he's a liberal, no, he is not. But hey, let's keep going that way. As much as he is a liberal, he doesn't want the people to be in charge of their lives. He wants to tax the people. He wants to make sure the industries that use carbon enrich Brookfield and make the regular people the working class, poor. And again, Pierre Poilievre in the previous interview was speaking about the working class, the transfer of wealth. So again, Pierre Poilievre is really the polar opposite of what we've been having for now 11 years. And people should wake up, because a lot of people realize Canada is no longer what it used to be. Why is that? We keep voting the same crowd. And that crowd doesn't want Canada to be Canada. They want Canada to be China. And also, I think the way Carney has been acting toward the USA, I think Donald Trump, from his angle, is Canada is a joke. They cannot be taken seriously. They cannot be trusted, because India and China have so much control over Canada, the political landscape. And I think Trump also realizes we are globalists. We elected a globalist out of TDS. So I think Carney, or I should say, I think Trump and his administration, they realize Canada under the Liberals is not an ally. And I think they also realize, because of the interview with Jamel Giovanni and all, I think they realize Conservative might be better for Canada. So if we can get out the Liberals out of office, maybe Trump will be more open, because now he will deal with an administration that seemingly wants to work with the USA. While the liberals, the liberals, as much as they will pretend, they lie. They don't want a deal, because a deal would offend a lot of their voter base. A deal would mean more prosperity to the people here and to the people in the USA. And it goes against the bankers' value, where people will starve and the elite will be in charge. That's really the book Values that Marxist Carney has written. It's disgusting. It's sickening. Let's play more.
Tariff-free.
That's the goal. You start with the most ambitious possible goal. I don't know why the Carney government is conceding or waving the white flag in accepting that there will be permanent and unfair and unreciprocated American tariffs on Canadian goods. I would rather go to the United States and say, look, these are the things that you need, that we have, and you're only getting them if we get what we want, which is we want to be able to sell our products into the biggest and most lucrative economy the world has ever seen.
Now, there's another area that you made pretty clear in your speech that you fundamentally disagree with Mark Carney, and that's over China. What is the issue there? What is the problem? Carney says there's a rupture in the relationship with the U.S. Part of the way of making up for that is opening the doors to China. You don't agree with that. Why not?
It's not that I object to opening the doors to talking trade and diplomacy with China. We should be talking with everybody. The Chinese make up a magnificent civilization, and there's a lot that we can benefit from each other, but there's just no way that we should proceed with a permanent rupture with our biggest customer that buys 3/4 of our exports and our closest neighbor in favor of what Mr. Carney calls a strategic partnership for a new world order with Beijing, a regime that Mr. Carney himself said was the biggest threat to Canada only a year ago. So if we have to choose, our bigger customer, we sell 20 times more to the Americans than we sell to China. And that is not going to radically change overnight. So we cannot sacrifice our relationship with our biggest customer in favor of a tenuous and risky partnership for a new world order with the regime in Beijing.
So that response there is for all of the voters that are pragmatic. It will try to siphon that away from Carney, because it's only fact. He's like, you know what? Let's talk numbers. We do more money with the USA. We should continue in that way. It's pragmatic. It's fact. It's exactly what's going on. We shouldn't be working with China that are more far away and that are actually dangerous to our people. The Communist Party of China is dangerous to Canada. Not the Chinese people, of course, but the Chinese government is hostile. And it's only pragmatic and logic to say, you know what? Let's distance ourselves from China. And I think it's the way to do it.
See, if he came to... Like, here's the thing. If he came... The problem is Carney. Carney came in with, I'm not saying what he thinks is a mandate. Now, let's assume hypothetically that TDS is law of the land or very popular in Canada. Now, take this into account and remember that he is running as a status quo, and liberal people are like, because your liberal party is this remnant of a lot of the ones we have. They're not working with Trump here. As I said, they're willing to shut down the government and then blame Republicans for basically the children losing snaps. They go, oh, children are going to lose their people. They're going to, but that's not us. That's them. They're not going to work with it. You look up at Canada as an example, that he believes he got a mandate to stick his finger and say, fuck you to Trump. That's the trick. The TDS is up there is very, very strong. The thing about it is, Poilievre got compared to being like, oh, he'll just side with Trump. So a lot of people were like, we're not going to vote for it. I didn't think Poilievre would just roll over for Trump, but if he thinks he's going to get tariff-free trade, I'm going to be honest with Trump, you'll get a large majority of your stuff without tariffs, but it ain't going to be 100% free because Trump is about trade and free balance.
Yeah. But again, a lot of the brainwashed, they said what you said. Oh, I don't think Pierre Poilievre is the guy who would roll over. It's kind of funny because what did Carney do so far? Rolling over. So what if we try to be pragmatic and say, you know what? Carney, what are the results after almost a year? No New Deal, no relief, still the tariffs. Get out of the way and let's try something new. But I think it's too smart for a lot of the emotional voters out there. So, Pierre Poilievre idea there was trying to reach out to some of the moderates, some of the swing voters with the response he just gave. And that's what he needs to do in interviews like that.
You reject that term, the New World Order, in today's world.
Well, I think that the world is always in a state of change, but there are some things that will remain the same. We can't get a realtor and move to another part of the world. America will always be our next door neighbor. Again. And the United States has by far the biggest economy and military the world has ever seen. And they buy 3 times as much of our goods as the rest of the world combined. The other thing that happily will not change is that Americans like us. The average American, according to the polling data by Abacus Data, a Canadian polling outfit, 2/3 of Americans have a very strong and positive view of Canada. So as I said in my speech, whether it's the miner in West Virginia or the farmer in Montana, the engineer in California, they actually like Canada. They want to buy our stuff and they want to work with us. And they're going to be around a lot longer than any one president. So let's not make short-term decisions to rupture that partnership because of what we hope will be a short-term dispute.
Okay.
So there's a trend here with Pierre Poilievre response. Always blame regimes and not people. And I think it's very good. And that's a way to maybe make some of the swing voters think about it and say, you know what? Maybe common sense is there in thinking, let's not blame Americans, let's blame Trump. Let's embrace America. Trump won't be around forever. And that was kind of the same idea with the Communist Party of China. They are a danger to Canada, but it's not the Chinese people. It's the regime again. And that's also reflected very well in the attacking platform of the Conservatives saying, it doesn't matter who's the liberal, they're all the same government, they're all the same crowd. And if you really look into a pragmatic way, it's facts. Most of the ministers in the Carney cabinet were in the Trudeau cabinet. Most of the MPs are from both administrations. Most of the bills and laws are resurrecting bills and laws from previous parliament under Trudeau that didn't make up to law. So this is what's going on. It's a question of who's in charge. And I think it's very important to highlight that and to speak that, because it's the truth. It's what's going on. Never blame the people.
I mean, and he's talking about redoing, what is it, Cusca, right? That's the
Kuzma, yeah.
Kuzma. That's like the big. I don't think Trump's going to screw you guys over on that. The problem with Carney is Carney every single time has tried. He doesn't come to us with a deal. He just.
Because he doesn't want to deal.
That's the thing. The thing about the Neo, or like he called it the New World Order, the problem is, remember I said about there is a thing called a liberal world order that's been in place. He's talking about bucking the system. Now, Carney is trying to be I think, a very interesting remnant. People don't realize this. He's like, oh, I'm going to stick my thumb up at my middle finger at the Americans, and then he's not going to do anything in retaliation. We're not going to invade you. We're just, look, Trump's going to be brutally honest. Every time he's come to the U.S., he's set like a glorified, like, armchair here. It sounds weird, but that's what he's been doing. He'll come over here and he'll go and said he gets a deal. One of the people I said, he said he wasn't laughed at Davos. He didn't get laughed at versus even Davos said, the people at Davos and technologists were like, you're not creating conditions that we can come there. You're not doing stuff. And granted, maybe it's because overall the WEF stuff as like position has left, and you're starting to see the Chinese come in a little bit to fill that gap in. And it's very easy. Now, Trump is playing a more dangerous game of, I do say this, it's not with Canada, but you can't really, Trump's trying to negotiate with them in a way, but they're choosing not to. So whatever happens might be on Carney. And if the deal comes up, Trump is about balancing global trade with the U.S. Tariffs to make money to put back into general funds. China to fix the China trade imbalance, if that makes sense.
It does, and now let's play more.
We'll probably get to a little bit of that in a moment in terms of of Trump himself. But fact is, those same people that you just listed off are many of the same people who elected him for a second time to the presidency, knowing what he was thinking on tariffs and other things. But let me put it this way: this question. There seems to be a fundamental difference between the way you look at the path forward with the negotiations with the U.S. and the way Carney looks at the path forward. Should there be a new election in the country to determine whose vision is the one that Canadians agree with? That, they should have, you should, or he should have a new mandate to go into these negotiations.
Well, Mr. Carney was elected on exactly that mandate last time. He said that the reason he was calling the election 10 months ago was to get a mandate to negotiate a deal with the Americans.
But certain things have changed since then. It has been a year. And you're much stronger as of today on your position on this and the way you're detailing it. And I'm just wondering whether you think an election is necessary at this point before the heavy lifting goes on in these negotiations.
I don't. I do think that we should work together as parties. And that's why I've made the offer to Mr. Carney that we would set up an all-party committee that would create a united effort on behalf of the whole country to fight for Canada in the United States and in any other market. I think that being united will be a real force going forward. We have disagreements, but I think all parties agree that we want tariff-free access to the United States. There might be disagreements about how likely it is to achieve them or how to go about it. But on that core fact, there is an agreement. We also agree on the sacrosanct nature of the Canadian sovereignty, that we need to protect our country and its distinctiveness. The disagreement right now is on getting it done. And my main criticism of Mr. Carney is that in 10 months, he hasn't really done very much. There's been lots of announcements and papers signed and ceremonies held, but not actual results. And I think it'd be better for us to see some results for him than to spend $500 million on an election less than a year after the last one.
You respect Mr. Carney?
So that's a funny question. So before we get into that response, I will address what he just said in the last 2-ish minutes. So it was about taking control back of the narrative. The liberals, they kept telling, oh, the conservative want a new election, the conservative want a new election. And now by saying we don't want a new election, because first of all, it's costly, and second, that would be the exact same kind of election we would have gotten a year ago. Now that's why he took control of that discussion there. Now the other thing is, by saying we want a all-party representation discussion over COSMA. So that part of the answer was to take back the control of a narrative that the liberals are keep telling everyone, oh, the conservative, they do obstruction. They are too partisan. And then right now, at that point, Pierre Poilievre said, we want to help. Let's put aside partisan aspect and let's work together. So it's talking like a prime minister. It's talking like, you know what? That narrative the liberals have been putting out there, it's not the truth. It's not what's going on. It's not what they believe. And it's also very interesting how he brought the cost, because he said, we want to give money back to the people. So why going at the poll? Why? It would be a costly thing to do. And therefore, a conservative opposition party doesn't want to cost too much money to the people for basically the same thing that happened last year. So this very long question was really to highlight many aspects to why the conservative, they don't want a new election. And now what that kind of speech does, it throws back the ball in the liberal camp, because now if they don't get a trade done, what the media can ask if they were competent is, why don't you poach? Why don't you ask the conservative to work with you? So it really gives a lot of rope for the liberals to basically play some hangman game with the rope.
I mean, would you look? If you looked at what happened at our State of the Union, okay, that happened, the people are over here. The only thing that they cheered for actively was, like, let's say Democrats were being very obstructionist to Trump. We know they are during our State of the Union. Now, I don't know, sorry if this echoes like in Canada, you'll find parallels. You will generally see these people we're going to be obstructionist. Take into account. All right, Poilievre is trying to work with the other side.
And it's the other side that doesn't want to. And if you really look at common sense and facts and what's going on, it's exactly it. The conservatives, they want to work with the government, but the government doesn't want to work with the opposition because they think they're above that. Anyway, let's play the response to, do you respect Carney? It's kind of funny as a question. I think it's kind of stupid. But hey, keep in mind, Peter Mansbridge was someone on CBC and Global News and all of the government-funded propaganda. So, of course, he will defend his Carney. So, let's...
Okay, can I say this? Is it a fair... Is it fair that this would not be the case?
What?
Because, hypothetically, right, he's going to maybe not... Like, okay, is your government, if you want a bipartisan government, let's assume that's what he's going for.
Yeah.
an actual bipartisan government, you're going to go with an idea that, oh, if you hate him, it's like, oh, is there bad blood, right? Because look, let's assume hypothetically, Carney cannot, we've established Carney cannot work with conservatives.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're a coalition government, so to speak,
The opposition are conservative. Like, most of the opposition are conservative.
And here's the thing. It's pretty fair. If people are like, oh, you're just going to be negative and you're trying to destroy Carney, et cetera, it's not that he's trying to bait the trap.
He does set out a trap.
Oh, that's always going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, if you're talking a politician gets interviewed amongst a source, dude, this is going to happen every time.
Let's hear Pierre Poilievre's response to, do you respect Mark Carney? Let's get into it.
Oh, yes, I do. And I think he respects me as well. We have a very respectful relationship.
Ooh.
We actually traveled to, tragically, Tumbler Ridge together and got to know each other a little bit better. And I thought he performed very admirably as a prime minister on that trip. And we had a funny near collision. I was out with my kids on a bicycle ride on a path in Ottawa. And my little girl never does anything in a straight line. And so she was zigging and zagging. And this teenager, 20 or something year old girl came along and almost collided with my daughter, but very skillfully negotiated around. And as I looked at her, I thought, I think that's Mark Carney's daughter. And so I talked to him the next time. I said, did your daughter almost collide with my daughter on the pathways of Ottawa? He said, she did mention that. And it made me think of, we disagree on our politics, but we're both fathers. We're both proud Canadians. And in that sense, I think there's a mutual respect.
So this talk about cooperation is real. You think there could really be something there?
Well, listen, I think we already have on some things where we agreed. Like the Prime Minister said he wanted to have extraordinary powers to approve projects that I've been calling for to be built for many years. So I encouraged my caucus to pass his proposed Bill C5 in under a week. He adopted some of my tax proposals, and I think we adopted those in the House of Commons in a matter of 10 or 11 days. So my message is very much in line with what Lincoln said. Abraham Lincoln said, I stand with a man when he stands right, and I stand against him when he stands wrong.
Fair enough. I want to talk.
So the two responses are really to showcase a different Pierre Poilievre where he wants to work with the government, and also a Pierre Poilievre that's a human more than just a politician. And that goes back to the press gallery speech we covered now almost 3 months ago, I believe, or 4 months ago, where it was asked, how do I gain charisma? And the guy was like, sound more human or buy a dog. And he was like, oh, I will take the dog. But now you see, in truth, he tries to connect a bridge with human. He wants to sound more human. And that's why he spoke about that anecdote about daughters colliding. Because that shows Pierre Poilievre is a father. That shows he is more human than what he used to showcase in the past. And by saying, I want to work with the government, it also demolishes the narrative that Pierre Poilievre is just the attack dog. And it was kind of true because he was the opposition leader. And this is what the opposition leader should do in a democracy. Attack the policies. But now that you want to be a prime minister, I think it's a great thing to highlight how you want to work with the government. It's important. So let's play more.
Talk about.
What did you want to say?
The problem is, okay, remember, as I said, Democrats like to be sticklers. And they like to just be opposite. Like during our State of the Union, it just goes to show. Like, it's easier to show that going into the midterms, Trump was making the statement. And Democrats actually willingly played their parts very well. They sat down for immigration, every bad policy. If it was a trans ideology thing, they sat down. It was like you establish that you were not going to be the lines of it. The only thing they stood up for and agreed with Trump on, unironically, is actually corporate insider trading. But other than that, majority of the people sat down. By the way, they wouldn't even cheer for the U.S. hockey team that beat your dear Canadians, which, by the way, if that's not a godsend during the Olympics, you should know. But like these people, jokes aside on that, they didn't want to stand up when there's migrant violence. Poilievre is going to have to differentiate himself similarly. But he doesn't want to be confrontational. Now, if he tries to go ahead and get along, he's likely to get burned. Now, the problem itself, as a person like Trump and Republicans, we just had a very rocky thing for us, the pre-elections, for primaries. It looks better for certain things. Up there, if he says he's going to be too compliant, right? Don't know. Because if he comes off as, oh, I'm just going to be an opposition and be a stickler to Carney,
it won't fly. He won't be elected because this is what he was prior. Anyway, I want to finish that before we play more. The other thing he said, and he brought receipt and fact, again, approaching in a pragmatic way. The conservative, they supported Bill C5, which is a bill that gave power to the government to build anything they wanted, despite the bureaucracy and that kind of crap. So again, he proved he wanted cooperation. And there was also rebate for the poor to get like $100 a month of groceries, which is a lot. Well, actually, no, that's nothing. But considering our deficits, it's a lot. But again, they help supporting the government when they can.
Donald Trump for a moment. Have you considered at all going to Washington? I know you're off to, London and Berlin over the next couple of days. Why not Washington? Isn't Washington where we got to be doing the talking right now?
I've always believed in the rule of one prime minister at a time. And what I wanted to allow was for the government of the day to have enough room to operate and negotiate on behalf of Canada. And I never wanted our country to be divided. And I didn't want any, foreign regime of any kind to say, look, we've got two different powers coming to negotiate. I'm going to play one off the other. So that's the reason why I've left that space to the governing prime ministers. It's been Trudeau and Carney. I told Prime Minister Carney that if there's anyone he wants me to meet with, I'd be happy to do it. And at the appropriate time, I will do that. And he did express some openness to it. But we've got to make sure that we put the country first.
Has the White House invited you to come down?
I don't think I've ever received any formal invitation to go down to the White House, no.
What do you think of Donald Trump? And I ask that, as you well know, and you've referred to it, as many Canadians are, they're more than just angry with him. They don't trust him. They think a lot of things about him, words I won't repeat here. What do you think of him?
Look, I can't stand his talk about 51st state. I don't like his tariffs. I don't like the way he's treated my country, bluntly speaking. And various times I've been upset by the words he utters and the things he does, just like everyone else. But as I age, I become more stoic in focusing on what I can control. And Mark Carney actually said something that I think is quite wise. He said, nobody can control what President Trump does. So we have to focus on what we can control. And that means strengthening ourselves here at home so that we have unbreakable leverage when we negotiate with him or his successors. Prime Minister Harper had a lot of wisdom as well. He said, we cannot focus on how the United States makes us feel. We have to focus on what we have to do to adapt. And that's my focus.
So the reason why that was brought up is because, again, Pierre Poilievre decided to travel to the UK and the Europes, and he decided to do that to go on triggernometry and to also make connections and give interesting speech to countries that kind of endorsed indirectly Carney. So that way he sounds and seems like a prime minister in waiting. And it was very important to address will Pierre Poilievre go in the USA to talk with Trump? That was very important because Jamal Giovanni did that. There was backlash, first of all. And second, it was very important to say, you know what? Pierre Poilievre is not like Trump. He disagrees with Trump. And by standing up for Canada like that, that will demolish some of the narrative saying, oh, he will roll back to Trump and he is Trump-like. They're on the same page, or it also allows Pierre Poilievre to explain, you know what? Me going in Europe doesn't mean I try to pretend to be prime minister. It's the other factor. And he made it clear he doesn't want chaos in negotiation, and that would be chaotic if Pierre Poilievre, leader of the opposition, decided to talk to Trump, white out Carney approval. And that could also be weaponized against Pierre Poilievre. So that's why right now, Pierre Poilievre is like, you know what? I didn't get the invite. I don't want to go there if I don't get the green light. And he wants also, without saying it out loud, he wants for Carney to crash and burn because he knows Carney will never get a deal. So yeah. Again, he also addressed the openness, the desire to help out, the cooperation spirit he shows. That was what he was trying to do with that very long answer.
A minor issue, but if you're a farmer who's just had a $20,000 hole dug in his field because Ottawa's banned him from dealing with gophers, you might feel differently. So I believe we need to make this country unbreakable and absolutely united. I am a firm Canadian federalist. I said that in the by-election. I've said it my whole life as a born and bred Albertan. And the way to unite this country is the same way we make it affordable and make us autonomous, and that is to unlock and unblock our resources, allow the people of Western Canada to fulfill their full potential. And Peter, if we did that, nobody would be talking about separation, just like nobody was talking about separation before this Liberal government was elected.
Do you feel that your entire Alberta caucus in the federal party, I see you said in the last week or so that they're all against separation. You have no doubt about that?
I haven't heard any. I haven't asked directly one by one, but I haven't had a single one of them suggest that otherwise. My caucus is fiercely patriotic. We love Canada, and we will be united. And while I hope there is no referendum, if there is one, I will be strongly supporting a united Canada, as will our caucus.
Are there consequences if a caucus member takes a different approach?
Well, first of all, I'm not aware of anybody taking that approach, so I don't think we need to utter threats against people who haven't done anything other than be patriotic Canadians. So that's where we stand. We love Canada. We're here to unite it and make it stronger here at home and abroad.
Okay, I've got...
So, basically the response here is we want a united Canada, and that also breaks the narrative of Carney saying, oh, the Conservative, they divide. No, they don't. They try to unite the country. And by also pretending he doesn't know about Alberta separatist caucus member, it also let them think whatever they want as long as it doesn't get in the way of the party. And they can't acknowledge the feeling of separation, the desire of separation, but they cannot support it. Because let's be honest, whiteout Alberta, there's very low chance of ever having a Conservative government in Canada because a lot of the Conservative vote is located in Alberta. So the logical aspect is they need to make sure Alberta stays, but they cannot undermine their desire to separate. They can't do that. So they are really in a pickle. It's a big issue. And what Pierre Poilievre is trying to do right now is to be the party of unity, because he speaks so much about a united Canada, a united Canada. That's all he speaks. And it all makes sense, because you want a united Canada to break the narrative of, oh, Pierre Poilievre is too divisive. So again, if a swing voter sees that, maybe they will question CBC when CBC says, oh, Pierre Poilievre is too defensive, because now we got the proper answer. He's not that defensive. And he is not the violent or the angry type that will go after a caucus member like how CBC likes to paint him. So that's what's going on. Let's play more.
You remember the old Reach for the Top program? Well, actually, you're probably too young to remember the original Reach for the Top. But they had a section called Short Snappers. And these are kind of short snappers. All right?
All right.
F-35 or Gripen. You're big on bolstering defense forces and clearly spending an awful lot of money. This is going to be one of the big ticket items. F-35 or Gripen, where are you on?
Well, there's no debate right now about having some F-35s. The debate is whether we have a single or a dual fleet. And what I would say, Peter, is I will be saying to the United States, the degree to which we spend money, our very large and growing defense budget, on American-made or partly American-made armaments will depend on our ability to have tariff-free access to the U.S. So this is all part of the same discussion. And I said in my speech today, whether it's drones, armaments, ammunition, or anything else, if we cannot make it here, obviously we'll have to import some things from abroad. And the extent to which we buy from the U.S. will depend on whether or not they're willing to give us what I want, which is tariff-free access to their markets.
So the angle there is quite interesting. It will use the military spending as leverage to get a better deal with the USA. So again, that's a stance Carney would never do, because Carney doesn't want to deal with the States. While Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, they do want a deal because they know Canada will prosper with the USA help. And the USA will also prosper because now they will get so much money for the military equipment. And bringing up the Ukraine may convince some of the pro-Ukraine folks to actually vote Pierre Poilievre in, because Pierre Poilievre is like, oh, Ukraine is a good example. So that's a very fun angle. Let's hear more.
Always been somebody, not unlike many members of other parties as well, who've been focused at times on the deficit, and we can't let it get out of hand. It's getting out of hand and will continue to do so with the kind of military expenditures that we're looking at. You don't have a problem with that?
I have a big problem with that, because I don't think that, I think that the deficit is, first of all, it's driving inflation. It's an undeniable fact that deficits create more demand than supply.
You're so left here, but that's where I have this issue with the fundamental differences in your approaches. And, either you've got to convince the Prime Minister to come closer to your position, or you're going to have to go closer to his position, or Canadians are going to have to determine who has their mandate to go into these negotiations. And you're sort of flat out saying, no go on an election. We've got to work this out between us.
Well, we've got a food price emergency in this country. Why don't we get busy and solve that? We've got a crime crisis because the criminal code is turning loose the worst 4,000 offenders on our streets. Let's fix that. We've got an immigration crisis with 2 million people here whose permits are going to expire over the next several months. And we don't know how we're going to deal with some of the refusals to leave and what that means for housing, healthcare, and jobs. These emergencies are before us. They were all created by the Liberal government. Now let's put aside who caused them and focus on solving them. That's what I've been trying to do ever since the last election. So let's focus on that.
When you talk to your caucus about that, are they all with you there on that? I mean, there's some pretty deep feelings about the Liberals in that.
That's true.
And you standing in front of them saying, we got to work together here.
Well, listen, I said to them the very first week after the last election, we're not supporting the Liberals. We'll support policies that we think are good for the country, and we'll oppose policies that are bad for the country. So, if Mark Carney came forward tomorrow and said he was going to lower taxes on Canadians, I would support that. But, he came forward with a bill that censors religious worship. Well, we oppose that because we don't believe in censorship. We believe in the separation of church and state. So if you look at what we've done in the House, we've very carefully and surgically opposed the things we are against and supported the things we're for. And I think that's what Canadians expect.
Last point. When I first watched you arriving on Parliament Hill all those years ago.
So I paused here because basically what it was trying to say is, let's solve what's wrong and then we can go through another election. And that's actually on point. And that also breaks, again, the narrative that the Conservatives want a new election. They don't want to. And it's not because the polls are all over the place. It's really because it will be costly. It's really because it's kind of pointless because Carney doesn't deliver in the results. So yeah, that's what's going on. And let's play more.
What, more than 20 years now. You look like a guy who really enjoyed the cut and thrust of politics. You enjoyed getting up in the House. You enjoyed going after Liberals especially. And you've continued on that way. I'm just hearing like a different kind of guy following your experiences of the last year. Now, I don't know how long that'll last. Maybe you'll be back at it the way you used to be, but you seem to be a different guy.
So I've always been a fighter, but that's because some things are worth fighting for. And you believe in something, you fight hard for it. And I believe in what I'm doing. It is, sure, the cut and thrust is fun, but I actually have underlying convictions, belief systems that I want to advance. I really want this to be the country that gave me the opportunity to be available to other young people. You know, I started off very humble beginning. I was adopted by school teachers. They gave me my start, and I was able to get this far. I really want this to be that country again, where anybody who works hard gets a chance. And sometimes that's involved being very aggressive and fighting those who are standing in the way of that objective. But sometimes serving the objective is about working with others to get it done. So you have to adapt to the circumstance, but the purpose is the same throughout.
Fascinating conversation. I appreciate you taking the time to do it, and it's good to talk to you. Hopefully we'll do it again sometime.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mansbridge.
You can call me Peter.
Well, I would have, but you called me Mr. Poilievre, so I didn't want to be presumptuous.
You're the leader of the opposition. His
That means
Majesty's loyal opposition.
It's the worst damn job in the country. You should be calling me by my first name. I'm a mere commoner, after all.
Well, speaking of that, seeing as you've opened the door, what about a security clearance? I get a lot of emails from people say, why doesn't he have one? Why doesn't he have one, especially now, when the country's under threat and there must be things that he should say?
I've had a security clearance when I was in government, and the reality is that when the Prime Minister Trudeau approached me on it, he made it, the reality is we take this cleared briefings, then you become very restricted about what you can say on the subject, even if you would have been able to find out the information without the briefing in the first place. And so I don't want my tongue to be tied by a process that prevents me from speaking openly and clearly about issues that are highly important and on which I, as a leader of the opposition, have to be very present. And that's why a prior leader of the opposition, Thomas Mulcair, said that I was right in taking the stance that I took, because when he was in that position, he said he would never have wanted to be restricted in his ability to speak. And so my job is to hold the government to account and to be relentlessly focused on that without fearing that if I say the wrong word that I could be charged criminally for speaking.
Has Mark Carney offered to give you a security clearance?
Well, I think the Liberals have been hectoring on this for a long time, but the reality is that I'm not going to let anybody tie my tongue or hold me quiet on subjects on which it is my job and my duty to hold the government accountable.
Transparency, honesty. Two very different things Carney doesn't have. And it also makes sense. And by mentioning Tom Mulcair was the previous NDP leader. And from 2011 to 2015, he was the leader of the opposition because back then the NDP was still quite strong and the Liberals, they were very weak. So again, by talking about Tom Mulcair did it, it's to bring some of these swing voters that are swing voters between the NDP and the Conservative. And again, it's to break the narrative that Pierre Poilievre doesn't have a security clearance. He did add one, but he didn't get a new one because he's the opposition and he needs to criticize things. And by having that gag order, you can end up in jail and not do your job well. So this is what's going on. This is what we have. This is what we deal with. Amazing interview. I liked it. It's one of the best simply because we know Peter Mansbridge is probably a Liberal voter. And it was in some of the legacy media outlets out there. Anyway, do you want to add anything else, Dragon, before we move on to the final segment with the Carney interview?
With something, it's like he's like an old liberal guy that's been in. Like, he has his doubts, but it's not that he's trying to reaffirm. Maybe it's just the change he doesn't like. which it's fine. It's like if he's been an establishment and doesn't like the change, he has his doubts about him because I guess it's the style. But then again, it's also if you ever see Ibby how he deals with it. Because if you look at a lot of our establishment media, it's basically, I don't know how you'd say it. Like a lot of ours, they have more of a bias. That is just a critical. Now the problem itself is if he doubts Poilievre's like leadership, okay, sure. Because he clearly is more liberal slanted, but it doesn't mean he doesn't shut the door on it. But the idea is, I have to see more interviews with him. But the guy himself's trying to play it fair. But it's a bias. There is something like his style probably doesn't attract.
So let's move on to the final clip. And I will let you start a bit. Talk about the Davos speech. I say that because there's a lot of rinse and repeat, and I want to mark down timestamps.
So the
Davos speech.
So the Davos speech by him is of the idea that, okay, people talk about what is an illiberal government. Now, we're saying this is the idea. A liberal world order has been running around the world for 50, 60 years. We've done it. Carney is the first person. He says he wants the new liberal order. It goes beyond the point of the globalism shift that we've had for years. We've had, and the concept itself is, okay, in the Davos speech, he talks about Canada does not need the United States. Okay, good, whatever. But Carney's also been the person who can't get a trade deal. He can't do this. He's being forced to work in China.
So that's a nice start. So I will keep going. I will say this. So there was a trip of Carney overseas in Europe, in Australia, because he hates Canada. He needs to go everywhere but Canada. And what happened? Well, in Australia, he was like, you know what? I will repeat my Davos speech with a different audience, and maybe I will rise the polls again, because let's be honest, let's be true, even if the Davos speech was really bad on the world stage and really bad as a conservative, well, a lot of the swing voters and a lot of the TDS crowd, a lot of the moderates, a lot of the liberals, they liked the Davos speech, and that really helped boost Carney reputation and score in the polls and all, and he rose up after being low for like months and months. He came back. So I think by going in Australia and repeating the same speech with a few key difference in the French part, Carney wants to replicate the boost in the poll, because he thinks if he can maintain these boosts in the polls, he can win a majority next time around. I doubt about it. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully he doesn't get a majority. I don't want to move elsewhere because I hate censorship, but this is what's going on. And so what happened? Australia, he gave a speech, like the Davos speech. I did cut out most of it, but I kept like roughly 4 or 5 minutes. And then after that, there's a very interesting interview. So let's get into the speech and the interview.
Fantastic. Very kind. It's exceptionally generous. I mean, Michael, like, what can I do after that introduction? It's incredible. Great. I'm honored to be here at the Lowy Institute. I'm honored to be here in the presence of Malcolm Turnbull. I learned how to move from being an investment banker to a successful politician, amongst other, from Malcolm. How to translate caring about the environment and doing something about the environment from Malcolm and how to keep going from Malcolm. I learned how to manage risk from Glenn Stevens. Also, have you ever done vaudeville, Glenn? Not yet. There's time. There's still time. There's still time. We'll do that. But no, and Stephen, thank you. Thank you for your chairmanship. Thank you for having me here, fellow ministers, for being here, friends, Ross, McHugh, and others. It's a great pleasure to be here. This institute, for over 2 decades, has hosted some of the most important conversations about our world's future. That's why I'm honored to be here. That's why I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute in some small way at this crucial time. And I'll just say at the outset, I'm just going to say a few words in French. You mentioned the rupture world. Yes, the world order, in our view, is undergoing a rupture. And the old norms of the rules-based international order are being erased, and that new system that will emerge ultimately is yet to be built. Global institutions have often been too slow to react to crises and too ineffective when they did. And this breakdown has been building over time. Over the past few decades, a series of crises, beginning in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics, have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, and supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. So countries, and this is the point I was trying to make, in Davos, countries cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes their source of subordination. Geostrategically, hegemons are increasingly acting without constraint or respect for international norms or laws, while others bear the consequences. Now, the extremes of this disruption are occurring in real time in the Middle East. To be clear, Canada, like Australia, has long seen Iran as the principal source of instability and terror in that region. The regime and its proxies have murdered hundreds of Canadian civilians over the years and caused untold suffering for millions of people in the Middle East and beyond. And despite more than 2 decades of negotiations and diplomatic efforts, Iran has not dismantled its nuclear program nor halted its enrichment activities. Canada has long supported the imperative of neutralizing this grave global threat. We stand with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. We are actively taking on the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. But we also take this position with some regret, because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and a succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the UN or consulting with allies, including Canada. So the question is where to from here, given we have a rapidly spreading conflict and growing threats to civilian life.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had myself muted. I was speaking. He says that we attacked Iran without provocation. You're not going to ask Canada, because Canada's not the power to be who will sanction us.
And I will also say this. We are infiltrated by India and China. So, of course, they won't trust us because China is hostile. And like the way the liberals react to each things Trump does, they don't know if we will side with the USA or with foreign power. This is what's going on. Because of the liberals, Canada has become unreliable. We are so far left.
You're an unreliable ally. The problem is, let's assume hypothetically, I said this on my own channel and my own stuff when we were talking about attacking Iran. Iran was not going to be attacked during the Olympics. All right? That's a known fact. It wasn't going to be attacked during the Olympics. So, anything afterwards. You also have to get a resolution in a council for... You're not going to go through the UN because the UN sanctions on the nuclear powers failed. Okay. That failed. They were still able to get nukes or started a major nuke program. Now, knowing this, we ran it past Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey. They gave us and Israel the go-ahead to probably attack them because Iran is seen as a secular threat to the Islamic powers that be over there. Now, the trick about this is, he said, "We'll did this unprovoked." No, we
and
didn't.
I will also add this. The big issue with Carney, he did flip-flop. In 4 days, he did say 4 different things. At first, because he thought that was common sense, that Iran is a bad regime with sanctions and they end their people in the streets for protesting. So he said, we stand by the USA. And because he is overseas, it probably took hours for Canadian within the government to realize, dang, we just offended all of the TDS folks that ate anything Trump will do. So now they tried their best. While Carney is in Australia chilling, they're trying their best to say, revert back. Don't back the USA because a lot of your voters, they don't support the USA. They will support Iran just because Iran stand up to Trump. So now, the second day, Carney was like, we should follow the UN. We should stop helping the USA to assert their dominance with the empire. Like, I make it simple because his speech was always more elaborate and more complicated than it should be, but was basically condemning the USA actions. And then the cabinet panicked. They were like, why did you flip-flop? A lot of the moderates that don't have TDS, they don't like what you said. Or a lot of these folks that don't like dictatorship, they don't like what you said. So the third day, you end up saying, if the USA needs help, we can help. And then, again, the TDS crowd came back and said, oh, yeah, we shouldn't be helping. That's none of our business. And then the same story happened where cabinet are like, it's chaos. You need to condemn the USA again. So for a second time, on the fourth day, he condemned the USA again. So Carney has no values. He flip-flops on everything as long as he can maintain power. It's disgusting, but it makes sense. That's the kind of person he is. Sadly, Canadians are too brainwashed. Sadly, Canadians are too progressive to realize that. It's ridiculous. We cannot take Carney seriously, and he rules over our country. So, of course, other countries cannot take us seriously. It's ridiculous. He flip-flops. It's annoying. Have morals. Stand your feet.
I don't know if I'd call it moral, not having morals.
And again, Erin O'Toole was not solid on something. He was flip-flopping on a lot of things. So I've seen a very nice theory out there that maybe Mark Carney pissed off enough people that he lose enough seats to lose power in the next election. Hopefully this is what happens. Because a lot of the progressive hates pipeline, hate TDS, and they may end up voting NDP again. Especially with like communist crowd that are proud communists in the NDP leadership. It's hilarious. But they exist. They are there. So let's play more.
Life across the region. Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. We implore all parties, including the US and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement.
You know what's funny? The Iran, they don't care about human rights. I mean, they off people in the streets. So it's time someone assert power and tell them enough is enough.
We call for rapid de-escalation of hostilities.
Like words are enough in this case. We are
goal.
far gone. Words
because resolution
are no
of this crisis
longer
will ultimately
efficient.
require a commitment to a broader political solution, an engagement to avoid a wider and deeper conflict. Civilians must be protected and all parties must commit to finding...
I heard Iran wanted to go out in a bang and they started attacking everyone, even their allies. I don't know how much of that is true. But if it's the case, how do you expect to de-escalate with words? When it reached that point, like the only way it doesn't escalate more is you deal with that regime. That's the only way. When there are crazy people that bomb everything because we want to go out in a bang, you cannot reason with that. It's like insanity, pure insanity. But hey, he doesn't want to take a firm stance on anything because that means losing votes somewhere, and he doesn't want that.
Enduring agreements to end both nuclear proliferation and terrorist extremism. And we'll continue to pursue this approach with like-minded countries and participants across the continent. I'd now like to turn from that to what I originally intended to address more fulsomely, and don't worry, I'll try and keep to time, to the broader challenge that exists to sovereignty and prosperity. And I'd suggest that I'll start with the overall context. Middle powers like Canada, and I would suggest Australia, should recognize that the rupture in the international system represents just that, what that word means, a clear break from the past. And we need to act decisively to secure our shared future.
I kept that part because I think that was a very important part. It's a pure contrast with what Pierre Poilievre was saying for like most of the two other interviews, where Pierre Poilievre was like, let's be proud of the past. Let's build on a past for a better future. And Carney is like, let's scrap the past for my better future. So it's really a fight of ideology where conservatives want to keep what worked, and liberals they want to rule with the iron fist and decide what works, what doesn't. It's polar opposite. It's as simple as that.
Thank you for those very thoughtful remarks. Thanks for agreeing to take my questions. I want to come to, I'd like to have a really broad-ranging conversation, talk about America, China, Europe, middle powers, but I do want to start with the Middle East as you did. As you said, the conflict has spread in the last few days to the Gulf states, to Lebanon, Iraq, Cyprus, and elsewhere. Western countries have reacted in a number of different ways. So the Spanish Prime Minister criticised the strikes as a breach of international law. The Starmer government equivocated a little bit, and President Trump...
You know what's hilarious with the left? It's international law as long as we're not dealing with dictator. When was international law? When the Iran regime was offing people that were protesting them. That goes against the UN laws. Yet they didn't blink an eye because that's dictators, and they're fine with dictators. The left is fine with tyrants. They endorse tyrants. It's crazy. This is where we have went with Canada. And then you wonder why Alberta wants to separate. They see that, it's like Canada is cooked.
Accused Mr. Starmer of not being Winston Churchill overnight. Both you and Prime Minister Albanese have expressed your support for the initial strikes, but it seems to me you've recalibrated slightly today, and you said we take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. So do I understand the Canadian position is you would have preferred if negotiations and diplomatic processes had worked, but on balance, the necessity to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons outweighs any violence that's been done to the international order?
I put it this way, which is that the objective of preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear bomb capacity, nuclear weaponry, we support that. We've supported it for decades. And the series of efforts, including military, have not yet yielded the result that is necessary for peace and stability in the Middle East. The initial justification for action, at least in our conversations, was related to that. We support that. We obviously support at the same time, maybe I should state it, preventing, or ending, I should say, the export of terror through proxies and directly that Iran has been doing for decades. To be absolutely clear, before we get to international law and other aspects, Iran is a serial offender, breaker of international law, and that has existed for decades at great cost. Now, the action that was taken, we weren't consulted on it. There was not a process, a broader process for it. It would appear prima facie not to be consistent or to be inconsistent with international law. It's a judgment for others to make. I'm not a lawyer, let alone an international legal expert. We take the situation as it is, including when we made that statement. We take the situation as is with the U.S. aims. As the situation is now, with the expansion, I have to say a predictable expansion of the conflict. There is first and foremost an importance to re-emphasize the rules of international engagement. Iran has, yes, they have targeted some military targets, but there have been extensive targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and it's only been the strength of the defenses that have limited the damage. The damage could be quite horrific across the region as a consequence of this. Similarly, it is the responsibility of all belligerents to adhere to those rules. We see the importance of de-escalation. We emphasize, and we're talking about diplomacy for that de-escalation, we emphasize the importance of a broader group of countries than just the principal combatants, given the scale and breadth of...
So I will pause here because I do acknowledge something that's really annoying, and one of the many reasons I cannot stand Carney. His response is so long for nothing because he repeats lots of the same things. Rule of law, de-escalation, peaceful solution. He doesn't want to take a clear stance, and he also highlights the USA doesn't trust us. Why is that, Carney? I know why, but do you know why? I think he's a clever person, and he doesn't care. Now, for those that are in the black, why the USA doesn't trust us, it's because we have TDS crowd that cannot stand anything Trump. And we have crowd that support terror lord actions. We have crowd that will stand up with China to fight the States. That's why they don't trust us. We have freaking spy everywhere because our security is not taken seriously by these liberals. That's why USA doesn't trust Canada, because if they tell us, maybe it will leak and then the regime will ask to be a refugee here in Canada, and because our system is stupid, we would actually say yes to these people, and then a few months later they would just go back there. So the USA cannot trust us. As long as we have open border, as long as we have a liberal in charge, we are not trustworthy. I'm sorry, folks, but we need to rearrange the way we do our politics on the greater stage, because it doesn't work. If allies like the USA cannot trust us, there's something deeply wrong and broken. It's not the USA fault. It's ours and ours only. It's ridiculous. And again, Carney is the pro of the word salad and the never-ending answer, even if he already answered in the first 2-ish minutes. And rule of law, again, I will repeat myself. How can you reason with people that off protesters on a whim? Or how do you reason with someone that blows up every neighboring countries because they want to go out in a bang? You cannot have a peaceful approach. It doesn't work. We tried that for years. Did it work? Did we get result? No. They could have triggered the Third World War if The USA didn't intervene. What Canada does, let's have a peaceful solution. Sure. With that approach, we will have a third world war. If we don't want to take weapons for peace, we are cooked. We are cooked.
The Iranian action. I think we need to recognize that there are a large number of countries now that are being attacked, and they are only defending
by Iran.
And that
by the
is
regime
admirable.
You say you can reason with.
It creates a possibility for a de-escalation, but certainly not a certainty.
It doesn't.
And we're encouraging that
It's
to happen.
BS.
All right, let me ask you about one of the wider
It's pandering
possible
to the
war
left.
aims. You described Iran as the principal source of instability and terror in the Middle East. Would you welcome a change of regime in Tehran?
I mean, we always would have welcomed a change in regime in Iran. We've broken off diplomatic relations with Iran many years ago. We've listed the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist, rightly, as a terrorist organization. So we welcome that. There's a question of the modalities of how that comes to pass. And
You see, right now, that's your answer. You don't need to continue. But the Carney way is expand, 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 and pretend you have substance. And I see a big parallel with his freaking disgusting values, or I should say, book called Values. It's the same trap. More of the same, more of the same, more of the same. You pretend to have more than you actually have and show.
durability of what comes next. Now, it's a very complex thing to judge how that is best going to be affected, but it is a more ex ante. It's clear that it is a more complicated situation than merely removing people at the top of that regime. You know, I was in a conversation 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, in Davos, a public conversation, and I was asked what the biggest risk was to world peace, and my answer at the time, yes, the Ukraine war was going on, but it was Iran for exactly this issue, both in terms of their activities and the complexity of addressing, regime changes. This is.
It's been 2 years. He was saying that. And now you keep thinking and saying we can de-escalate. We can solve that with words. I'm sorry, but nuke that damn place. Give a warning. Tell the civilian and the people, flee your country, and you just blow up everything. That's where we are at with Iran now. It's a joke to think we can let them do whatever they want. It doesn't work. They oppress their own people. It's a tyranny. These are dictators. They take lives for breakfast. Disgusting.
You can't just order up regime change, and we're seeing that play out.
What does President Trump's actions, what will that mean for the US role in the world in the long term? Because it does seem that his appetite for using force seems to grow with the eating. And we've seen some remarkable developments, really, in the last few months. The kidnapping of the Venezuelan dictator, now in conjunction with the Israelis striking at the heart of the Islamic Republic, killing indeed the supreme leader. You might think that Maduro and Khamenei were evil people, but still worry about how this affects America's position in the long run. And I wonder if we could end up in a situation where the US is feared, but not trusted or loved.
Do you want me to respond to that? I don't see a lot of upside to responding to this question, the way it was framed.
This is
at the back of the.
This is how Q&A works.
Yeah. Exactly. No, it's true. This is look. I'm going to make an adjacent point. And adjacent, it's all relative. It's way over here adjacent, but it's a serious point, which is that in the U.S. use, Chinese use in the case of rare earths, but the U.S. use of integration as leverage, the demand, the use of tariffs to forms of extraterritoriality, not just to have different tariffs, but to dictate or try to dictate policies in countries.
Word salad.
In social media, it could be in taxation, it could be cultural policy. I mean, we've seen examples of all this. It could be in terms of the current situation, as we've seen in the last 24 hours with respect to certain European countries. It's It's a form, particularly the charging for access to the U.S. market, that form. It's monetizing their hegemony, said it in other words, monetizing their current indispensable position in a variety of economic relationships, virtually all economic relationships. You can do that for a time, but you can't do that forever. Because the reaction, and we're seeing it start to play out, is people need to diversify. And also need to avoid becoming more tied into to a country, whether it's China in some cases, or Europe, or sorry, the U.S., that will then potentially use that against you. So it's an analogy that makes it's an implicit response to your very pointed question. We have so many other topics to cover.
No, thank you for that. That's somewhat a answer. Look, I think this brings us to the themes of Davos, and I want to ask you about one line in your speech that really struck me. You said, "We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy." And I just wonder about that, because I agree that nostalgia is not a strategy, but I wonder if we shouldn't mourn the old order.
It's interesting. I actually messed up on that because it originally was, and I don't know what, it's all down to me, but it was, we shouldn't mourn it too long is what it was supposed to say. And it's a serious point because, yes, there are lots of shortcomings to the old system. Many of them were fixable, and with acknowledgement and rebalancing of global power that was happening with economically through G20 and others, you could see the prospect of some of them being fixed. So there's reason to mourn, reason to look back. Not just it's not just saudade or whatever. When you nostalgia for something that didn't exist. But we don't really have time to spend a lot. My point is more when you're in a rupture. Like, don't wait around. When you're in a war, don't wait around thinking it was better when we were in peace. Like, we're in this situation. What are we going to do? How do we move forward from it? And then, ideally, how do we move forward from it in the most positive fashion, which, of course, is about where I go on to talk and what I tried to talk about today, which is to build these alliances, coalitions, partnerships.
All right, well, tell me about that. You had this great line at Davos, the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. But how does this work in practice? You talked about diversity.
I pause here because so many very long response, and he just repeats his Davos speech, and I feel like we are the menu because nobody takes Canada seriously, and yeah, that's what's going on. People eat us alive, like the USA taking oil, and yeah. Anyway, I will be honest. I'm very tired at that point. My brain is a bit off right now. Do you have anything to say, Dragon, before we play more?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
And dense webs of connections, but the countries such as Australia and Canada really have the military and economic heft to hold the system together?
The first is...
We don't. We need freaking immigrants to fill our military rank because pride is dead here in Canada. We are only proud to be gay and LGBTQ+, but we hate our country and ourselves, and our military hates how it operates. So no, we are not strong enough.
It goes around issues, two things. I mean, the way we're looking at it is, in effect, doing an inventory of where we have strategic advantage and where we are disadvantaged.
Mineral and oils.
And how can we build partnerships around, what can we do to, in that strategic stack, which goes everywhere from food through to space, I guess food through to space, in our judgment. Where can we build partnerships that are going to help, or around issues? Now, the variable geometry point, I'll just make it, again, an adjacent point, but this one might be slightly more closer to what I'm about to say, which is that this also holds for global issues such as a coalition of the willing, Australia and Canada both a member of that, which provides military humanitarian aid effectively to Ukraine, but very importantly will provide the strategic backstop, security backstop for once there is any peace.
By the way, Iran gives oil to Russia. So it's funny how we condemn them for fueling big bad Russia while we stand by Ukrainians. I just don't understand how Canadians don't wake up to that. There's so much cognitive dissonance there. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. China and Russia are in cahoots. They work together. But no, let's let's complain about Venezuela. Let's complain about Iran. Well, they both fuel Russia. Again, I heard stories. I have an acquaintance that moved to Russia, and it's nowhere near as bad as what the media says it is. It's very interesting. I like that perspective from that person. But if we speak about geopolitics, Russia is bad news. It's bad news. It's China tried to annex Taiwan, but Russia does it with Ukraine. So if you support any regime that fuel Russia, you shouldn't be supporting Ukrainian as well. But Canadians don't think. They are told what to think.
Peace, when there is peace, I should say. And that's quite powerful. And that is a ad hoc grouping that's formed. And that grouping, by revealed preference, partly European by geography, but also revealed preference of those countries who most value sovereignty.
By geography. It's freaking stupid. There's a name ocean between Canada and Europe. There are freaking 3 or 4 continents between Canada and Australia. Don't bring geography. Geography is the USA, Mexico. They're much closer. Europe, let me laugh. We are not even in the same time zone. It's even worse with Australia. Carney thinks we are stupid. He is smart, but he thinks people are stupid, and I tend to think he's right.
Territorial integrity and democracy, basically.
Democracy,
and you have
yet
countries
we
from
will
Iceland
support Iran.
You know, with all respect, Iceland is not making, they don't have a military, so their military contribution is modest, to say the least. But anyways, I'm getting slightly off topic, but the point is there's issue-based coalitions. Coalition of the Willing is an example. Then there are almost coalitions or partnerships of necessity for countries that are trying to increase their strategic autonomy. Looking at where, as I say, where we have strategic advantage, where we have shortcomings. What's an example? The easiest example is in critical minerals. We're both very strong in that. What we need to do, not just develop the minerals, but develop them with whom? Who are the buyers?
China.
Who are buyers?
India.
That add to our diversification and resilience as a consequence of that. Because we don't want to be in a position where we have one buyer, and certainly don't want to be in a position where we have one buyer who
build a tanker, build a pipeline. But wait, there are 2 liberals' law that stop that from happening. So, yeah, double talk. Sound very clever, but in action and what really happens, it's really stupid.
Is building a track record of holding people up. So that's one area. I think you look at another area, which will be part of the discussions here around space, satellite communications, the various frameworks there, where Canada, Australia, Germany, France, Luxembourg, to some degree, interestingly, have complementary expertise, are at different phases of advancement, actually can pool and create quite robust space-based communications that, again, under the control of the Minister of National Defense, are crucial for that, but then have civilian application. That's something we can do together. We can't do, or we can't effectively do, or rapidly enough do as individuals. So that's the idea. So it's not that
again,
what the speech is not, and the solution is not suggested, is middle powers of the world unite. We're going to get some new grouping, and we're all going to be together, and everything's fine. It's not that. And the dense web of connections, last point, is that you have different partnerships, different coalitions, depending on the issues. And that creates some redundancy in who are your friends, who's aligned, how costly it is for people to defect from coalitions under pressure from others. I mean, it's a multi-layered. It's not a game, but it's a multi-layered game if you follow game theory. But that's basically what we're doing.
One person who didn't seem to like your speech to Davos was President Trump. I'm sure that's not because you got a standing O, and he didn't.
His was bigger. His standing ovation was bigger. Let's be clear about that.
That will help with the relationship with the USA.
Well, that's interesting because that goes to what I want to ask you, which is your system for dealing with President Trump. Every leader in the world has to have one, and we watched your first meeting with President Trump, I think it was 8 days after your election, and the deftness was pretty impressive. I was struck, Mr. Trump was talking about making Canada the 51st state, and he said, I'm a real estate developer, and you look at that artificial line, it doesn't make sense. And you said, Mr. President, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale. like the White House or Buckingham Palace. So you kind of managed your way through there in a way that a lot of other leaders haven't managed to do. So what's your game plan for managing Mr. Trump?
Wow. Okay. Look at the 21 minutes. I'll be able to swing that, stretch this out.
It's time for another adjacent answer.
Exactly. No, the game. But look, I think the first thing.
He wants to distract. He doesn't want to answer. And now he will give another word salad because that's Carney. Carney doesn't like concise response. And that's a big contrast. When you compare with the first 2 hours about Poilievre and what we got in the last 30 minutes with Carney, it's night and day. One is concise, one is clear, one is proud of the past, and he wants to bring back the past because the past was a good thing. The other one wants to discard the past and build something new with China, India, and bunch of other really bad regimes. This is what we are dealing with. The globalist versus the populist. It's fascinating.
Is one respect, but not obsequiousness, right? He's president for a reason.
And by the way, there's another contrast. When Pierre Poilievre said, I am a commoner, that was a way of telling, I'm like you. Because basically Parliament used to be all about serving the people, normal people serving the people. This was the foundation of it. Pierre Poilievre doesn't think himself of a superior elitist. He takes himself of someone that wants to bring back the Canadian promise with the help of the people, with cooperation. While Carney is the elitist. I'm above all. I'm above interviews. I'm above this. I'm above that. Two very, very different kind of persons. And I am sure if Canadian would wake up and see the true Carney, they wouldn't be voting for him. Who wants an arrogant prick in charge? No Quebecer I know. They don't like arrogance. That takes them off. And that's why Pierre Poilievre was, for a time, disliked in Quebec, because people thought it was arrogance how he attacked the government, how he is rude. But they don't seem to see that Carney is also rude toward the people, the pleb, and journalists overall. How many interviews Carney has where he bashes a woman for daring to question his decision-making? How progressive.
He's had success in other areas. He's eminently, elected twice. You would say elected 3 times. He does, but very successful politician. What I find is that he appreciates, particularly in private, being direct and discussing issues and being clear where your position is. So that is crucial. You don't want to. I'm going to say something very obvious, but it's important. You don't want to say anything in public that you can't back up. You might choose your words. One chooses language for the audience. That's true in any circumstance. So you're careful in terms of the language that you use with them, but in a way that's consistent with what you really think. And then it's quite different in private. It's much more. He is more interested in your viewpoint on various things in private, and that creates an ability to work through things. But no, it's not easy, to be clear. It's not easy.
All right, let me ask you about your relationship with another important leader, Xi Jinping. You visited Beijing recently, along with many other Western countries.
I can't believe what I just heard. Your relationship with Xi Jinping, a dictator that ended between 60,000 and 80,000 lives since 1949. And Canada has grown closer to them. And we pretend to say we are for human rights. Well, the China thing is one of the worst places for human rights. You need to use freaking burner phone if you don't want to be spied on by China if you travel to China. And now apparently you don't need a visa anymore to go to China. They will kidnap you. They will use you as political leverage, because they did that in the past with Canadian. But yeah, visa-free travel. I've also seen propaganda pro-China that spread through our media since the partnership Carney pushed. Canada is taking a very dark path, and sheeps are asleep. Maybe they listen too much to Mark Carney and his sleepy speeches.
And when you were there, you said, I think, that Canada's partnership with China sets us up well for the New World Order. Now, I get it. That's risk management. Everybody is, when you have one partner that seems to be erratic and reliable, it makes impeccable sense to deepen your connections with the other hegemon. But what about the risks of dealing with an authoritarian country like China? How do you manage that? Because both Australia and Canada have been subject to tariffs and attempted coercion over the years.
Well, it's interesting. The first time as Prime Minister that I met with President Xi, which was at the APEC summit in November, he chose to spend the first 10 plus minutes discussing how he wanted the personal interaction to be. And if I were to summarize, no surprises. If you really care about something, be clear. Don't lecture me. I mean, he didn't say it this way, but I interpret it. Don't lecture me in public. Bring issues to me directly.
This is the authoritarian tyrant way, where you cannot dirty my image. It's disgusting. And we will play along because we got a weak leader that doesn't need anything but is assets with Brookfield and his conflict of interest.
Then, I mean, there is some recognition, obviously, the responsibilities of democratic leaders to be transparent in public, but don't start in public and then try to backfill. So, so that's the first point. The second thing, I would say we take from Australia a number of lessons in terms of how to engage with China, which are consistent with what he chose, that interaction, which is to be very clear about where we're looking to cooperate and where we're not. So if I call it guardrails, but on the relationship. And that goes to...
It's funny, each time the media ask about guardrails, no answer, just word salad. We have no guardrails. Otherwise, they would be proud. They would be flashing it. And the conservative, I'm telling you, they wouldn't be that worried. Common sense tells us we need rail guards, safeguards against China. And Carney and his people only pretend we have that kind of thing. We don't. Otherwise, China wouldn't be dealing with us. China only deals when it has leverage over someone. That's what's going on. That's what happens when you deal with tyrants.
The recalibration of our relationship with China, which had, for various reasons, valid reasons, had deteriorated, and it was time to reset that. But from a very low base, and a low base in terms of our actual level of integration with China. We're not heavily integrated with China. We're not running.
You have that guy praising China, and then you wonder why our allies don't trust us anymore. Just think about that. Just think about that. He approves of China ways.
A big risk in terms of increasing our activity with China. And to be clear, the areas where we're cooperating, agri-food, in the broad aspects, it's very much in both our interest. Like there's a very strong alignment. And so the risk of being hung up on that is lessened. And then from our perspective on clean energy, broadly speaking, we need some partnerships there to help us with the scale of the build-out we're going to do. It's not going to be uniquely China. It could be India. It could be European partners. It could be U.S. partners. It could be, actually, I had some meetings today with some Australian partners. You can probably guess some of them. And so that China comes into that in that regard. We will have, and now let me do a contrast if I could, which is obviously with Australia, we will talk to and about absolutely anything from intelligence, to other cooperation.
So we got a Miss Sparkle. Welcome, welcome. How are you,
Hello.
Miss Sparkle?
Oh, Michael's in the chat. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Time
it's-
like went ahead. It's like
Yeah.
it's later than what.
That's
well,
also
what
why
was.
we started a bit earlier tonight.
Yeah.
So I will get you up to speed. So
Okay.
the last almost 3 hours, we covered 2 big interviews with Pierre Poilievre, our conservative leader. And right now, we are finishing up an interview with Mark Carney, our weak prime minister that praises China, and then he wonders why USA doesn't trust Canada anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
That may sound like a parody, but that's really happening right now.
That's crazy. Yeah.
It's hilarious. Like, he talks about a rupture with the USA, and he talks about having closer ties with China. And
It doesn't make any sense. He doesn't trust us. He doesn't trust the USA, but he trusts China. And they're like, that doesn't make any sense. It's
and I will
like-
also add this: China is your enemy, our
Yeah.
enemy as well, because they've been meddling in our election. Even a year ago, Mark Carney acknowledged and admitted China is the biggest security threat to Canada. He knew it, he said it, yet he campaigned on big bad Trump. And it worked because he got elected. So this is what's going on. So let's read out the comment here. He has never led anything but a circus. No experience but sitting in the backbench. Poilievre has no education and no contacts. He doesn't understand economics. Whatever you're saying, man. You're probably one of these far left crowds. So
You got it again? They're in the chat again?
No, it's not the same. It's another one. But
What the hell? Okay.
they all say the same. Like the NPCs, the drones, they will vote for what ruined the country for 10 years and what made Canada into a circus and a joke.
Yeah.
So at that point, I just gave up. I did address it because at first I thought he was faithful and actually interested into the stream, but he's just there to defend his Marxist Carney, the censorship guy that has closer ties with China. So let's play more of that interview. And again, what Carney does in most of his interviews, word salad, word salad, word salad. That's what he does.
Defense cooperation in the deepest sense. Anything's on the table, and much will do. India would be somewhere in the middle, wider than China, but obviously nowhere near as deep as Australia. So there's certain aspects in aerospace where there's opportunities with India, which we wouldn't, with China.
What's
Certain
aerospace?
aspects
Is
around-
that like
Actually,
airplanes?
there's more than certain aspects. There's a variety of
That's
aspects
right.
around
Yes,
AI
anything aerospace.
where we would cooperate with
pretty
India,
much
in
planes,
part
space.
because
I will actually address that.
Yeah, because I
It's
honestly don't know what it
hilarious.
means. Yeah.
Jedi, you're hilarious. It's not about
Okay.
being on the left. It's about what's actually happening. Do you know what's happening, my friend? Do you think USA takes us seriously? Now, I will ask the question right now because we got 2 American in the panel. So I will ask you, Miss Sparkle, do you think USA respects Canada? Do you think we are taken seriously, Miss
No,
Sparkle?
I don't think anywhere around the world actually takes They always think you're too nice and pushovers. That's what everyone thinks of Canadians. Yeah.
We are pushovers. So that was your perspective. So now I will ask Dragon, what's your perspective on Canada? What
I will
what do you think
say
is
Canada is a reliable partner. You guys have been our allies. We use you for special forces. Well, technically, your special forces help our special forces. And
Well, are we really reliable when we have?
but currently you guys are not really reliable. Like
You guys used to be our strongest ally.
it's like I'm gonna pick you up. Sorry. We have basically you guys used to be our strongest ally. Now you're not. Basically, it's kind of like since Trudeau is not been. Like, the thing is why Trump kind of increased the tariffs is because, honestly, it's you guys aren't giving him a deal. And the trick is, it's not that we don't respect Canada. We still give you a better deal than anybody else because you're our neighbor and we still need certain resources from you because of certain, you guys have more of abundance. But the thing about a trade deal, Trump came in with knowing tariffs and trade deals were going to be a thing. We needed to balance a trade deal with China, and we did to a degree. We have 500 billion coming into our coffers. The thing is with Carney and other people in Canada don't want to work with people. We don't want your land. We just want a decent neighbor.
So my second question, you said decent neighbor. I like it. So I will ask my second question.
By the way, he isn't trying to. But let me say this.
Yeah, I that's why I start to think he is just. I think he is more genuine than the other troll.
The other guy we had. Yes.
Yeah. That's why I still address that comment. But now I will ask you, Miss Sparkle, do you think, and be honest here, because that's the point of having that discussion. Do you think Carney is really trying to get a deal with the USA?
No.
Why is that?
He's the one that talks shit all the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not good with names. Okay, yeah, because he talks shit all the time. What do you mean? Yeah. No. Yeah, and he puts like he calls he what do you call it? He fear mongers. I don't know how to pronounce it very well, but he's like about Trump and all that stuff. So anyways, it'd make him look bad if he sat there for his side. It'd make him look bad if he sat there and talked to Trump and try to make things better.
And by the way, let me address that thing. He says U.S. has more natural resources and on certain things. It depends what kind of natural resources, right?
I like that aspect, but we will focus because I see time flies. So I will ask you the same question I asked to Miss Sparkle. So Dragon, you've been on our streams for quite some time. You've seen so much Canadian politics. So do you think Carney really tries to get a deal with the USA?
I think he came in basically as a plant from basically a person with Trudeau. He was I said he was, Poilievre, right?
He's the bad bank guy, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, no.
Guy, yeah.
Okay, you gotta understand. If anybody, he was just the person under Trudeau just to be a status quo. Now, here's the thing. He is a banker, and he doesn't come in with any deal.
Yeah, but I thought he was
It's not that Trump wants to do anything with Canada, because Canada is our ally. The trick is, Carney's strategy was to basically come to the table with no deals, no resources, nothing. Because we still need access to like aluminums and other resources.
But again, I will ask you again, because you don't really respond. I think the kind of deal he's looking for, Trump's not going to give him. Why is that? Why do you think so? Is it because why do you think Trump?
What kind of deal does he want?
I think he comes at a deal as I think he comes at that we are equal nations. The trick is he does not see it as a strong thing, because Trump is naturally going to go into negotiations very bluntly. The trick is, it's what you can do for him. It's just like us with China. Us with China is an agreement between two large powers.
Yeah.
Okay.
China's agreements with you guys is an access with a weaker nation. If that makes sense, Multi.
Yeah, it does. So now, I will say this. I will also ask you, Jedi Bone. Now I see more comments, and more I read of what you're saying, more I start to think maybe you're also an NPC, and maybe you pretended to be more nuanced. But the more I read, the more I feel like you've been conditioned to think that way. But I will still address it. So, Jedi Bang, do you think it's good to have censorship? Why would a government push for censorship law while we have a violent crime in the rise on our streets?
Yeah.
And don't start blaming conservative for that. Conservative have not been in power for 11 years. 11
You guys
years
can't even trust
of
your own
Trudeau.
statistics on what the crime. When I was trying to look up about your gun crimes and stuff like that, there wasn't any. Like, he even basically said you guys
why
don't
it's
even
hard?
aren't even honest about it.
You know why it's hard? It's
Mhm.
because we have bills here of censorship that Trudeau pushed for,
Mhm.
C11, C18. And these two bills,
Mhm.
Trump has made it clear he wants these bills off.
Okay, no, Jedi Brain's asking what censorship. Did you know there was a bill?
What censorship? Okay,
Okay,
so
do you know? No, go back to the one. What was it? C19 a couple of years ago in YouTube. It was going to mainly
censorship. So
block.
Oh my gosh, you guys really, I don't understand why this keeps happening. Orange bitch deserves.
we will go back to some of the other claim he had, but censorship is never good. What censorship? Well, first of all, we have C11 and C18, and they work together. And what they do, C11 decides only Canadian content can be pushed in Canada. That may seem like a good thing, but that's actually a very bad thing, because that's the kind of stuff China has to make sure Chinese only get Chinese intel. So it's like a dome that isolates you to make sure there's always a dominant narrative out there.
And I can understand, because you guys were being taken over by American television shows and stuff like that for a while.
And
So I
now
understand why they put it in place, so.
C18 that works very well with 11 basically creates a office that links to the government that says what kind of content is being pushed. So therefore by doing that, the government decides what kind of content is being pushed to people. It's a form of censorship because there's no free market. Now this is only the surface of the iceberg. Let's get into the next censorship things they keep trying to push. C63. It has a good veneer. It says it's to protect the children. We already have laws to protect the children, but when you say protect the children, people don't read furthermore. But basically what C63 was saying is it creates an office of crime thoughts. You think something, therefore you're dangerous, and you will be in jail or in house arrest.
Okay, that is like
let me finish.
Yes.
Dragon. You are in house arrest or in jail without due process, without trial, because you may do a crime, because you may be dangerous. This was C63. And you know what? It was pushed by Trudeau for years. And it always got kicked out, and it came back. There were talk of C63 being brought back. And now, it's a crime thought. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, okay, censorship. C8, C9. C8 allows the minister or the prime minister to basically tell that person, for example, I will give random name. Daniel Cambridge. That's the person. So Daniel Cambridge is dangerous because of his opinion. Therefore, he cannot be a client to have any cell phone anymore, to have any internet service anymore. And what happens? There's no due process. There's no trial. They simply shut down the internet and the phone line of that person. Now that person tried to investigate. They go at Bell. They ask Bell or Rogers, what happened there? They said, we cannot tell the truth. You are a good client, but we cannot have you as a client anymore. So now you cannot go to court and contest it. And even if you could, it will be costly just to fight for the right to access the internet because you said something that offended some minister working for Carney or Carney
That's what you're
himself.
trying to explain. There's a list. You
Let
get put
me
on a
finish.
list.
Let me finish. Now, that's C8. Okay, C8. Censorship, China style. And again, they have a good veneer. They say, oh, it's to protect infrastructure. But the big issue is it can be aimed at citizens, at people, because they could be deemed dangerous for the establishment. And it's no longer a society of rights and freedom. It's a society with a totalitarian, authoritarian regime that wants to shut off any dissent. Okay, now let's move on to C9. C9, what does it do? It lowers the threshold of what could be considered hatred, and it can be weaponized to jail dissent. In question period, I don't know if you're watching, maybe you do, but at some point, one of the members of parliament asked the government, will C9 be used against members of parliament during debate? And they didn't say no, it wouldn't happen. They didn't. They divert the subject. They answered in a way that basically says, yes, we can jail the opposition if we want. And another thing with C9, you can go in jail for memes on the internet. What other country did that? The UK. And we have freaking Carney that always praises the Europes. It's all broken. They have a broken immigration system. They are no longer a free country because you can be jailed for memes in the UK. And your Carney is trying to do the same thing with C9. So this is censorship. And you know what? It also authorized to jail people that do protests. Why not the Emergency Act as well? If it's too close to a church, they can jail you. And they don't specify any radius. So it can be any number. You can be like 20 kilometers away from a damn church, but because you're blocking that church, your protest is considered it's considered to be dangerous, so you can be jailed for that. But this is, at least you see that, Jedi Ben. So just because of that, I have small hope for you now. Because at least you see it's bad. Now, censorship, I said it. So we had C11, C18, C63, C8, C9. We got 6 censorship laws. How many bail reform we have outside of the failed Trudeau bail reform? We had 1. So that tells you what are the priority for the Carney government. It's not the freedom. It's to censor. It's to tell you what you can say and what you can't say. Okay. Now I have a bit of hope. Now I will address other comments because I don't agree with other claims you had. So I will try to find okay. That one is perfect. Carney isn't a progressive, he is a conservative. That's why there's no room for Poilievre in his own party.
Oh, Christ.
So I will start by asking Miss Sparkle. Okay. I will ask you this first question. For you, what is conservative values or politics? Give 2 or 3 examples of what's conservative for you.
They're usually follow religious. They're religious usually.
Yeah.
They are very like old traditional ways.
Yeah.
And old tradition stuff. And they I don't know. I can picture conservative in my head. They're not as wild as the progressive. I don't know.
Okay.
Rules based. They're rules based.
So I will ask you this, Miss Sparkle. Do you know about net zero?
I swear you told me about it before, but I don't remember.
Okay, so net zero is you don't need carbon. You want to tax carbon to make sure people don't pollute the planet because we need more solar panel and more wind energy and solar energy. Do you think it's conservative politics to push for that, or is it progressive politics to push for that?
Is this about a climate change thing?
Yeah.
That's not. It's a conservative thing. Not progressive thing. Climate change is
Progressive?
progressive, yeah.
Why do you
What?
think it's progressive?
Because most conservatives don't believe in climate change because it's just a natural way that things are going.
Okay, so I like your answers. So by following that process,
Huh?
what do you think are progressive values outside of net zero?
Like, okay, so they have a thing about like they're the hypocrites because they believe in climate change and complain about it, but then they fly jet planes. That bothers me. Trans almost just did it wrong. Trans people rights, they push that really hard. Abortion. They said they're for abortion. They're for gay marriage, which I don't mind gay marriage. I prefer them to be married than to be whores. They like to uglify. They like having ugly women and shit. What else?
What the
Nose rings.
Democrats are popular to try to do?
Right now it's trans stuff. It's trans stuff, trans rights and stuff like that. Gay stuff.
I was hoping for something else, but
What? Like what?
okay, I will give you that answer. The gun bans, is it conservative or progressive?
Oh, that's progressive for banning guns, but I haven't really been seeing that being pushed as hard, especially my state. My state's actually pretty lenient for being a leftist state.
Gun bans are both.
Let me finish with Jedi right now. So we got an American saying climate change progressive, gun ban progressive. What does Carney do? He pushed for a failed gun buyback scheme that even his minister said would fail. What is Carney trying to push very hard? Net zero BS. That's why we still don't have a pipeline and tanker. Everyone wants it. Even at some point, EB was like, you know what? Maybe we should have one. Even EB at some point is like, as long as we can make money of it, I slowly changed my opinion on that. Carney is the only one blocking pipelines and tankers because he is a net zero freak. So from the get-go, to say Carney isn't a progressive, he's a conservative, that's why there's no room for Poilievre, his own party. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold water to facts and what's going on. So now I will ask Dragon the same question I asked to Miss Sparkle. Oh, yeah, a last nail. I heard Miss Sparkle mentioning religion.
Mm-hmm.
C9 includes a ban on some parts of
they pushed Muslim religion really a lot.
Added segment anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, and anti-Muslim. So they are anti-religion through that bill. So it's not conservative because they directly attack it. They attack it with the censorship bill. So that goes back to what I said. Carney is a progressive, and to think otherwise, it's showing you watch too much CBC. I'm sorry, but this is what's going on. To think that you watch too much CBC. So now I will ask Dragon, what are conservative value? Name 3.
So conservative values, and I speak, classical, there's
3.
Okay, so usually in American system, we have basically your rule-based order, which traditionally, now depending if you're a big government conservative or basically a small, now you are for usually personal freedoms. Now, conservatives usually are traditional, meaning tradition that you uphold a tradition of a society, meaning a traditional system with a traditional order. Now, this can be anything, and it can encompass both liberal and values, but you have a traditional structure. Now, usually that consists of, that's one. Usually we're a rule-based society. And then third is depending on, sometimes in the most strictest, we are order-based. we are basically sometimes we defend what we believe. That's what I would say with conservatives. We usually allow freedoms as long as you are not extreme.
Okay. So
I'm
now
extreme every day. Boom. Sorry.
I will ask you, Dragon. Top 3 progressive values.
Yeah.
Dragon?
He ran away. He's gone. He disappeared.
No, I'm here. No, top 3 what? Top 3
Progressive.
value.
Progressive.
I do not view progressive as. The thing is, progressives to me are basically they do not fall on the scale of conservative.
But give me 3 policies they would push for.
They usually push for stuff that breaks traditional order.
Like what?
Basically, right now, they're pushing trans rights and others.
Okay, so would you say net zero is progressive?
No, I say that is liberal environmental policy.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Gun buyback, is it progressive?
That is more liberal.
Okay, so I have it.
That goes into progressive. Because when I think of progressive, I think of different.
Okay, censorship.
Okay, so okay.
Dragon, censorship.
That could be both left and right.
Okay, so now I'll let Sparkle say what she wanted.
So
to
I
say.
asked AI. So it says the 3 core conservative values, and I asked for progressive too, is individual liberty and personal responsibility, limited government and tradition, and strong social institutions. And then for the progressive, it is equality, social justice, and then active response government. I don't know what that means. What's active?
Active is basically let's fight for Ukraine. Let's send money to Ukraine. Let's send money to Africa for LGBTQ plus rights because they're neglected there.
And then number 3 is reform and innovation and evidence-based progress. Their stuff is like difficult to understand. I don't know what it means, but
usually, no. Let me say. Usually, the problem is when you think of progressives. They are very much the case of they will be the thing is they don't care about the rules-based order.
Exactly what we have right now with the
so the idea is that usually it's what conservatives will be a stricter society.
Yeah, because it says that that progressive, the number 3 one means that they want to change the rules and stuff in society.
Yeah, that's the liberals. So now I will mention something before I forget. So what was in Carney's budget? A massive deficit and new bureaucracies. When you add new bureaucracies, that means you increase government size. So from the get-go, if you hire more consultants, if you hire more companies and you give more title to more people that are not elected, it's not meritocracy, first of all. Second, it's very progressive. It's very progressive because what's going on, you will tax people even more. And usually the conservative, they will try to balance budget. They will try to limit government overreach and power. They want smaller government. But Carney is not about smaller government. He overinflated a already really bad budget. Like Chrystia Freeland 2024, she basically resigned over a 62 billion deficit. And what Carney came up with a year later was 78 freaking billion. And that's before they added more rebates to give more money to the poor, and now it's more closer to like 92 billion to 100 billion. So don't start saying, oh, he isn't a progressive. How much money in that budget is sent to Africa for LGBTQ plus?
Even the AI says he's progressive leaning and that he focuses a lot on climate change stuff.
Sorry, he's not
Yeah.
okay. When you think of most Canadians, let's assume.
But let me finish. How much money went to freaking Ukraine? And Carney doesn't have a firm stance on Iran. He had 4 different stories for 4 different days in the same freaking week. I'm not joking. One day he blames the USA for doing something stupid, and the other day he says Iran should be protected by the law of international law, and he is one of the most virtue signaling PM you can have. He doesn't have values outside of socialism. He doesn't have values outside of what can make him high in the polls. He stands for nothing. Nothing. So when I read that, Carney isn't a progressive, I'm sorry, but like, I will ask the panel. Miss Sparkle, you're American. Do you think Carney is a progressive or not?
He's progressive. Well, yeah, even the AI says he's left leaning and he's progressive. So, and with what you've told me, I'm pretty sure it's progressive.
Dragon, Carney, progressive or not?
I would have said he's a far left liberal at some point. But this is by American standards. But see, the thing is, he has social progressive leanings, but usually Democrats or liberals with social progressive leanings in the modern era usually do go towards progressive values. Because
he rolled back a lot of how do you pronounce his name? Trudeau stuff. I didn't. That's what it says on here about him. I'm looking up.
If he the problem is the scale. Here's how the usually a belief set, political ideology scale goes: conservative, liberal, independent, libertarian, and progressives are a movement that spawned back about 70, 80 years. Last time they came out of Republican side and conservative side of the internet in America, if you ever heard the name Woodrow Wilson, it started with Theodore Roosevelt. With us, it went all the way to FDR. But largely by the 30s, we basically had them under. Progressives usually mean progress.
Yeah, okay, so that was a nice thing. Yes. Now, I don't know if Jedi Bane is still around, but I will suggest to you, after the stream is over, I highly suggest you to go back to the first 2 parts with the 2 interviews we had with Poilievre. And if you're telling me Poilievre doesn't understand what's wrong with Canada, it's sad. But I think the first almost 3 hours of the stream were dedicated to Pierre Poilievre and his vision. And I think his vision is much more hopeful than Carney massive deficit. And by the way, I don't know if you knew it, Jedi Bane, but in Carney big budget, he decided to do a tax break on luxury items like yacht and private jets. I'm not joking, my friend. Search it for yourself. You will find it. And it's crazy. And I'm kind of shocked how the NDP didn't really hammer it too much home because they're also far left. But he's helping the rich, my friend. He's helping the rich.
The problem with Carney and usually socialistic systems lean towards giving power to the top, because a lot of I would say like Canada is largely, it's largely, I would say, it's in-stage liberalism. In-stage liberalism either goes to socialism or Marxism. Now, if you take into account Carney's policies, I wouldn't use the word, it's kind of a mix, because he hates he enriches himself and he enriches a small number. It's basically a corporate liberalism.
By the way, Jedi Bane, no, I'm sorry, but most of the military stuff he said in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
You know
Anyways,
what
it said that
cost us?
that Carney did increase like more than Trudeau. He did a billion. He did more money. He did federal debt. You guys are
I
225 billion
I
in
think
debt
he
now.
consumes way too much CBC for his own brain, but
No, what
the
it
budget
means is,
exploded. No, I will explain what exploded the budget.
Yeah,
We
because it said
don't.
that Carney spent way more than even Trudeau.
Yeah,
That's what it says,
and it's been there for a year, while Trudeau was there for 10 years. But
no, that's crazy. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's insane. That's like
but the reason why it's exploding, how much money did we send to Ukraine? Do you really think a conservative would say, you know what, let's send billion to Ukraine, even after they admitted there was corruption and some of the money didn't make it?
that's kind of a lie, though. To be
What?
honest, in the U.S. initially, we've always known Ukraine's a corrupt place. Now, it depends on who you back. The issue itself is usually Democrats were either choosing. You need to make that is. You need to make it.
So
Now,
I will go back to what exploded our budget. The child lunch benefits. Because like there was a lunch thing that will give preschool and the school food program. Basically, it costs shit ton of money.
Yeah, well, why not?
Shit ton of money.
Yeah.
What costs shit ton of money is the rebate they announce in March or February because some people cannot feed themselves anymore. You know what other wasteful spending there is? All of the money to LGBTQ plus stuff on other continents. Like, why are you financing that? Like, where is the money going at? And you know what? We spend so much more than what we gain because we got a net zero freak that didn't build a pipeline or a tanker for a year, despite telling everyone he never did. He will never do. And if you read values, you will understand he is anti-carbon. He thinks carbon is only a way to destroy industries. That's straight up from his book Values. He doesn't want carbon. He wants carbon to ruin industries. This is what's going on. He's not for a free market. And you cannot grow an economy without a free market.
Let me say
yes,
this.
there was military spending.
But
But
let me say
so
that.
much money. Let me finish. So much money was sent to Ukraine. So much money was sent to freaking Africa and all many housing industries. There's a fourth housing bureaucracy again. So yes, he did laid off people, but he gave insiders more money. This is what Carney does. Insiders, you get rich.
So I guess a lot of money is spent on elderly benefits, corporate income tax revenue, overall deficiency. It's program spending and transfers. Yeah.
So you see, that's part of the issue. He has 103 freaking conflict of interest. Any decision he takes will enrich him and his friends. And you know what he does?
Economic resilience, climate, energy transition, national security, innovation and productivity, social well-being, and government monetization and international partnerships. What all the money's going to.
So Carney wants to be a billionaire. He likes the fame, and he hates being a politician. He is only a politician because because he can make money off of that. Because again, he has 103 conflict of interest. He is not out there to help Canada because if Canada does well, you know what? He doesn't improve his own economy because if we depend more on the USA like Carney wants us to do, because if we cannot make pipelines or tanker, more USA money is made. And where did Carney place Brookfield? In the USA. So he is there to enrich himself. And if he was truly there to help Canada, he would move Brookfield Asset Management in Canada. He would be filthy rich. But he knows there's too much tax. And he knows he will inflate the budget even more. So he doesn't want that. He is just the political scheme to become rich.
I think it's crazy that you guys don't report your numbers. It doesn't. It says that they
Again,
can't find
I
report
think
your
it's
numbers.
because of C11 and C18. That may take several pages to find scrap of intel, but
Yeah, because it says it cannot find out. It can't find the actual numbers for anything that's being spent on, and like that's crazy.
Why are you
Like-
insulting me? I don't know how I insulted you. Sorry, my friend.
That's it's probably a tone. No, let me. Okay,
I'm
so
just angry to read so much CBC
let me
regurgitated
explain.
answers.
Mhm.
let me help you.
Military pay increases, military purchase. You know what's going on with our military? He gets immigrants.
It wasn't saying anything about military on the budget right here. I'm reading the budget. It's mainly about elderly people, your Social Security income, the tariff stabilization.
Who voted for him? Freaking old people. The boomer were like the biggest.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then technology stuff that seems like something with China. And then yeah, so
it takes a decade to build. But you know why it takes a decade? Because there's bureaucracies. You know why it takes decades? Because nobody wants to invest in Canada. You know why? Because the liberals, they don't want investment in Canada.
So can I say the?
Yeah, but you know what's sad though? Wait, real fast. I want to say that it said that you guys are cutting. You guys are the largest amount of cuts are for poor people. That's kind of sad.
Yeah,
that's so sad. It sucks.
Jedi Bane. Yeah. We were in bad shape before
the tariffs.
Trump.
No,
I will ask my fellow American here, Miss Sparkle. Do you think Canada was in good shape before the tariffs?
I actually don't know. Was it? I really don't know.
So you don't know. So maybe search through AI. I will ask Dragon. Yeah. Do you think we were in good shape before the tariffs?
I think you were okay. You're still okay with the tariffs. I think it's your economy that took a downturn because you didn't.
Why do you think it took a downturn?
I think so Mexico and Canada both had an advantage over prior to Trump and other people wanting to move manufacturing to the United States. You were still manufacturing cars, equipment, and other things there. A lot of corporations a couple of years back started migrating it before Trump because manufacturing in Mexico became unsafe and in Canada became too expensive. So they moved auto plants and heavy manufacturing kind of back to the U.S. Now, knowing that, you were bound to lose certain jobs. Now, economically, you were doing okay. The problem is So
now we'll cover this because I'm kind of triggered. The pipeline will be built when CUSMA is scrapped. Why do you wait until it's scrapped? CUSMA is one of the best arrangements we had from the Mulroney era. It's been 40 years we have that. Why would we want to scrap it? Why doesn't Carney try harder to keep it? I asked this question. I know the answers, but I won't spoon feed them to you because I'm not CBC, and CBC like to spoon feed people because this is their job, because they push the government further. So I will also tell you this. A pipeline is good anytime. The sooner, the better. Now, I will say this. If you're right, and there's actually a pipeline there that will really happen and be built under a liberal government, I will apologize to you. I will apologize to everyone I told you're naive to think we will have a pipeline. But there's the reality. There's 20 seats in British Columbia that belong to the Liberals. And these 20 seats, they hated the MOU with Alberta. So what do you think will happen? Do you think they will support a pipeline? I don't think so. And you know what happens if he really does build that pipeline and there's a new election? These 20 seats can potentially flip green or orange. They will never vote Conservative, I know that. But they will vote NDP. They will vote Greens because they didn't like Carney. And the big issue with Carney tries so hard to please everyone and to pretend he is in the center when he's not, because every policy
The
he
issue,
pushes
what
on the
he's
left.
trying to ask with the pipeline. Okay, Carney and the current. So under the Keystone Pipeline, way back when, we were trying to get a Keystone Pipeline up there so we could get oil directly to us from you guys without going around to Alaska or going around to the other coast with tankers. Now, here's the thing with a pipeline. If a liberal policy in the United States blocks it, because we had our environmental policies block it, the thing is, first off, let me say, the thing is with a pipeline, you need to lay it out. It doesn't take decades to build. You need to get clearance, and you need to just get the survey stuff started.
Yeah.
Keystone Pipeline would have been easily approved, but
Even on our side, but he doesn't want
bear
to
in
do
mind, a lot of people dropped it on our end because when we lost, we had a change in leadership. Keystone Pipeline was dead because our liberals in the United States, dislike oil. They believe you need wind and believe water, etc., is your natural power.
that. Before
Now,
I forget to move on, before I forget that, I will address that pipeline again. I wouldn't be surprised if among the 44% of votes they had in the last election, a good 10 to 15% are green freaks that like Trudeau and his folks that were pro-green. So what does happen if a pipeline is built? Probably 5% of that 10 to 15 actually flees to go to the NDP. And among these 10 to 15, I wouldn't be surprised if in that bunch there's a bunch of people that are far left and they were just scared that Poilievre would be elected. That's why they didn't vote NDP. But now they will go back NDP because they think Poilievre is weak. So what happened? That 10 to 15% is on very shaky ground if Carney doesn't please the far left vote. And what happens if that 44% becomes 30% or even 35%? Because the conservative support didn't drop like a stone, because I think they lost like 3 to 4%, we end up with a very tight 35% on both sides. And what happened when it's 35% on both sides? It's a minority government. And because the conservative have less seats, their vote is far more effective. So maybe they will actually form government if Carney offends the far left. And that's why he's been flip-flopping with Iran. Because he knows if he loses the far left, he loses the next election. He needs the far left.
I think the problem itself is okay. So the problem Canada faces, the reason why when Carney came in, he's really funny because prior to it, it's not that he does lean to the far liberal. Like he's very different. His policy is not of so net zero is an enemy by most liberal policies. The problem is, like, you take Germany as an example.
They destroyed their economy with that. So
Germany destroyed their entire. They basically are almost going to have to go back to wood burning stoves because they're like, oh, we can't do nuclear, we can't do coal. And the thing about like when you talk about, I just want to address this. The thing with a pipeline is you naturally have a lot of oil or other stuff.
Yeah.
You export that. Now,
and I think a pipeline means we don't rely as much on the USA for our.
And you can also avoid tankers too.
Yeah. Anyway, now I will address that very interesting question. Why conservative crossing the floor right now? Okay. First case, we got Chris Dentremont. Let's be honest on that. He admitted that. And he created entire drama about it. he hated not being named Speaker of the House. That's a 50K he was denied. And he was denied because the Conservatives were like, it's a minority government, each vote count, so we need the Speaker to be a Liberal to diminish the government power. Chris Dentral didn't like it. And for years, you will find many CBC, even CBC said it, for years, the Liberals have been pouching Conservative and NDP to cross the floor. So what happened? Chris Dentral didn't like losing 50K. He fled and he created that entire drama. And the first 2-3 weeks, he was a hero. And then he is into oblivion because he barely have time to even speak. In question period, we never see him. I've never seen him in committee. And he seems so pissed after the latest floor crossing. So that guy is someone with no values. He has no values. And I will tell you this. There are some far left that are most likely going to be pissed that now the Liberals have a pro-life member of their caucus because Chris Dentral is pro-life. So the Chris Dentral case is really, I hate not being Speaker, and as a revenge, I will discredit Pierre Poilievre. Okay, that's the first case. Second case, Michael Ma. Michael Ma, and it's been documented mostly by independent because we know if the legacy, if the liberal funded media covers that may damage and taint the image of the liberals. So they don't do that because the liberals pay them. So Michael Ma was working with the Communist Chinese Party. I think that the name of the group he joined was the United Front. So it's basically an organization that defend China interests overseas. And he was seen in lots of meetings with that folks, and with further investigation, it was proven that he was one of the top guys in this committee. So Michael Ma changed teams only to discredit the Conservative. And the other factor is, again, he was asked to change by the Liberals. And not only that, but it also undermines our democracy, which is what the Chinese Communist Party likes to do with democracies, undermine them. The other factor, Michael Ma, that guy, 2 weeks prior his floor crossing, he was basically criticizing the government. And now that he crossed the floor, he is saying, I have more access to minister and prime minister. So he can gather more intel on China behalf. Again, to undermine our democracy. What else with Michael Ma? After he crossed the floor, he went to a trip in China with Carney. Don't tell me it's suspect. It was a gift from Carney saying, you know what? You helped me getting my fake majority that wasn't elected, so I will help you with that floor crossing. Okay. The other factor with Michael Ma. The other factor with Michael Ma is on a writing that's been proven to be one of the 11 writings that are being corrupt by the Chinese Communist Party. Because there are 11 writings. It's known. I don't know by heart all of the 11, but the ones from Michael Ma is one of the 11. And there's a lot of shady things happening in that writing every election. 2019, we had someone that was anti-communist party of China. And that was kind of funny because he ran under the liberal banner in that same writing. And because it was critical to the establishment of the Communist Party, well, the Communist Party, they hired someone to lie and do a Me Too on the guy. And then they realized it wasn't enough for the guy to drop out. And they went to the Liberals, they said, you need to drop your candidate. But it was too late to drop the candidate. So what the Liberals did, they told the guy, you become an independent if you get elected. And if you look into the House of Commons 2019, you will see there was an independent member, and that's that member that was part of that writing. Okay.
So can I say this? If the goal of Carney is to utterly, it's not that people view Carney as, okay, I'm going to look, the U.S. example, right? Let's say the Senate is divided. Okay? If the Senate is divided and you don't have a majority, you're not going to get anything passed. Let's hypothetically assume he needed a couple of members from the Conservatives to go over, because Carney cannot work with the other side.
He doesn't want to.
And the thing is, like in our government, do you think no Republicans vote for Democrat bills? That's a lie. You just got to give them something. You can always peel off enough to get it. Like with our midterms, right? We're going to be having this issue of, with you guys, your people are so divided, he doesn't have any kind of power. Now, if the issue isn't inherently he needs that majority,
he wants it because he wants to ram through anything without having to deal with the opposition.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's speak about Maginero, the latest one, the most recent floor crosser. So that guy was expecting, because of that 20-point leads, to be part of the government. And when he realized, oh, dang, we lost. Maybe he got tired, because it's been like 10 years he's in the opposition and he wants to be in government. So what happened is, you know what? Let's cross the floor. And again, that guy was also asked several times by a bunch of people, cross the floor, cross the floor, cross the floor. And it's also symbolic, just to put a dirt on the Conservative, that this specific riding was in Alberta. What can it do? It can only piss off the separatist movement. It can only say, oh, maybe Alberta is leaning more toward Carney because he's more in the center. That's a scam. That's a narrative. That's to manipulate people into thinking, maybe, just maybe, Carney is more in the center, and that's why he's so tempting. No. And you know what Maginero got? He is a counselor now. He helps Carney with probably a prime in terms of money. And he also had a trip in India with Carney. So, of course, the guy has no principle whatsoever. He wanted to be part of government. He was disappointed he didn't get elected in government. And now he crossed the floor. So it's very sad. I will be honest with you, Jedi Bane. I don't think I don't speak for everyone, I know that, but I don't think Carney gets any of the center right. I think most of them will stay on Poilievre camp because they got burned so much by the Liberals that they don't believe in any Liberal government. What I do think is happening, Carney is having some of the center-left crowd. But again, I tell you, he needs the far left to win the election, because a lot of the support for Pierre is not as weak as the media tries to pretend it is. Now, I won't lie, I know in Quebec, Pierre Poilievre is still not popular at all. So I think the best case scenario, they will hold the 11 seats they have in Quebec. Worst case scenario, they may lose 2 or 3 seats. But I don't think it will be that massive of a change. And I think the new Pierre Poilievre, if you're not so in tune with the media and what they are saying, I think a lot of people will warm up to him. And I also think a lot of people were like, maybe I did the wrong choice because a year later, nothing has improved. So yeah, that's true. But again, I think Carney is good with the center and the center left crowd. I don't think any of the center right will move to Carney because Carney didn't deliver in any of the results. Alberta will most likely retain its 35 conservative seats. Saskatchewan will probably maintain its 14 or 15 seats that are conservative. British Columbia, I think it's a fighting zone where it can go either way. But the Liberals have more to lose because a lot of the seats they have right now in BC, it's because the NDP collapsed there. So I basically it's a fair ground for election. I think it's too late for that. He did too much damage. And now to go here. I think it's low quality people. Anyone that crosses the floor, especially when it's only a year later and they don't even cross to be the opposition, they cross to be government, it's clearly to make more money. It's sad to say, but like if at least that was from government to opposition, maybe it sent a signal that maybe you don't like what the government is doing. But if it's the opposition, it's just saying, you know what, I want to be part of the decision, and I don't think it's great. But I think overall floor crossing should be banned. It's really bad. I think the Senate is the only place that I think we should have floor crossers simply because we don't elect them, which is really bad. But I think in our House of Commons, we shouldn't have any floor crossing. And also, I forgot to mention that, but Matt Generou, he didn't vote for months when he was still in the Conservatives. So again, that guy already tapped out. He was already tired to be opposition. I'm mostly upset for the people who voted for them who lost their vote. It's BS, even if it's within the rules. That's true. And then what it says, votes, they don't matter in Canada because they can simply swipe teams. If you look at the newest polls, it's the only place he could be getting support. From the center right, again, I don't think so. So I do think right now people are still warm to Carney, but I think he lost a lot of the good faith, and he also lost a lot of the leftists. So I think if we had an election tomorrow, depending on how they campaign, I think we would have a minority, but a much bigger minority for the Liberals. Because I still think he is higher than the Conservative. I still think that. But if the Conservative are really good at campaigning and they can get their act together in terms of campaigning, I think they may end up with a small minority. So if we have an election tomorrow, we have a minority with one of the two sides. And I'd say don't trust anyone that will tell you there's a gap of 10 or 15 points. I think it's BS. I think it's 5 points, maybe top 7 points.
This is Carney's at 61% approval with the people
But
of Canada.
The big issue is the polls are mostly paid by the Liberals, and the other factor is they always take a good sample. Like they will sample boomers because they know the boomers they vote Liberals.
Yes, it's 49% Liberals and 35% Conservative.
So I think that the polls in Canada are misleading, and the approval and all these things are misleading. I think you need to see a trends. He never get the far left. Well, he used to have them, and I'm already telling you, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he appears mostly to center left crowd, which is a big voting bloc.
Well, it says his popularity rose after, I don't know what this is, Davos? Davos?
They have a speech, yeah, and that's true.
Especially following the public clash of Donald Trump. Yeah,
I think anytime Trump comes back in the news, that skyrockets Carney because people still think he can do something. But You know what, Jedi Bane? I think I judged you very fast early in the stream. I am truly sorry about that. I really enjoyed our exchange. Thank you for having an interesting perspective. I don't agree with you. I think I made it clear. But I
It's nice to have
like
the back and forth though. To have another opinion, right?
I like the back and forth.
Mhm.
So let's take a look to Madara. I've never had faith in Carney, and now I know that I was right.
Well, it says people
And-
trust him because background is the Bank of Canada with the Bank of
Yeah.
Canada. Yeah.
And ask for the numbers. I think most polls are lying about how big the gap is.
Mhm.
I'm with you, Madara. That's what I was saying. I think if you take a poll that says 10 to 15 points lead for the Liberals, I think they misrepresent, or they probably take their polls from the boomers, because they know the boomers are mostly voting.
Yeah, it says late in
Liberal.
2025, he did have a dip in people liking him because of the no USA trade, and then
from July to December, that was a constant decline.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
And what happened in December? We had a floor crosser that really damaged it.
Oh yeah, floor crosser. You explained it to me. I remember now.
Yeah. January, he had the Davos speech, and then because the Conservatives were losing steam, and he had the Davos speech, that's when he rolls back. But that was the first time in like 6 months.
What's Davos mean though?
After Davos, Trump did some comment about the bridge and hockey with China and whatever. That rose up again Carney in the poll. So I think right now he's still quite high, but there's no 10 or 15 point gaps. Let's see. The Liberals are useless when it comes to doing anything substantial, like, I don't know, getting a deal done with the US, which would be a net positive for Canada. Yes, but again, it will upset the far left crowd, the TDS crowd, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the center left crowd also have TDS. So he may lose even some of these more moderate people if he does a deal with Trump. It's not about agreeing. It's for love of debate. Yes, I like it, Jedi.
So
if you enjoyed that, let me talk a bit to Bone, and then I will let you talk, because I know you've been wanting to say something for quite some time. So I will let you know, Jedi Bane. I would like to see you more often in our chat to have some pushback to what's been said. And I think if you would be interested to voice your opinion, maybe in the future we can actually send you the link, because I really enjoy having back and forth with smart people. And like last week we had a troll. I could not stand a troll. I could not take that troll seriously. And
yeah, he wasn't rude or anything about the way he was talking either. And like,
yeah, but it was just like the NPC that just doesn't think, and it wasn't even fun. Like at first I was laughing because I thought that was stupid, but then I realized that's a waste of time. But
like when they start insulting you and shit, that's where it's like it's like
Jedi Bane, I enjoy our exchange. So thank you very much. You can find my Discord, and we can get in touch through Twitter or Discord. It should be somewhere on my channel. So I would like to have a talk with you at some point if you want to, because again, I loved our exchange tonight, and I want more of that. So, Dragon, what did you want to say?
Here's a lot of the things with it. Like, okay, I want to say first, and I hope Jedi understands this. If you're social spending, and this is the problem I think I've seen with a lot of okay, so one of the things of people go, oh, it's always this, it's always going to be social spend. Look, Canada and a lot of places like Europe have been doing so much social spending. They have to actually spend, which is entitlement spending, which means they have to keep their budgets high. Now, in reality, a lot of the stuff on the budgets is Trump's been going to NATO to say you need to pay your 5%. 5% of your budget on military is not a big deal. Enforceable says that. Well, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have almost 60 cents out of your whole dollar you spend going to basically some social welfare state. Now, the issue itself is Carney and them's like, oh, we're gonna actually do that spending. That's because Trump's like, well, you're part of NATO, right? You need to be doing your spending. And this is why Germany's seen it. They've seen it in Germany's done this.
Okay, so I think we can continue the interview because I see time flies. That stream has been crazy. I think it's my favorite stream of all. So again, I'd like to thank you again, Jedi Bane, and we do that kind of stream every Saturday. Yeah, like usually on the channel it's gaming and movies, but Saturdays or Fridays when we talk politics, that's the 2 days we talk politics. Anyway, let's play more of that
interview. To go
interview.
back to the way we're approaching the world, we need to build resilience in AI. That doesn't mean we're default wholly reliant on hyperscalers as strong as they are, and certainly not, I mean, we don't look for AI cooperation with China, but we wouldn't want to go to the other side.
All right, let me ask you about India, as you've just mentioned it. You've just come from India. In the past, in the recent past, Canada's had a fraught relationship with India. You're looking to change the terms of it. Tell us a bit about Mr. Modi. He's another one of these big figures that is dominating international politics at the moment. You've just spent a couple of days with him. What was your assessment of him?
Well, I mean, look, the guy he's unique, I would say. 25 years, I was telling Glenn Stevens this, 25 years, and he has not taken a day off. 25 years straight as either chief minister in Gujarat or prime minister, not one day off. Every weekend he is out, like you, Francois Philippe, every weekend he's out campaigning. He gets 250,000 people at his rallies. You get 25, but that's that's good. That's good. And we're all, it's pas mal. But, so first off, it's just the level of the work that's there. Second thing, he gave me a hack that everyone follows up, which is, again, just on a personal level, the impressions, which is he's a person who is very, and I've known this from before, but it's interesting just the interaction over time. He's very focused on delivery. I'll call it to the rural household, but to, we would say in Canada, Monsieur, Madame, tout le monde, the person on the street sort of thing. So a huge motivation for the financial reform transformations, the payment system transformation, UPI and other things, was to get money directly, as you know, directly to individuals without leakage, shall we say, in the system in real time, and to bring people, hundreds of millions of people into the formal economy. And he's very focused on that aspect of delivery. So here he's up at this global level, operating, India rising, challenges, but much positive. But a leader who keeps bringing it back down to that level. So there's much to see there. He didn't say this, but I could see him saying this, and any Indian leader saying that,
That's actually true. I agree with you. I really didn't like it, and I think it's obvious at that point Carney doesn't like his job, but he keeps it because he makes money out of it. And that's the case of many people, to be fair. But again, I feel like when you're a public servant, it should be the public and then yourself. But with that guy, it's obviously the reverse.
And can I say something about?
Okay, sorry.
Can I say something about Modi? Because here's the thing about people forget about current state India. India in its current state is going back to being semi-totalitarian or an illiberal government. Now, what I mean by that is they are de facto becoming like all the stuff that they had, like the issues with the communists and things of that nature, all that's coming back in India. India is very much not a free speech state.
You love India. You love Indian women.
I didn't know Modi was in the Epstein list. So do a lot of
Modi.
Yeah.
a lot of
here-
the Goldman Sachs crowd and a lot of the EU crowd that are usually hanging with Cardi are also the FC list.
Here's the thing about like Modi. We have a relationship with him in the US, and it is largely, it's not as bad as one may think. The issue itself is he basically was part of the reason the Ukraine war started actually winding down. As we literally said, if you're going to buy Russian oil, we are going to just have some tariffs on some stuff you send to us. And it's also the ability that Modi will listen.
Can I interrupt real fast? What does this mean? The Lowy Institute? Is it like each letter means something different? LOWY?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
Dragon, do you know?
Never heard of it.
Oh, so
It's probably it might be an actual institute for something more than likely. But no, look at it this way, like Modi. The problem is he's talking about having a good relationship with Modi. The thing is about him is he has India's best stuff at heart. And I'm not saying that's wrong. But there's also the crap with Modi. He wants to basically get a trade deal and then get a bunch of Indians, which are causing issues in his own country, out to the rest of the world. Now, give or take, depending on how you feel about that, is usually it's more complicated. It's like China. China, in reality, needs to maintain a high GDP.
China.
God damn it. This is why I don't invite, no offense, this is why I don't invite you, people Greek.
I like it.
That's why I don't.
I
That's why I
like
don't.
it.
That's
I
why
add
I
a little bit
don't.
of fun. It's so boring. You love me. You love
No,
me.
I
so much.
adore you, Miss Sparkle.
So
If
here's-
I wasn't married, you'd
so
be
let me
like probably next on
explain
the line.
So here's how it works. China has to keep a high GDP because its poor people will rise up. In the same vein, people who are in India that are poor, they export the H-1B visas. If that makes
So
sense.
I will address what Jedi Bane said. Lowly is a think tank. So basically, what I've read slowly after the question is they talk about politics, international politics. So it's really the elitist group. It's like
they're
a
one of
research
them.
center.
Oh God, they're one of them. If they're a think tank,
It's like the WEF, but in Australia.
No. Lowy is no. By the
I
way,
think that's a code for super rich. Yeah.
any kind of think.
What it means behind the thing, that's what Lowy is? Is that what he said? Is that what
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
See, this is why I say with Modi and like people like there's things you have to understand. People openly. It's not that they question the stuff like with China and India. Like the thing is, the deal with it, like Modi had a deal with India to get a lot of migrants to come over there, as well as business people. And it wasn't a good deal for the UK. It's getting a lot of the quote unquote trash out of his country, according to him. It's kind of like our deal with the border with Mexico. They don't send their best, but it's also a trade in people because
The worst kind of people.
So I will also address another comment. So we have China and India that are interfering in Canadian politics, and it's funny because Carney likes it. Yeah,
I wouldn't say India. India doesn't interfere.
It does.
They
India
come in our-
actually
they come and
shot
kill
two
people.
Canadian. They shot
Indians
two
don't kill
Canadian
people.
official.
I can prove it.
Yeah. That's true, Miss Sparkle. Like I think it's like 3 or 4 years ago, we had two Sikh folks. So it's Indian that are like separatists.
Indians aren't Sikhs.
They drive those giant trucks and they don't have licenses and they kill people. They
But-
happen.
But yeah, so basically Modi sent a hitman to deal with two of dissident people, and
Oh yeah, those will be.
it happens a lot. I won't lie. It's Canada is heavily meddled by India, and they have infiltrated Toronto police. I'm not surprised. I didn't know about that, but I'm not surprised. I think India. I'm very afraid about what he said on legacy media. So basically, there was an Indian official that was saying, "You guys need the worker, and we need your mineral." And I was worried because I'm like, maybe they will try to overthrow us by outnumbering us. When you really think about it,
Some Muslims.
I'm Indian as well, bruh. Like,
Oh, really? Yeah.
if we got like areas like Toronto that are like brown, let's be honest, they're brown. It's a
See,
worry.
the thing is, Carney thinks of still in globalist terms. The problem itself is India is trying to do the Industrial Revolution very heavily.
And
Like,
I will also address this before I forget. Sorry, Dragon. Jedi Bane. I think on that matter with India, it's one of the few things that both sides of the spectrum they agree on that. India is dangerous.
Yeah.
He's here in Canada, and I think that can damage Carney in the polls because he pretends it's not happening. He tries to hide it under the carpet. So again, I think that can really damage his image.
so the thing
Where
about
is Jedi from? Sorry, Dragon. I just wondering where
He's
you're
from
Jedi.
Canada, but
Okay, I thought so. Okay, making sure.
I don't know where, but
Okay, let's just make sure. Yeah.
I know I think he sound Canadian.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Just because
He knows a lot. He knows a lot.
So the thing about a lot of the trade deals, let's assume you have a trade deal like with China, right? Like, or any nation. The issue itself is they still go into a lot of Carney's policy. Like with the U.S., a lot of tech industry was bringing them in under H-1Bs. Okay? They were brought in by Silicon Valley. This is, I've said the story. You can look up the story by one of the guys. He's currently in a shithole story around the AI development and other things. And he's actually a guy that, I can't think of the guy's name, but he's supposed to be the AI czar for Trump. It's not even a real position, but think about it. Yeah, he confirmed that India and other people in Silicon Valley were using them for cheap labor.
Yeah.
Now, Chase Bank and them brought them over so you could bring them into the country and they'd be good. Now, that trade deal with
I'll see what's good.
with India was profitable to them. But between their level of poverty and how much resources they physically need for their nation to function, because both India and China, even if I'm
not being racist, their fucking men are rude to me. Every fucking man that's from India I meet, they're fucking rude.
They're rude to a lot of people, depends on the region.
Okay.
They literally are both considered industrial.
America's sus forever? What does that mean? Sorry.
I have no idea.
Okay.
US forever, I guess.
Okay,
Talking about the hegemons using their authority, the rules-based order, all that stuff, the sort of thesis that I've been outlining. Their attitude would be, well, what took you so long to figure that out? I mean, we've been non-aligned since regaining independence in 1947. And so in that regard, we found, colleagues were there, the discussions around the areas where we could cooperate in a collaborative way and why that was in both of our, not just economic issue, but strategic interests. Straightforward, absolutely.
Strategic thing with China. Each time I hear that, it's like, bruh, you want your pocket filled because of Brookfield.
No, the thing is, a deal with India and China is okay. India, basically, let's assume you bring over the workers for that. they're
suck, though.
doing that. But then what's funny about a lot of the workers you got to bring over, the companies actually have to give extra training to them.
They will also essay and grade ladies and children.
It's not as much that is. Can you imagine bringing people over thinking that they have these magnificent resumes, these magnificent educations, and then the next thing you know, you get them in your office, and then you actually have to keep them.
On the
And-
Indian driving trucks thing. Yeah.
Okay,
no,
yeah,
He's right,
Yeah,
because
I'm
of
right.
how badly they drive their truck. Highway 11 in Ontario has become the most
Yes,
dangerous.
yes,
Yeah.
okay, that's true.
And each time I
Yeah,
hear
thank you,
that,
that
I
part.
remember that story of some Indian that ended 4 lives and
Yeah.
that broke like bunch of cars, and then he fled the country instead of getting arrested. And when he came back,
Yeah.
he was accepted, and
Yeah.
he got like house arrest for like 3 months, so he's not
Yeah, it was
deported.
so messed up. He killed a mom and her and not they weren't kids, but it was one of the women. It was a woman that was like a mom and like a dad, and it sucked up, man. Their kids don't have their parents now, and then he had such an attitude afterwards, such a fucking attitude. I hated it so much.
And it's funny because you're American and you see that, you're like, that's my neighbor north.
No, the biggest problem with someone is basically the idea is they're requiring a lot of extra training, and
They're not making them do it though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They're not making them do it.
It's too costly.
Not preaching to the converted, but just aligned in the thinking around it and creating.
Not until they
huge
have,
last point, if
full
I may, because you
citizenship.
started on the nature of the
you got
relationship
citizenship, sure.
and
But
the
if
very
you
real
don't, you don't.
challenges that we've had. There is an issue with a number of countries that affect our countries said different, and there are different aspects of this: foreign interference, transnational repression, cross-border
China,
security
What's
issues.
transnational mean?
We are
from country to country repression. So, for example, we have Chinese descendants. So we have like a Chinese guy that fled China to criticize China without being in jail. Then China will send someone overseas just to capture or silence the dissident.
Okay.
much more aggressive much more cognizant of these issues, much more aggressive on these issues. And the way we look at it is our approach is vigilance and engagement. And vigilance is having the right laws, having the law enforcement, monitoring for this, addressing it, calling it out, addressing issues when they come up, protecting Canadians in our case. But at the same time, having engagement with these countries so that we can have the security dialogue, so we can go directly to the individual, so we can call things out and start to address them, because vigilance alone isn't going to be enough. And so we're moving. We've made a lot of progress in the last 11 months with India, both economically but also in the broader security relationship. More to be done with that question.
Another leader you've had a lot to do with is President Macron of France.
Yes.
You will have seen he gave a speech this week where he revised France's nuclear doctrine. And in his speech he said, to be free you have to be feared, to be feared you have to be strong. Do you agree with that? Do you think that in this world that countries like Canada and Australia need to beef up their defence expenditure, make their militaries more lethal?
Well, so that aspect, the way you ended the question, yes, is the short answer. And we're doing it. And just to put some numbers on it, we will double our defense expenditure.
It's kind of funny because he will give another word salad, and he agrees with that. But I don't think he will take proper action for that, because what he will do, he will buff up the pay for probably immigrant soldier.
I don't think the thing is, I don't think you guys ever will be feared though, just because of the reputation you guys
Yeah,
have.
we never did. That's
Never
the other
did.
thing. Like
It's not
the harshest administration we had that had the most military focus was Harper. And maybe that's why he was mentioning Harper earlier, even if I don't think many people that voted Harper would vote Carney. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, like that's the even the book volumes of Mark Carney is filled of just words. And
so his intention, he's also getting
rainbow signals.
he's getting the mandate okay, so everyone is realizing now that they need to beef up their militaries for some reason.
Because of who? Because of the USA.
It's
So
not
stop
just
with the
'cause-
TDS.
it's
I
not-
thought it was
it's
because of
not-
Russia. Oh no, guys, my thing's probably gonna shut off. It's updating for some reason.
Okay. Sorry, I know what's going on. Here's the thing. A lot of it, Carney knows he has to protect the Northern. The reason why we were going to go secure Greenland was because of the actual facts that of all the activity of China and Russia messing with stuff. In Asia, the Asian sphere, the Australians have been encroached by the Chinese, and they're a main port for anybody who's going to go against China. So they're finally developing a military of their own. The thing is, Canada should, because Canada should have some defense force, but they are also one of the largest areas needed for patrol. So when he talks like this, like he goes, "Oh,
them. What's the noise? What happened?
You didn't miss much outside of word salad and interesting comments.
Starting from last year, start of last year to the end of this decade, so literally double in dollar terms. We
But
will.
we don't have the economy. That's
overall,
why we have
we will
much
get
deficits.
How do we
for
know what
the
your
NATO
military looks
definition,
like?
5% of
Now I think
GDP
about
by 2035.
We need
I'll be
immigrants
clear that
because nobody
this is a
wants to
relevant
enroll.
point for cooperation. There's a percent,
You're laughing, but that's
1.5% of that 5%,
okay.
percentage points of 5% is so-called dual use. So it can be an AI, cyber.
So I will admit there was a very bad time with Trudeau. He didn't want to invest in the military because some of these far left crowd hate military. They all want peace, even if it's dystopian because it's not going to happen in the world we are in. But yeah, so he defunded the military.
Focused mostly on social stuff, structures or whatever.
Yeah, and Trudeau really tore apart a lot of the aspect of the military that made it appealing, and for like 10 years, that was a crime to be a proud Canadian.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, we were like embracing the far left. Like I think you heard about that in the USA, but like self-hatred of your people. That's what happened.
Like
for
not
like 10
have your
years.
flag up, but like our people are fighting it. You guys didn't fight it at all, like
that changed because Carney was like, let's bring back pride and let's fight Trump. But I'm telling you, under Trudeau, it wasn't that. That's the first thing. The second thing, there was a big Me Too wave that tore apart the rank, and sometimes that was Me Too's that were like, oh, I'm a trans and you don't want to acknowledge my identity, so
you don't want to
get
wax
pissed
my
at you.
penis because you only do women's part. I know who that is. That was that's
but yeah, that was what's going on. So like a lot of the military folks, they were like, we are not proud anymore. I deal with freaks and I risk at being Me-too'd. So like nobody wanted to enroll anymore.
Oh, I get it. That's crazy.
I mean, here's the thing.
Trudeau did so much damage.
It's only been in the modern era, especially under like, okay, let's assume you're a volunteer service. Volunteer service, even recruitment numbers have been low for the U.S. They've only increased under Trump recently because the people who want to enlist have faith in the country.
Oh, I recognize you, Joshua. Welcome back. I remember seeing you like at least 2 or 3 times. Oh, I'm glad you're back, my friend American. I like American. I will always say it. You guys are amazing. I'm jealous. I want to move there. Anyway, welcome. I just realized I just connected the dots because now it's kind of late. But I'm glad to see you again. That means you find some enjoyment about the Canadian talking politics with your fellow Americans.
So co-pilot won't tell me if he has a trans son. It says
so Carney has a trans son that's a daughter, or
does he? Whatever. Because you know what co-pilot told me? It said I can't tell you that because it says they can't tell me.
First date coming soon. I think it's a joke. It will never happen. They don't want that. Because like they should not give us the right to vote if they really annex us. Otherwise, this is the end of the Republican Party.
By the way, no, the thing about a lot of stuff with the issue, look, long story short, he can say he can get all these trade deals. The problem is what are you getting out of your trade deals? If you're not getting anything out of them, look, China isn't going to get anything out because let's assume
China.
I'm about to run my kid.
Why? What happened? I can tell you're getting a little angry. What's
Other
going on?
resilience-related dual-use ports,
We
things like
take
that.
Alberta and you
But
take. Oh
so-
no!
and we need
don't
to do
want
that. We have a
We
NATO
take
commitment.
Alberta,
We've
you
made that
take
commitment. We
others.
move towards it.
No, please.
We're not going to
no.
spend money on defense just to spend money on defense. The issue,
More word
the
salad.
challenge is for us, or the reality is a better way to put it, is that we had a long period where our geography and candidly, and this is a challenge that President Trump has put, and he's right about it, where we had both because of geography and reliance on the U.S. Had underinvested in defense, and so now we're catching up to that and supplanting that and making decisions around that. Do I
Wait,
think
hold on.
we need to be
He doesn't have a
feared?
trans
I mean,
son.
there's-
He has a daughter who just goes by he has a daughter that's non-binary and goes by they them.
Yeah.
That's not trans at all. That's stupid.
Well, she's trans.
It says that she does it just as non-binary, and it said that she changed her name to Sasha. And it was
That
so weird.
was a boy.
Okay.
Nobody wants to get closer to China except for the TDS crowd, which getting closer to an authoritarian regime because problems with your allies make no sense. But hey, liberals vote liberal.
No, it just says it's not
I think Madara, you could be surprised. I agree with you, but I will push back a little bit. I think a lot of the center-left folks, they actually don't like that we get closer to China, but a lot of them also like it. So I think some of the less knowing, they actually like the idea of getting closer to China. Like, I also think a lot of the progressive, if they don't believe in like guilt by association, a lot of them, they will actually like China because diversity, because communism. You're laughing, but like there are people that are pro-communism here.
I know.
So to say that nobody wants to get closer to China, I disagree. But I get where you're coming from. I hate the Communist Party of China. I love the people, but the regime there is disgusting. But I think there are some people that actually want to get closer to China. Yeah, there we go. I don't think it's Carney that turned the sun trans. I think it's just happened.
I'm reading it right now.
So, stop reading AI. Now, the thing about a lot of the
I don't know
relationships,
what to do.
the issue with the people like with China.
51st state all the way. F China, though.
So here's the thing about like the reason why Canada's been moving closer to China, and largely it's because the Chinese, it's not a foothold into America as much as it is a resource that they can expand on the Belt and Road. Part of the reason under Trudeau was under Major WEF.
Yeah,
And
I will address that. The business liberal don't like it because I understand China will undercut, but the rest, the liberals like boomers, they like it because it's putting fingers on Trump thigh. That's true. I agree 100% with that. I think Carney is losing some of the far left and a lot of the business liberals because a lot of the business liberals, they will either go back to the NDP or they will go conservative, to be honest, because nothing has happened for over a year. So again, that's why I say I don't believe in 10 to 15 points lead, but I do believe maybe in the 5 points lead.
I gotta say something. If you believe Canada would be good as a 51st state, if we got
you don't want that, Joshua. Again, that's the end of the Republican
I don't know if you know much about Canada. you would get. It's like giving the Democrats permanent open border. We would never have another Republican ever elected.
Yeah.
We don't want
Because-
those weirdos.
And at some
be part
point,
of us.
Because
at
let's
some
be
point,
honest,
at some point, I think we will
outside
have
of
Dragon. At some point, I think we will have Democrats saying, "You know what? Free Canada." And then we will have a fight house with Democrats saying, "We want Canada to stay so Democrat can remain in power." And you have the other crowd that's like, "Let's liberate Canada." So we have like the
We don't need them weirdos.
And we got like the pro Democrat needs to remain in power. So people have like in
the
fight.
thing about
Now there be rainbow flags everywhere.
Civil War, yeah,
It'd be
Civil
your
War.
fault.
the joke about the idea, and anyways, and anyone who uses that, and I'm sorry if any Canadians see this later on, no one would do that to Canada because look, no nation in the modern era is going to take over a large nation. It's going to be like slowly isolating. The issue itself is it's just that simple. It's like, and the idea the 51st state stuff pissed off Canada is kind of dumb because they think, oh, we're going to be
DDS, brah. It's like taking over. We lost every common sense.
Canada is too. It looks. I don't know. I can take it seriously, you guys. Seriously, when you get mad.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Great. I mean, it was
Makes
great
sense.
ballic flourish and imagery was fantastic. We need to have a deterrent. I mean, it depends on your definition. I mean, you need deterrence without question, and it needs to be costly to impinge on our sovereignty in the potentially costly to impinge on our sovereignty in the Arctic, in cyberspace, in space. Yeah.
All right, a couple more questions. Let me ask you about the United Nations, because the UN has always been such a big part of Canada's external relations.
Why is his accent different?
But when it comes to contemporary conflicts, whether it's Ukraine or the Middle East, it seems like the United Nations is nowhere to be seen. And I think back 20 years to the time of the Iraq War, and Kofi Annan was really quite close to the centre of global action. I don't know if these days too often world leaders have to say, you know, what does Antonio Guterres think about this issue? What's wrong with the United Nations, and how can it be fixed?
It's a deep question, and just to give you a sense of how closely we hold the United Nations in our not affection, but in our thinking. My chief of staff was our permanent representative. I guess you weren't that permanent representative at the United Nations. So you did a great job. So we think about these issues a lot. That's the first thing I want to say, and I'm going to say a few things. One is that. Secondly. Everything we're doing or looking to do on variable geometry, these coalitions around issues, we do not view these as substitutes for the United Nations. We view these as necessary responses to immediate issues. We think that the extent to which these succeed, they can, you know, the modalities and the solutions can be, you know, would be pulled up to.
I will be blunt and honest. The only parts of Canada that are compatible with the USA are Alberta and Saskatchewan. Look anywhere else, it's just not compatible. We are too far left.
Yeah, you French Canadians are too crazy.
Yeah. That's
so let me just say, long story short, what he's trying to actually say, the problem is, okay, the UN has been a flawed institution, and a lot of think tanks always want to say that they have a way to fix the UN. The problem is the UN is the modern day equivalent to the League of Nations that was established by Woodrow Wilson. It was meant to not have another world war. The problem is the UN has been a defunct institution. In the fact alone, a person from a think tank brings up Kofi Annan. That man has a storied history. The issue itself is the UN was supposed to be a sovereign body that was supposed to be an international rule of law to settle conflicts. It hasn't settled conflicts for at least 20 years.
It fought for climate change. And
here's climate change. It depends on the issue, but United Nations or the Bretton Woods institutions, if it's something financial, or at a COP level, either. So it's important to really emphasize that, and I'll give you a precise example and come back to UN. The bridge we're trying to build with Australia between CPTPP and the EU,
no
I mentioned
answer.
it. That's effectively going to be under WTO. It's going to be a modernization of WTO rules, which proves the proves the model. At least we think will prove the model. And as if and when WTO is, and I saw Ngosi's picture on the way in, so full respect to her. But as all powers engage with the WTO is the right way to do it, then that can be those solutions can be pulled up. What's wrong with the UN? Part of, I mean, some of the issues are very
At last, maybe
obvious,
we'll answer.
which is the representation of the Security Council, which doesn't reflect today's reality. That extends to the Bretton Woods institutions. That's obviously incredibly difficult to change, but it's necessary to change. It is necessary to change, and I know Australia is looking for in its rotation 2930. I think would be the year where you could be on the Security Council, and I think that would be an important component of your thinking. Obviously, leave to the government in terms of priority. We very much welcome your presence there. I mean, it's almost another session to go through all the
We've got
elements.
another hour.
We've got another hour, but it's also once you start breaking rules,
We got another hour.
it's learned behavior, and the fact that we're having these conflicts without even the thought of recourse to the United Nations is deeply troubling.
All right, you're here to build as part of your diversification
I don't know what
strategy.
that means.
Dragon, my brain is melting. Do you want to answer that?
Sorry. So
What does that even mean?
long story short,
Okay.
he believes that the UN should exist to settle all international disputes because he believes that the UN should be the international end-all be-all. It's kind of like being in the EU and thinking that Brussels controls the rest of it. And the think tank is proposing. Now, if think tanks do anything, is they do propose ideas to people. The idea is if the UN was, he thinks that the UN should be the arbiter to settle most conflicts. Now, this isn't the case. That's literally what he meant. The guy is asking the question, but Carney's position is that the UN should be the international arbiter. Now, if anyone thinks that violates every rule of national sovereignty across multiple nations, it should be a body that we go to that other nations can talk to each other. It shouldn't be an arbiter body.
And I'll
What's
also add
arbiter mean? I
this.
don't even know what that means, though. You guys are talking to a dum-dum. I'm dum-dum.
Arbiter, no. People believe, okay. That
I don't know what arbiter is. Oh, sorry.
I will say this. The Carney likes the globalist thing.
Yes,
So basically,
global.
he likes when a rule applies to every country.
Okay.
And the fact that people no longer trust it, he thinks that's an issue.
So, yeah, no, Miss Sparkles. The idea is people believe that the UN should have the mediary rights to settle, because an initial idea, the UN was supposed to settle all wars without a shot being fired. But unfortunately, ever since its founding, we've had territorial wars for years. The idea is arbiter means a middle person or a judge, the person who does it. They at one point put Iran and China on the Human Rights Council.
Oh yeah? Really? Okay.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Canada and Australia have so much in common. You said at Davos that Canada has what the world wants, and Australia has a lot of those things too: energy, capital, talent. We're both federal democracies, vast, beautiful territories, but we're a long way away from each other. So, where does your ambition lie in the Australia-Canada relationship? What's the big thing you'd like to thicken?
Well, I think it's first and foremost is the shared recognition. I'm obviously not completely aligned on the moment and the importance of partnership, but a recognition that taking our partnership and with other like-minded countries is going to be fundamental to navigating whatever comes next. It is absolutely, to put it in, influenced by my former central bank, it's absolutely a no regret strategy. You know, when you're managing risk, like one of the things you want to do is think about, well, what will I wish I had done? And what's the downside of doing that? What is the downside? Let's say the United States and the world order returns to status quo ante miraculously in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. Well, is it going to be a bad thing that Canada and Australia have deepened our defense partnership, working together on AI, working together on critical mineral? No, those are positive. If the world remains as it is, or the trajectory continues, it's going to be really valuable if we've done that. So I think the first is recognizing strategically the value of this. That's one. In terms of the specific examples, I don't want to fully scoop, and we still have to meet with the cabinet and finalize things, but I think what you'll see in the next 24 hours will be, I'm hopeful that we'll see a series of agreements that point the direction of what we see collectively as the priorities for building that partnership.
All right, last question. We've got both central bankers and prime ministers in the audience. You're the only one who's done both jobs. What's similar between them? What's different? Who has more power and who has more fun?
Wow. Okay. What's similar? Taking big, these jobs, you take big decisions. And the decisions. The difference is the decisions in general, absent financial crises for central bankers are more structured. You kind of know when you're going to make the decision. You basically know the information you're going to look. It's decision making under certainty, but there is a structure to it. As a prime minister, it's many more decisions, much more diversity, much less perfect information. I'm looking at Mal.
And he's also not really liking the scrutiny. That's why he never answers the journalists, or he only chooses to answer some.
Right, and there's less structure. There is another big difference, which by definition in the job, there is an ability to lead. That is part of the job, is to lead and set the agenda in a way you know. I was an ice hockey goalie, as you may know. So you're in ice hockey goalie, you're reacting to what's going on. You're more the center forward. I'm not going to. You're more the center forward, the center to keep my hockey analogy. I should be doing Aussie rules football and yeah, exactly, a cricket. How's it going, by the way, in the T20?
Good.
Yeah,
Looking forward to playing you.
So cringy,
we've been sandbagging the whole way. We're going to really surprise you. But that's the job and the ability to lead and help to set the agenda and catalyze this. And who has more fun? Well, boy, the dinners at Basel they were crazy, right? Very good wine. Yeah.
Go on, tell the story. Tell it.
Okay, this is a long time ago. In fact, it was 2 weeks into the job at Government of the Bank of Canada. It's February 2008. And I go there, and Bear Stearns is collapsing. It seemed like a big deal at the time. In retrospect, it was like, that's nothing, but it was a big deal. And we had to decide, because Asia, typical Asia was going to open. And so we go to this dinner, and it's called the G10 Central Banks. So it's the core group of central banks, and Jean-Claude Trichet is the chair. We show up, and we have an hour and a half to make a decision about flooding the system with liquidity or shutting certain things down, et cetera. It's pretty complex, but we're around this dinner table. It's like a 7-course meal. And Trichet spends the first 10 minutes. He welcomes me, which I thought was nice. Mark, welcome. And then he says, we have the best wine in Europe at this dinner. And since it's the best wine in Europe, it's the best wine in the world. And then he goes through the wines. He describes all the wines, tick, tick, tick. And he's like, well, have this one, but, the Pinot Gris. And I'm like, fine. And then he finishes it, and he says, okay. Listen, we have an hour.
So I think you bring a very nice point. Here it comes, the out of touch story. I'll also add this. I think a lot of these clips where he is out of touch will play against him. I think his image is not so great. But I agree with you. Out of touch. How can you connect with the commoner, with the people that don't have 7-course meal? It's just not possible to connect with them.
The issue with a person like Carney comes off as more of an elitist, because that's the issue. If you're looking at a leader, and this is the issue, a lot of liberals are in different regimes around the world at this point. They either are doing tribalism or they are doing elitism, which is basically a very different top power with a bunch of just useless type people who are. So you can't ask someone to relate the rich to poor experience. Now, the thing about this is, it goes both ways. Though. Carney himself, I can understand what Carney is saying, because I'm used to hearing this talk.
He's sitting so weird in that chair, man.
I agree.
The thing about Carney is, Carney's biggest weakness is now that he has a record to run on.
Because he didn't do anything for years.
This is a weird pause. How short is he? Why does that guy look so much bigger than him? That Australian guy, he just looks huge. Oh, how tall is he?
Carney is a Smurf.
He says, okay, we have to decide, we have to decide because the politicians are useless, basically, as he says, and if we don't decide here, all is lost. Then what should we do? Anyways, an hour later, all I remember is I'm like, the wine is fantastic. how much do we
Talking about wine for minutes is
So
like
yeah, the
crazy.
central bankers have a lot more fun. And we're working all the time. No fun.
Oh,
no
yeah,
rest for us.
okay.
No rest for us.
They have more fun, but they're
Pierre,
working all the time. That makes more
you
sense.
mentioned no wine, but a lot of fun. You mentioned that you were a goalie, a hockey goalie. I certainly don't feel I've got the puck past you. You defended your goal very well. You moved the goal to adjacent
I moved the goalpost, yes, literally.
So thank you for that. But I'm going to call on the Deputy Chairman of the Lowy Institute, Stephen Lowy, to make a formal vote of thanks. Stephen.
So we are out. That was an amazing stream. I didn't expect this to be this long.
You had a lot of people in your chat this time.
I'm impressed. Thank you, chat. That was hands down my favorite stream.
And they actually are talking back and everything. That's great. You did it. You got how many people did you get in your chat this time?
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, chat.
I think it's because everyone's always talking about American politics all the time. Yeah, I never see anybody talk about Canadian politics, so it's interesting that, Yeah, so
I agree, and I will also add this. I know how to play around our stupid algorithm. Don't mention Canada anywhere in tags or title or description.
Oh, really?
That may sound crazy, but that's the reality. So thank you very much, Chad. That was amazing. And Jedi Bane, next Saturday, if you want to opt in, we would need to talk in between, either by Discord or Twitter. On my YouTube page, you can find easily, or if you feel comfortable enough, leave a link to your Twitter or to your Discord in the chat right now.
You can't.
And we can get in touch, but that's only if you're comfortable, because again, you can find me on my page. You can also email me on my YouTube.
Mod, Multi.
What?
You can't put links in the chat unless you're a mod.
Yeah, but oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. So yeah, reach out. It's very easy. Either email, Discord. Discord is the easiest place. There's a link to my channel, I believe, my Discord channel, and just announce yourself, or Twitter as well.
My name's pretty easy to remember. If you can't remember his, it's mine. Miss Sparkles is on it.
Yeah.
I can connect you to him.
And yeah. So you can follow us, and we will follow you back, and we will talk later. Jedi Bane, I really enjoyed it. I want more debates like that. I think it's healthy. I tried to talk through some of my family members that are in the Carney boat, and they are lost. They lost the plot.
Never good with family though.
They lost the plot, and there's no way to really talk to them. And I really enjoyed our exchange, Jedi Bane. You gave me hope that some moderates, or I don't know how left you are. Maybe you're far left, but you still. I don't know where you scale, but I think you gave me hope, regardless of your scaling and where you sit. You gave me hope. I think we need more people like you in Canada. I think you really try to understand the points of view and the nuance of everything. Very impressive. I have hope now. So with that message given, hopefully we will talk later about that. So I will ask, Miss Sparkle, what do you have going on?
Nothing. Nobody loves me anymore. I have nobody.
Yeah,
not even Dragon Man. Dragon Man doesn't even invite me on. Nobody loves me anymore. I lost to everybody.
Well, you will never lose me. That's all I can say.
Sweet. You're right. You are like one of my, you're one of my best friends.
We are the constants on Discord and YouTube.
Yeah, cool.
What about you, Dragon? What do you have going on?
No, I'll probably have another stream on commentary, politics.
He fights with people. He's fighting with a new person right now. He's always fighting with people. He's trouble.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to finish up. I'm just trying to finish up Neo 3 before Crimson Desert starts. And so
always start shit.
Amazing.
I don't start drama anymore.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Miss Sparkle. So in my end of the internet, Monday or Wednesday, I don't know yet when, I will be talking about the Bride movie. I quite enjoyed it. It's not as bad as a lot of people are saying. Either Monday or Wednesday, basically the day I will not talk about the Bride, will be the day I will be doing another Resident Evil 9 stream. Probably a 2-hour stream, most likely. Outside of that, well, Wednesday, Preacher, the TV show, season 3 and 4. And Tuesday, we talk about Man of Steel, Superman 2. Next Friday, more Resident Evil, because I want to get through the game. I don't know how long it will take me. Next
12
Saturday,
hours.
more than that. I'm already like 10 hours in, and I'm still very early in the game.
You just play slowly.
I'm still pace.
Okay.
Next Saturday is the political day. If you're still Venerable Dragon, we will do that.
I usually am.
So we
I
will do
cover just
question period.
American politics and usually some of the global stuff.
Yeah.
It's like eventually I'm going to get to a part to talk about Gramsci with a friend, but we'll have to figure out how to do that with him.
Again,
I'll do it with
next Saturday, politics, just like tonight. And I enjoyed it. Thank you, chat. That was a legendary stream. And with this, we are out. Have a great week and see you Saturday.
him.